Welcome to the 46th Annual Undergraduate Symposium here at Eastern Michigan University. We are thrilled to welcome you today. You're going to hear some amazing presentations by some student researchers. We hope that you enjoy all of the programs. Very, very different they are, and I think a lot of interesting things you'll hear. So to introduce our first presenter, I'm going to introduce to you faculty member Dr. Debbie Gombert.
Good morning. It is my pleasure to introduce Haley Schmidlin, who is a senior music therapy student. Haley is also one of our BREM scholars, and Haley is going to be presenting about visual aids and manipulatives.
Hello, my name is Haley Schmidlin. Like Dr. Gombers said, I am a senior in the music therapy program, and I will be presenting on music therapist perceptions on visual aids and manipulatives with respect to client engagement. So, my research questions going into my research were: how do music therapists perceive the effectiveness of visual aids and manipulatives in music therapy in relation to client engagement? As well as what differences do music therapists perceive in the engagement of different client populations when manipulatives and visual aids are used? Music therapy is an evidence-based field, but there's an extreme lack of literature about manipulatives and visual aids, yet so many music therapists use them. So, I created a survey and I sent it out to 10,301 board-certified music therapists, and 192 of them provided consent and filled out the survey. The pie charts on the screen represent a wide range of age, region, and experience. Going from left to right, the first pie chart is geographical region. We had at least one person from each geographical region in the US. We had a wide range of age from 18 to over 60, multiple levels of education, and professionals practicing from 0 to over 20 years. From those participants, 94.2% of clients served included elementary school aged clients, adolescents, early childhood, pediatrics, mental health, community music therapy, older adults, and hospice. So I provided these definitions for them. So I define visual aids as tools or materials that help convey information or support through visual means, and manipulatives as objects that are used as tools in music therapy to engage clients in physical manipulation of the object. And I have some visuals for you all, some examples. So, for our first visual aid, we've got a book. It was I Know an Old Lady Who Swallowed a Pie. We're gonna open it up. So we've got pictures in there, some visual aid. We've also got a visual schedule that can be used in sessions. Some different emotions that a client would be able to point to indicate what emotions they're feeling. And there's a variety of other ones up here, just to give you an idea. As for manipulatives, we've got 5 speckled frogs. So, as the frogs jump into the pool, the client would be able to flip it over. Now, there's 4 speckled frogs. We've also got scarves, which act to support movement. The client would be manipulating the scarves in movement. And then I've got 2 more old ladies who swallowed things. So first I've got this paper one, and we've got a little tiny paper heart. This was there was an old lady who swallowed a rose, but just put it right in there. Multiple clients there's lots of little objects that she can eat. And then another one is more like a puppet and goes right in her mouth. We've got, I think this is a spider, but there was an old lady who swallowed a spider, and so on and so forth. So, from there, I asked multiple questions about how music therapists perceive visual aids and manipulatives in their practice. So, first I asked, do you use visual aids, manipulatives, both, or neither? And all but 2.1% indicated that they use visual aids and manipulatives to some extent. So first with visual aids, I found the theme that many participants stated that it adds an extra level of engagement with clients that you can't always get with just music. That is supported by all of the other quotes, especially the second one, saying that visual aids are engaging and informative. Approximately 90% of what we learn is through vision. So I want to use vision to my and my clients' advantage in music therapy. Other participants stated that it was more accessible and especially accessible for nonverbal clients, stating that it is a way that they can communicate and participate by simply pointing out to me what they want. Some more themes within responses were that sometimes visuals become a distraction depending on age and impulse control of clients, but other participants stated that usually every circumstance is benefited by visual aids. Moving on to manipulatives, the theme that I found was that manipulatives enhance engagement. Participants stated in most cases, when introduced, manipulatives led to more engagement since there's a tactile aspect and something is expected of the patient to perform. So thinking those 5 speckled frogs, they're moving the frog over to jump into the water. Someone else stated, I have a few nonverbal clients, and the manipulatives ensure that their voice is heard and that they can properly participate. It also dives into the multisensory experience of using a manipulative. It's not just visual, it's tactile, like that other quote said. And they talked about how it helps with movement. You can think of the scarves. It can help with imagination, and it gives participants a more active part in music making. Main theme that I found, nearly every session has some type of manipulative, but only as it adds to the potential success of the client. Of everyone that indicated that they use both visual aids and manipulatives, 48.4% indicated that it depends, which I did expect when I was conducting this research. But 45.3% of the other participants indicated that manipulatives were more engaging than visual aids. And my next few slides kind of show you why, but in terms of how visual aids and manipulatives compare, the main theme was each individual responds differently to visual aids and manipulatives and demonstrates specific preferences and needs. It depends on the person or group. For manipulatives, they said manipulatives are more engaging for individual work, but unless if there are enough manipulatives for every client in a group setting, I find visual aids to be more engaging for group music therapy. They also said, in my practice, visual aids are primarily used for session schedules or routines, where the manipulatives are a part of the music therapy experience. So the visual aids were more passive in their experience. We've also got the nonverbal communication theme from the other twos going into this. A participant stated, visual aids are excellent for enabling non-spoken communication. Manipulatives can be great for older clients or perhaps more focused clients, but I have found many children will spend far too long playing with the manipulatives as a toy or sensory object, rather than using it for the intended purpose of the intervention. The next 2 quotes are kind of specific to some populations. So this second quote down is about psychiatric populations, and they said manipulatives help ground clients in the present reality. It is a physical reminder for clients of where they are, and especially for those actively experiencing psychosis, it is a tactile way to keep them centered and engaged in the session. Another participant worked in the NICU, and she said, I use most of mine with babies in the NICU, and they have a hard time with manipulatives, but they're all about visual aids. Only 4 of the participants indicated that they use neither visual aids or manipulatives, 2 of which worked in hospice, and one of them actually was the person that indicated that they think, yes, if I were to use visual aids and or manipulatives in my practice, I think that they would increase engagement. I just haven't thought of it before. The other 3 indicated no, mostly because they just didn't see it necessary for their clients. They were already reaching the levels of engagement that they wanted. The other person that worked in hospice said that they would consider using manipulatives or visual aids if their clients had stronger vision. So the conclusions of my research were that 98% of respondents used visual aids and or manipulatives, and engagement was frequently cited as the reason. I also concluded that music therapists frequently choose to use visual aids and or manipulatives based off of their clients' individual needs. Music therapists frequently use visual aids and manipulatives to provide a multi-sensory approach, which many have found engaging for their clients. Visual aids were cited to play a more supporting role, whereas manipulatives were seen as grounding, but sometimes distracting. Thank you, and does anybody have any questions?
I'm going to have to run because I have another presentation in 5 minutes, but was anything surprising to you in the results? Or did it match what you experienced in your clinical work?
I think it matched overall what I'm experiencing in my clinical work. I was surprised by the respondents who said that they did not find manipulatives engaging for like elementary school age kids and like kids in general, because I use manipulatives at my placement at Monroe pretty frequently, and I find a lot of success when I use them. So, yeah. Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, Yvette?
Are there any other manipulatives that you enjoy using when you're working with clients?
I have some extra manipulatives that I brought with me, actually. So I showed you all my visual schedule that is in there. I showed it to you earlier. But I also have a manipulative visual schedule as well, which it's all Velcro, and you can take the Velcro off. So as things are being completed in the session, you take the Velcro off and move it to the all done category, and you do that as you go through the session, so on and so forth. I also have similar manipulatives that go with like choice boards. So I have a choice board that is different options for clients to choose. This is for the song Bear Hug by Stephanie Level. And there are like 3 things that the client indicates about themselves, like I'm kind, I'm amazing, I'm creative, and I have little Velcro for those as well. I'm gonna do it away from the microphone, that you can stick on there as they choose them.
So this is all from the perspective of the music therapist. In your background research, did you find any information about clients' perspectives on using manipulatives and visual aids, and does that research exist?
There's not much literature about visual aids and manipulatives in general. I found a lot about like manipulatives in math classrooms. You have like the number blocks and stuff like that, and there's also some literature about like ELA and English as a second language, but there's nothing specifically for music therapy, and from what I found, I didn't find anything about the client's perspective either. So.
Were you having to produce all your own manipulatives yourself, or could you go out and purchase them
Yeah.
somewhere?
You can buy them. Most of these are handmade, but I have more examples. Like we have Old MacDonald had a farm, and these are just like toys more or less from the store that represent all the animals in the song. That can say, oh, Old MacDonald had a cow. So there are, in my research, some people cited, like I don't really use them that much because I don't have the time or the budget. So. Any other questions?
That's all we have time for
Okay.
today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Be just a minute while we set the stage for the next presentation.
the topic that you presented today, and she will be speaking about it, not just based on her research, but also based on some experience that she acquired, because before becoming a psychology major, sociology minor, she was a student in computer science. So I think it makes a very interesting presentation.
Yes. Hi everyone, I'm Gabriella, as my mentor Solange said, and I'm really excited to present this topic, especially after Stephanie's presentation. My topic is more going into the sociological background and the intersectional approach in order to understand why we are seeing these different diversity gaps that are leading to bias in AI. So first, I would like to present my research questions. Again, this topic is especially important to me as I first started my career at Eastern as a computer science major. My experience within the program is what fueled my interest in investigating this topic, as I recognize trends in social dynamics that largely influenced my decision to pursue an alternative path.
Gabriella, sorry, the screen is very loud, so if you please speak up a little bit.
As we all know, gender and race-based discrimination have always been trends throughout the evolving job market. As new professions bloom, societal norms seep in to shape the stereotypes we ascribe to them. Recently, we have seen this with the development of the artificial intelligence engineering workforce. STEM fields, especially engineering, have historically been dominated by cisgendered white men. Therefore, it comes as no surprise that this trend continues in the AI engineering talent pool. Although this has been a historical reality, in recent years, most STEM fields have seen marked improvements in their diversity statistics. Despite this positive trend, the same cannot be said for the talent pools in the computer science and artificial intelligence fields. This divergence from the overarching trend towards a diverse employment base is a worrisome exception that is increasingly showing to bring about negative consequences. In order to understand this based on my literature research, I will start by highlighting the forgotten past of programming talent demographics, explain the evolution of the absence, and finalize by underlining the severity of subsequent societal consequences. So first, I would like to address the background of the programming talent pool. While computers and technology have long been societally deemed as masculine subjects of interest, this was not always the case. As stated by one study, computing was first dominated by women due to its initial categorization as low-skilled clerical work in the early 1940s. At the time, the methods were conflated with secretarial tasks due to the perception that they were just a different variation of typist work. Rather, the prestige was initially directed towards the physical engineering of the computers, as highlighted in an in-depth article published in the New York Times Magazine. This article details many feats in the field silently accomplished by women, including all-female teams who programmed the first digital computer in the United States, created the first compiler, and built foundational coding languages. It is important to emphasize that their representation was not seen as an empowering domination of a stereotypically masculine field. Rather, this trend was fueled by gender norms. Programming, being seen as women's work, was categorized this way due to its perception by men as menial and unimportant. It did not yet hold the connotations of value and prowess that we have ascribed to the field today. This is why the historical context is integral to understanding extreme diversity gaps in the field today, as the shift of social perception has largely influenced this trend. So now, why has the pool evolved this way? After the mid-'80s, we can see a drastic drop in female graduates from computer and information science programs. A subtle but prominent contributing factor to this shift was the growing accessibility to personal computers. The rise in the trend of personal computers granted access to students that they hadn't previously had, giving those in households able to afford them a substantial leg up against their incoming peers. This opportunity to get ahead would ultimately favor men in middle and high socioeconomic status households, as computers were typically given as gifts to young boys and seen as projects for father-son bonding. It is also crucial to include a snapshot of the income rates of families at the time, in order to see the diversity gap from an intersectional perspective. A 1990 Census Bureau report portrays the stark contrast between household earnings among Black and white families, with Black median family income being only 56% their white counterparts in the 1980s. Furthermore, this brief reports Black families were 3 times as likely to be poor as white families during this time. A survey of poverty rates from the late 80s displays disparities between white and Hispanic populations as well, showing the rates among Hispanics to be more than double the national rate. This context of disparity further explains the homogenization of the programming talent pool, as these social and financial barriers of exclusion operated to hold these marginalized groups back while propelling the in-group forward. The new norm became an expectation that students would arrive to educational programs equipped with robust foundations of knowledge and experience, causing those without experience in computing to feel as if they were starting in a deficit. The subsequent growing divide between students coming into programs with developed skills and students coming in without gave way to behavior trends such as social exclusion and in-group formation. Another sociological data point that sheds light on the disparity is the representation of women in senior executive roles. A 2024 study finding less than 14% of these positions in the AI sector filled by women. With already low rates of female representation in AI engineering fields, it is not surprising that they would struggle to gain access to positions of greater power and authority. A concept known as the shadow structure gives insight as to what invisible mechanisms might be at play to keep the majority of female workers out of these influential positions. The shadow structure of a work environment refers to the impact of the alliances and relationships that are made among all company members. Specifically, the shadow structure emphasizes how work environments can be organized to fuel the upward social mobility of men, while women are kept on the peripheries of power, only capable of lateral social movement with women who share the same power level. So now I would like to touch on the internal and external impacts of this absence of diversity. The lack of diversity and gender inclusivity throughout the computer science workforce continues to present new harmful impacts relating to various internal and external facets. One familiar internal issue women face in the computer science industry is radically unequal pay compared to their male counterparts. A 2019 literature review found that female computer scientists receive median salaries that are only 66% of the salaries of their male coworkers. Not only does this inequity in pay harm the current female workers in the talent pool, but additionally, it decreases the appeal for potential female prospects. The absence of women in the computer science field simultaneously maintains and is maintained by gender stereotyping throughout society, as it further peddles the idea that computing and mathematics are fields for men, while eroding the possibility of increased female representation utilizing social deterrent mechanisms. The persistent lack of minority group representation in AI engineering is beginning to show harmful trends in the education process of new machine learning technologies as well. A major example of this issue, as previously stated, is the prevalence of biases throughout AI development. When these flawed AI models and machine learning programs are open for public use, the biased foundations impact operations, subsequently working in ways which harm marginalized groups. A 2019 research article emphasizes that bias in AI systems reflects historical patterns of discrimination, often mirroring and replicating existing structures of inequality in society. So now I would like to touch on how this absence manifests in the AI development process. Writers at Chapman University detail 4 stages where bias can occur: data collection, data labeling, model training, and deployment. Although each stage is relevant, the data collection stage is increasingly becoming recognized as the root of the problem. This stage is highly vulnerable due to the imperfect nature of historical data. In a vast majority of data sets, there are societal contexts and nuances that are important to account for during analysis in order to ensure proper interpretation. Some of these contexts include lack of diversity or representation. If datasets disproportionately overrepresent one race or gender, the AI system will not question this skew the way a human would. Instead, it will simply process the data and apply it to their wide library of knowledge. Deployment of AI models with biased or neglectful structures is an oversight that further disadvantages marginalized groups as it perpetuates harmful social stereotypes. Understanding and fixing bias in data requires a thorough accounting of the social context through which the data is produced. In other words, how humans make data in context. Lastly, I will wrap up with the overall understanding of why this absence is a bad thing. As we know, the harm of bias in AI is not necessarily a foreign evil. Rather, it is the perpetuation of old methods of discrimination. These tools are quickly becoming mechanisms for the further marginalization and stigmatization of minority groups, causing previously made progress towards equity to be offset and eroded. The effects are now being seen in everyday algorithmic systems which are using these bias models to produce user data, to process user data and judge what advertisements, information, and content should be shown to who. Given all the context, it is fair to say that without the intervention of social scientists and the equal representation of all marginalized groups, the AI systems we continue to further ingrain into our society will en masse perpetuate existing social stereotypes. Thank you.
We have time for questions.
I know it was kind of dense, so. I also appreciate going after Stephanie because I think that you set up the lead into the sociological analysis really perfectly. So your presentation was awesome. I appreciate it.
Was there anything that surprised you in your research?
So many things. I, being a computer science major, declared as I came in, I was not aware of all the sociological contexts, and that's kind of my bread and butter now. But one of the things that was most interesting to me was during the 80s, that kind of shift to try to, I guess, pushing women out is kind of an intense way to phrase it, but I remember there was a specific section of this article I read where they talked about how female programmers, especially pregnant programmers, were being very intensely pushed out because they were seen as unreliable. So they started a movement called the pregnant programmers, which would be women literally with they were pregnant or having newborns, programming and coding into the night and creating these networks that I just thought was very cool. So it's a very interesting topic.
You mentioned that there is this disparity of bias within AI, and I was just wondering, like, how, talk about how this is because of, is a programmer error, like coming in from programming, our own biases into AI, and how can we, mitigate this gap so that way there's not as much bias within AI? This is going to continue throughout our society.
Yeah, absolutely. I truly think it's going to take a more fine-tuned filter that is going to need to include more robust perspectives, especially just from every realm. I mean, gender, race, disability, religion, everyone needs to be able to kind of be included so that the filter of how these biases are created is, it's filtered out. It's going to be not as impactful. So I think creating a stronger talent pool will really help in mitigating that bias.
Like creating a program that or something sort of that, because you mentioned that AI may not catch the same nuances that we as humans will catch between the disparity between races. So how do we influence that into AI so that way it is catching the same?
The data collection and the data labeling stages are, and the model creation stages, these are all stages that are heavily influenced by people. So if we are taking care of it on the people end and making sure that we are creating data sets that are filtered by people, not necessarily putting all the responsibility on the machines because we're making the machines. So we have to be diligent about making sure that they are including everyone in all perspectives.
Related to your question, I was thinking of education, right?
Yes.
And how education can play a role. And since we started as a major in computer science, I'm going to bring to us here. What can EMU do in order to know our little piece in this huge puzzle?
Yeah, definitely. One of the steps, the data labeling step, is especially vulnerable to bias because it takes the programmers to take on the responsibility of labeling their data and of creating the models that are collecting the data.
Do you want this? Do you want me to clip it onto here?
Okay. Well, welcome everyone to the Undergraduate Research Symposium. And I'm Sally Burton-Hoyle, and this is Madison Setzer, who will be doing this presentation. She's fabulous, and I think that you will enjoy her talk. So take it away.
Hi, guys.
And 10 minutes all my hand.
Hi, I'm Maddie. I'm going to be presenting on visual supports for elementary students with autism. Just to introduce myself, I'm an undergraduate student in communication sciences and disorders. I'll be starting my graduate program at Eastern in the fall of 2026. I have a strong interest in school-based SLP, autism, visual supports, and augmentative and alternative communication, also known as an AAC device. And my career goal is to become a school-based SLP and to create an inclusive and accessible environment for all my students. So the purpose of my study, I wanted to examine the impact of individualized and visual supports that were tailored to student-specific goals and their communication needs. I wanted to aim to increase engagement, improve task completion, enhance expressive communication, promote independence, and reduce adult prompting. So what is autism? Per ASHA, which is the American Speech and Hearing Association, autism is a neurodevelopmental disorder characterized by deficits in social communication and social interaction and the presence of restricted and repetitive behaviors. So what is a visual support? Visual supports are defined as concrete cues that provide information about an activity, routine, expectation, or support a skill demonstration. And Sage Journals mentions that many of us actually use visual supports in our daily life, such as calendars, without even thinking about it. So why would we want to use a visual support? There are evidence-based practices for supporting learners with ASD and achieving many skills. Research suggests that many children with ASD are visual learners, and they learn better they struggle to comprehend expectations presented in a verbal mode instead of seeing both. So I do have some literature review, so some stuff that I found. People with autism tend to do best with structure and predictability. And then taking photographs of children in the classroom, such as them following the rules, is a great way for children to model expectations for everyone to see. So to get started on my research, I did a case study on 3 different participants. They were 6, 5, and then another 6-year-old, and they all had ASD. And then I did a qualitative research. So my procedure, I met with Dr. Sally to discuss my research, and she found me a great school to conduct my research at. I met with the classroom teacher and And we just started collecting data. So the data collection, I used this data tracker, and we just put notes on it and the date and how many tokens they earned, which I'll show you guys the tokens in a little bit. And then we used a spreadsheet on Excel to type more notes. And it was just things about their day, how they were behaving that day, if they had a good day, or if something bad happened. Okay, so let's get started on participant A. He is 6 years old. He has ASD. He does have a permanent paraprofessional. So before intervention, he had a really hard time with carpet time transitioning. And every time we went to the carpet, it would cause crying, screaming, self-interest behaviors, and classroom distractions. And then he also had bathroom needs, so that he was unable to tell us when he needed to go to the bathroom, so this resulted in accidents in his clothing. So this was the visual we had for him. There's a picture of his chair that he sits at, and then there's a picture of him in the chair. It does say, student will join the class for carpet time. He is able to earn his tokens. He gets Lego guys, and then it says, I am working for, so that is picked at the beginning of the day. It could be Play-Doh, it could be a puzzle, it could be anything that he wants to do after he earns his tokens. So eventually the student was able to transition to carpet with little adult prompting and no behaviors. And then this is the second one. It is a picture of a toilet, and there's different options for what he potentially needs to do. So then he was able to just Velcro him on and let us know. So after using this for a little bit, he's actually now able to do this without even using the visual. He just takes himself to the bathroom, and yeah. Okay, so participant B is 5 years old. He also has ASD. He does not have a permanent paraprofessional. This student has what we call FOMO, which is the fear of missing out. For example, he is just unable to share with others and wait his turn. If another student is the line leader or calendar, he starts crying, throwing himself on the ground, having behaviors, disrupting the class. Or if another student is going out into the hallway to get intervention, he doesn't understand that they're going out there to work and not to have fun. So that's the issue with that one. So this is the first visual we made. It's very similar to the last student's. It's a picture of him and then showing like, wait, be happy. He gets his tokens, what he's working for. I will say this visual did not work the best, but this does just show him that he needs to be calm. It did help a little bit, but then we went to this visual. We tried a different one. We Velcro things on here such as puzzles, books, and line leader and calendar, and it's just showing what the student can have and what the student cannot have. And then this is the one that really worked for us. It was a calendar of the month. It has all of the students in the classroom's names written on them of when they are line leader and when they are the calendar person. So this student is able to visually see, okay, today is this person's day. It is not my day. I cross it out, and he counts to how many days until his day. He knows, okay, 5 days until my turn. So this visually shows him that he has to wait, and he has this many days, and he is going to get a turn. So after all of this, he is starting to understand that he will get a turn. Okay, and then participant C, he is 6 years of age, and he has ASD. This participant does not have a paraprofessional. He does use an AAC device. He has little to no expressive language. He is unable to communicate his wants and needs, and he's unable to participate in class activities. The parents do not use the AAC device at home, so it is really hard when he comes into school and he just looks at it like he doesn't really know what it is. He doesn't really know how to use it. So we're trying to get him to start using that. So this is a picture of him with his AC device in front of him. It tells him to grab his voice instead of saying grab his device. So we tell him to grab his voice, and then when he gets out of his seat, another classmate reminds him, hey, grab your voice. So I will say he has started to take it with him to places, but he has not started using it,
unless he is prompted to use it. So the setbacks I've had were attendance. A student had moved about 2 months ago to a further house. So when that happened, we started seeing more absences. Inconsistency, like I said, with the AAC device. And then medication changes. So one of the students had a lot of medication changes, and we saw more behaviors. But once he was on a good medication, we saw more calm behaviors. And then in conclusion, visual supports tailored to student-specific goals help increase communication, independence, task completion, and engagement. And I do want to emphasize that individualization is key when creating visuals that best support the students. And when trying to find interventions that work, you are probably going to have to go through a couple to find the best one that supports you. And then I just want to give a thank you to the donors of this scholarship who allowed me to partake in such an amazing opportunity with the special ed program and speech and language world, and to Dr. Sally, my faculty mentor, for providing me with guidance, support, and knowledge during this whole process.
And time for questions.
Yeah.
I really liked your approach of like the individuation, and I think specifically seeing like how for some of the students going through 3 different ones was able to have much better outcomes. My question is with like the systemic underfunding of special education and the need for individuation, how do you think that paraprofessionals and individuals in this child's life can go through and find that individuation with having to maintain limited time, limited resources, things like that? Because I know it's kind of like a hard, like, this is what we should be doing, this is the limits of the system we're working.
That is a great question. I could talk to you after. I need to really think about that one.
That's the goal. That's the goal. Yeah. Right?
Yeah.
Do you think that parents should be encouraged to use more visualizations to their children to help them understand things?
I do. I feel like if we were to implement them in all settings of their life, it would really help like them really understand it more. So like I was saying about the AAC device, like if they were to use it at home, I feel like he would be more comfortable using it at school and he would get more out of it. He'd be able to communicate better, and just, I feel like it would just go a lot smoother when using them.
Follow-up question to that. How do you think you would be able to encourage parents to do that?
I actually so with the AC, I'm going back to the AC device, but that is like my next thing that I want to focus on is trying to figure out how to, I wouldn't say push, but like encourage them to use these things. So I guess that is my next research that I wanted to do.
Anything else? Okay, well, this was fabulous. Thank you.
Unfortunately, today I did not prepare for that. I should have brought a readout. I don't have a read for my B-flat clarinet right now, so I apologize. I will keep that in mind for my next presentation, though.
a button on the...
Thank you all for being here today. My name is Joel Schoenhaus, and it's my honor to introduce Dominic Peterson, sophomore piano performance major in the School of Music and Dance. And most undergraduate curriculums in music do not have a composition major. But Dominic has been composing since he was very young, and this has been an area of independent research that has been really fun to support and to watch blossom here at Eastern. Last year, Dominic presented on one of his other pieces, and I'd like you to welcome him today. I think you'll enjoy this presentation. Thank you.
Hello everyone, thank you all for coming out. I am Dominic Peterson and I am a piano performance major here at EMU. A particularly rewarding aspect of my study at EMU has been to compose my own music each semester. Last year at the Undergraduate Symposium, I presented and performed a piano piece I composed called Tides. Today I will perform Starshine, the third piece I have written in my 2 years here at EMU. Starshine is based on a short piece that I actually wrote in 3rd grade, and I titled the piece Dancing with the Sun. It was written in the style of a waltz, which is in 3/4 meter. I recorded myself performing the piece, and then did my best, given my knowledge at the time, to notate the piece. That work has always stayed in mind, so I used it as the foundation for Starshine, the work I will share with you today. To give you a reference, I will now play Dancing with the Sun, which takes about 1.5 minutes. Improvisation is an important part of my creative process as a composer. In the case of Starshine, I took the opening melody, waltz accompaniment, and other elements that you just heard in Dancing with the Sun. Through improvisation, I experimented with embellishing those original ideas, adding new elements, and transforming the work into a larger piece. It is important to me that my music tells a story. Starshine depicts the natural phenomenon experienced during a single day. It starts with the shimmering stars before the dawn, the sky slowly getting brighter, followed by the awakening sunrise, then giving way into the day. As time passes, the sun shifts to the west, creating more color in the sky before a grand sunset gives us the last glimpse of daylight, then slipping away, letting the night stars return. I hope you enjoy your dance around the sun with Starshine. thank you all for coming out, and I will now open this up to any questions that you may have.
Are you publishing that?
I will be eventually. I just have not found the time to record and then publish the music online somewhere, but I do plan on doing that in the future.
Any other questions? Yes.
Do you have any other compositions that you started when you were very young that you plan on going ahead and?
I do have some other compositions. I did one just last semester titled Rain, and I also do plan on embellishing some of my other works, especially the ones from 5th grade, 6th grade, and 8th grade that I worked on throughout my grade school years.
How long did it take for the total composition time of that?
That's a tough question because there's a lot of different elements that go into it. Because it's not just listening to the idea and then coming up with it in one sitting. A lot of it for me is recording improvisation just to see, do I like this, do I not like this? I have about 20 to 25 minutes of just raw recorded ideas that I shrunk down into about that 5-minute piece. And it's just editing, making sure that I really like the final product. But it's definitely multiple hours that it takes.
That's all that we have time for. Thank you very much.
Okay, welcome to the Undergraduate Research Symposium. Turn it over to you. Do you want me to? Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I don't know how to start. Hi everyone, I'm Becca Lewick from the Special Ed Department. I am thrilled to introduce Yasmin. She's going to be presenting her really interesting work about experiences of Arab American students with learning disabilities. Yasmin is a Brunt Scholar, which is a really prestigious program in the College of Ed. I'm excited for you to see what she has so far. Her project is ongoing, so you'll be able to see the full project starting July 1st on Digital Commons, and I hope you'll check it out. And I'm so proud of you for what you've done so far, and I can't wait to see your presentation.
Hello guys, so my presentation specifically is on the experience of Arab American students with learning disabilities. The reason why, I think
fix that for you.
I was like, oh, that's why. Thank you. The reason why I believe
that this research matters is because overall, the problems that I've shown of the lit review that I've noticed is that there's not a lot of research specifically with Arab Americans in general, and that they're being understudied, specifically and particularly with learning disabilities in general in the special education department, also that being under-researched as well. Things that I've noticed or things that I want to particularly come up and be aware and self-aware is the class experiences and challenges that students face in the classroom. And the current research that is being shown already in the state of the problem overall is that they're only in parent perspectives and they're not necessarily shown and being noticed in what students actually believe. So I will be discussing throughout 5 lit reviews and backgrounds of what I've noticed, and sometimes you'll see the patterns that it's only through parents' point of views. The first one that I've noticed was the parents' perceptions of raising children with autism spectrum disorder in the United States and Arab countries. Some of the main topics that were discussed was financial burdens, some mental health problems, whether that be some stress, anxiety, and also depression. And then also the availability to service, whether that be health and education, and also social services within the community. And some of the main impacts was the roles of religion, faith as a coping mechanism. And then some of the things that were noticed throughout was the social stigma and negative public attitudes towards the children overall throughout in the community. So the results of that study that was shown was there was financial burdens. Often some of them were self-funded or self-shown. And then some of the things were gender roles as they saw. Like I mentioned before, the roles of religion played a big role in how they coped with the fact that their children were going through autism. And then the mental health factor was shown. Overall, some of the things that were shown with culture and also the parents was the social stigma and the impacts of their quality of life. The next thing I'll be discussing is addressing the unique needs of Arab American students with learning disabilities. This was a lit review. They examined the role of cultural awareness, outreach, which I experienced myself as going through each individual companies or programs and how I could not, or to get participants, assessing needs, parental involvement, and then the English language proficiency, and then overall the overrepresentation in special education. Some of the results for that were there was a lot of neglect in of academic literature for the children with disabilities. And then there was more need on the research itself and the guidance to help policy market and provide cultural sensitive services. The next one I'll be discussing is Arab American parents' experiences of special education and disabilities, a phenomenological exploration. Some of the main topics that were addressed is the experiences that only the parents went through, and the fact that there was some perceptions of children with disabilities, and the goals specifically for their children. The 4 main themes that I've noticed was that there was specifically distant steps with unique cultural concerns. There was support and some unsupport in regards to the impacts of the experiences that they had. And then parents overall that have very understandings of what it is that their disabilities and what they're going through and how they can advocate for their children. And then one of the main things is that even though they had those goals for their children, they had to tailor them so that it can be for their children with needs and their disabilities. The next one is self-concept. I want to note that this wasn't about specifically students with disabilities, which, as you can tell from my first state of problem, there's not a lot of research overall with learning disability, and specifically Arab Americans. But some of the things that were surveyed or talked about was their self-esteem, self-confidence, and kind of what are the things that they feel themselves as the physical and moral and academic expectations that they have for themselves. Some of the results that were scored, Arab American students scored significantly higher on 7 of 10 self-concepts than Egyptian students. Bicultural may enhance self-concepts and well-being. What I mean by bicultural or biculturalism is basically the fact that they're not only just Arab, but they're also American in some capacities, and having to deal with the idea of two identities in some ways, and bringing that to the culture and their beliefs, and then that also and how it impacts their motivational beliefs. The next one that I will be discussing, this was a mixed semi-research. So basically, some of them was questionnaire, and then also it was a semi-interview. This basically talks about the different cultures, how it was met, separation, assimilations, the stigma that parents had perceptions of being treated differently because of the students or because of the children, and then also from the children characteristics as a survey of a problem behavior, even though that language that is being used is not okay, and language functions as nonverbal to complex sentences. Some of the results was there was stigma still going around, low to moderate rage. Some of the participants showed slightly greater assimilations than separations. Overall, families often distance themselves from their own communities because of the fact that there is a disability stigma and the struggles of traditional parent gender roles. So the next thing I will just talk about is my research question and the overall thing of what I want to lead into. What challenges and motivations do Arab American students with learning disability experience to strive for academic success in response to parent expectations? How I will do this, or the methodology behind it, is I will be having, or the goal is to have 5 Arab American students with learning disabilities from grade 6 to 12. A semi-structured interview, which is no longer than 1 hour. Some of the sample questions that I wanted to address because I wanted to understand how, from students' perspectives, how they deal with challenges in the classroom, but also how they deal with their cultural identities with that. So when you think about your future, how useful do you think your academic goals are? Do you feel like these goals connect with who you are and who your with your cultural identity? Do your school's responsibilities ever get in the way of things you enjoy or things that are important in your culture? And if so, how do you feel about that? And then through that, if I get around almost 3 or even 5 participants, that's the goal, I will code and then see some themes throughout the questions. And some of the challenges and the reasons why I had struggles throughout the research was because of the IRB, some of the consent forms and the language that I was using needed to be addressed and kind of was an issue. Some of the difficulties was connecting with schools in general and having them come back and respond back in those ways. And having the students overall make their own decisions to do the research. You go through a school and you're not able to connect with the students individually. And some of the times, even when I was connecting with this teacher or some sort, the own teacher was like, well, maybe we shouldn't do this. Maybe the students can't do this, which can be difficult when it's not the students being voluntarily to do the research or wanting to be interviewed. And there was also fears and being exposed by the families and programs that I was noticing when I had an own experience when I called. Some of the person that hosted or was a part of the program thought I was FBI because of the way I was speaking and the way I was talking, and thinking that there were some fears in the protection that they wanted from religion and the community organizations. Moving forward, hopefully, like I mentioned before, I will get at least 3 interviews and follow up with existing and also new contexts, and then overall it will be presented in the BREM Scholars Digital Commons page by July 1st. And that's it. Yeah. Oh, hey.
Sorry. No, how do you plan on, what are your next steps for reevaluating your community outreach?
I think what I will do is obviously still be in contact with the communities, but also look into other communities or other schools. I think that's important. I think the programs that are organizations are so far, but there's also things like within communities with religion as well. for example, like mosques and things like that, and connecting more with those communities as well.
Isn't great job, first of all.
Thank you.
And second of all, what do you hope comes out of your research? Like why do this research?
I think what my hope is that we be self-aware that students, or specifically Arab Americans, or there's not a lot of research, but also we don't see a lot of perceptions of students and being treated in a way in the schools and the environments, and how it's affected with motivation and challenges. And I hope that when students are being able to be upfront and notice that I can make a change and I can make a difference, knowing that I'm sharing my stories and what can be changed with that from the motivation.
So that's student voice.
Yeah, students' voices.
Yeah, congratulations. This is such a, I can't wait to see your final, what you do. I'm wondering, one of the risks when you do this kind of research is that you might have your own experiences that you bring as you interpret the data.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering, how are you going to bracket? Are you journaling? Are you thinking about your own? How are you going to address that?
I don't want to bring in my own experiences. Obviously, I am Arab American. Obviously, I have a learning disability, but bringing that in experience, I think that the important thing is that obviously I do have a specific grade level, like 6 to 12, but also talking about that, we're all individuality. There's everyone that's Arab American, everyone that has a learning disability has their own experiences. So bringing in my own experiences would just feel, I guess, like neglecting the rest of it and making it feel like there's not individual students that go through that and the challenges that are being faced. And I hope that I hope that even though I do go through those experiences, it's not part of my research, because it's what started me to do my research, but it's not necessarily what I want to get out of my research.
Do you think that it might, as you're interpreting the data, you might be subconsciously bringing, I guess is my question, how are you going to look at, to your point, how are you going to look at the individual's experiences and be conscious that subconsciously you might want to see some results, or you might want to?
I think my initial thing is I don't want to have biases, even if there's no initial, say I think in my head that there's an initial bias that they might go through challenges. They might not. They might be fine, right? So that's also part of it, is that I'm coming into it having a research question or having an idea, but knowing that that's just my original bias or my original own experiences of biases. And so if I separate that, then I'm able to notice and pick up that there's also individual experiences that allow myself that maybe they're not going through the same experiences, or they're not going through similar stuff.
That's pretty awesome, because a lot of researchers don't do what you're doing, and they're not conscious of their own potential bias. So that's really great that you're doing that.
Time for one more question.
Oh, yay. Okay, I wasn't sure. In your lit review, was there a difference in the stigma between Arab countries and then Arab Americans?
Yeah, okay, so the thing with it is, yes, of course. There's, from my own experiences, and I don't want to say that, but also from the research itself, there is stigma regarding that. There's not a lot of services or communities that in Arab countries that are shown that it's okay, even though here we have more services in a way, but there's still that sort of stigma that is brought in, because you're not really self-aware, or you're not really doing the research, or the Arab Americans themselves are not doing the research to understand that it is okay, because those communities are different, and the culture within that.
Thank you very much.
And so I encourage us all to engage in conversation, ask questions, and show our support for our scholars who are presenting today. And thank you all for being here. My name is Dr. Peter Blackmer. I'm an associate professor of Africology and African American Studies here at Eastern. And I'm going to take up as little time as possible today because the spotlight is on our scholars. The way this is going to work, each scholar will present for 10 minutes. We'll have 5 minutes time for Q&A. If faculty mentors are here and want to introduce the student that you're mentoring, please feel welcome to do so, but keep it very, very brief, like 30 seconds to a minute at max, because we have very tight time window. I will first introduce our first presenter, Ramses Leon, who is a double major in Anthropology and African American Studies and Political Science, who is going to be presenting on a project that he worked in one of my classes last semester called Politics in the African American Experience. So I'll turn it over to Ramses.
Thank you. So I will be presenting what is called the political platform based on the course I took. So to give a background, I noticed that growing up, there has been a lot of disparities, from a lot of poverty, food insecurities, and a lot of lack of unity within the community, leading to isolation and fear, especially beginning as of 2024 with elections. So other problems that I noticed is that an increase of depression, systematic oppression, seemingly so, with different rhetorics and text messages being sent across the nation, leading to more fear. So the research that I found was that from the Annie E. Casey Foundation 2023, updated in 2024, it was found that 1 in 4 Black children face food insecurities within the United States. 1 in 5 Latinos face the same thing, and meanwhile 1 out of 10 face it, which clearly shows that people of color are facing these problems a lot more than some other demographics. So goals that I have within this research is conducting surveys to get a better understanding of what people's opinion of the community is, as well as challenging discrimination and socioeconomic wealth. I will be utilizing past programs from historical figures such as the Black Panther Party, utilizing the breakfast program, as well as educating people within the community so that way they can defend themselves. Methods that I used were qualitative data, conducting surveys, which I interviewed people that were available at the point in time, and use, again, just texts that I learned through the course. So I conducted several inquiries, such as how long have you been around the community? What is the biggest challenge that you are facing in your community? How do you feel that your ethnic background or gender or political view impacts your discrimination? And what would you say are issues that need to be addressed, and how do you believe it can be done so? So responses that were given to me was that there was not enough unity, especially currently. There seems to be an increase of losing the right of individuals, of people of color and women, a destruction of democracy, as well as not being able to interact with the people, with other people in the community. So, furthermore, some people, especially in more Eurocentric neighborhoods, notice more discrimination, as well as feeling as though they don't belong. So, with the theme, I've noticed that there is a hostility within the community, lack of proper education, as well as lack of resources. And what people have said that they need was better communication, as well as expanse in beneficial programs. So I will start off with one of the programs being Food Security Program, which is providing the youth with food in exchange for services to help teach them to be capable adults as they grow up. So this would be services through such as cleaning homes, cutting grass, recycling, disposing trash, as well as supporting people within the community, especially older. social improvement, such as ensuring that children are physically active and engaged in the world, whether it being going outside, again, communicating with people in the community, as well as being exposed to proper role models. That way they have someone to look up to. And that way it shows them different pathways that they can choose in their life. With youth exposure, it would be showing them different backgrounds from ethnicity, gender, and sexual orientation to show them that not everyone has to be like them, and while they might not necessarily agree with certain things due to religion, they can at least respect it and not act hostile towards them. This will also teach them empathy, respect, as well as teaching them about the history of this nation, from the history of slavery, oppression, and white supremacy. I also implemented trips. That way the children get to explore new different areas. This will be prioritizing struggling children, so those lacking opportunities, which typically are Black and brown children. So it will be taken into various places from high schools, colleges, cities, states, and countries eventually, in order that way they know different places that they can go to, and that way they can dream of something bigger. I will include human resources from therapy, rehabilitation, safe spaces, and mental care. This will help children with bad childhoods in order to have their voices heard and to have their needs addressed. I will also be including basic education from tutorers, whether it be in the youth or young adults, in order to teach literature, mathematics, science, history, and physical education. That way that they are ensured to begin the proper education that they're not getting in certain schools. As well as being aware of other resources in schools, such as financial aid, scholarships, and other opportunities. I will also be implementing alternative education from sexual education, colorism, health options, critical thinking, African American studies, ethnic studies, school to prison pipeline, as well as sexual violence, in order to make sure that they are aware of what goes on in reality, and that way they know how serious it is that every action they choose to do is. So organizing, I will be using qualified adults to ensure that no misconduct occurs, to ensure that I can use a good team to have good marketing. That way it's easy for the youth to reach and know that they are cared for, as well as being able to eventually spread out. So I will also be associating with other backgrounds or programs such as the Black Women's Health Foundation, Black Lives Matter Global Network Foundation, Ella Baker Center for Human Rights, NAACP, and Color Change, and more. So next steps I will be taking is doing more statistics based on homelessness, poor education, legal rights, sexual abuse, as well as more interviews to get more variety of opinions to come up with more solutions. I will also be looking for more programs in order for more support, in order to support the youth, especially for financial reasons, as well as finding other outlets that has the least amount of cost, but that's effective. And with that, thank you.
All right, we've got time for questions. Start off with Dr. Patrick, Dr. Eisenberg.
Yes. Well, thank you for doing this research. It's always nice to see young scholars doing work in the spaces of rights. So you talked about interviewing folks of color and identifying issues in the community that were concerning. You hit the education piece, and you talked about the importance of including elements maybe of that education that allows the student to see themselves and how they fit into this country. There are policymakers who are seeking to pull a lot of that content out of the education system. If you could speak to one of those policymakers, what would you tell them about why this is important?
I would say growing up, having different backgrounds from African American, Nigerian, Yoruba, and Native American descent, I was not allowed to be taught any of my own cultural background, and taking years to even find out my own African name, being a Dentakumbo Gambote. And the amount of isolation and depression that left me over the years, and that I value it deeply. And when I tried to learn about it in my high school, taking African American Studies AP course, it was taken away from me during my high school time, the moment I started entering my senior year. So I would say that to those people, it is severe injustice of what they're doing. And while they may not recognize or have to experience what they're doing, what the actions or policies they're making, other people are impacted by that, and they need to ensure that the decisions that they're making have other people of different backgrounds involved to ensure that it's an actual representation of the community.
Thank you. We need to get you in front of the policymakers to share that with them.
Yeah, so I think I missed, did you say, you said you did some interviews with people in the community. Can I ask how many interviews and how did you decide who you were going to be interviewing? How did you locate individuals?
Thank you. So I took a series of multiple people, one of them in the crowd currently. I took who was available at that point in time, but I primarily narrowed the research down to that of Black youth in order to make sure that it was representing the research that I was conducting. So I would say it was about roughly 8 to 12, and I aim to interview a lot more people.
Other questions? I got one while people are thinking. You mentioned being influenced by political programs and platforms by civil rights and Black power organizations that we've studied, like the Black Panther Party. Could you talk more about some of those influences on your thinking as you were developing this platform?
Yes, thank you. So with the Black Panther Party, learning of how they aim for self-defense, as well as noticing that a lot of the youth were struggling with food insecurity, could not properly focus in school, they aim to utilize a breakfast program to ensure that each student was cared for as best as possible while also engaging with those youth in the community. And we could see a lot of that being reutilized by other people, such as Obama with the My Brother's Keeper, utilizing a breakfast program to try to engage Black young men or boys into the community. I would say other figures such as Malcolm X, realizing that there are a series of discrimination as well as lack of representation going around the United States, and that there needs to be more voices heard in order to ensure that we are properly cared for and that we can have the education that we need to protect ourselves from those who will not do it for us.
Please join me in thanking Ramsey Theo.
Thank you.
I don't think like that.
Is it for the camera?
Yeah. Hey, try talking.
Okay. Okay, next we will hear Lobbying for a New World Order, the early effort to shape U.S. policy for Palestine by Jack Zelazny, Ashley Bavery from history, and this is faculty mentor for this program.
Hello everyone, my name is Jack Zelazny, and today I'm presenting my research paper, Lobbying for a New World Order, the early effort to shape U.S. policy toward Palestine. And really the focus of my research was looking at the years between 1917 and 1922, because it's during this period in the context of the end of World War I and the formulation of a quote-unquote New World Order and its aftermath that I argue that the United States had its first opportunity to develop a foreign policy toward Palestine. In order to look at how and why this policy was ultimately made, I analyzed primary source documents from these years, specifically looking at those in the context of Paris, in addition to looking at secondary source scholarship that was looking at the development of foreign policy toward Israel and Palestine, in addition to the rise of Jewish nationalism and Palestinian nationalism during this period. Ultimately, my argument is that during this period, foreign policy was ultimately made after a dual lobbying effort that was underway between two competing interest groups that I label as experts and non-experts that had different visions for how they saw U.S. foreign policy developing. Ultimately, this category I created called non-experts was successful due to several advantages, such as centralization of the resources and crucial political connections. But really, I wanted to start with the year 1917 because of something called the Balfour Declaration that was issued. In the context of World War I, the British government issued the Balfour Declaration, which outlined the support for the establishment of a national home for the Jewish people in Palestine. And really this document is important because it makes both an implicit and an explicit assertion of British foreign policy. Explicitly aligned the British government with the Jewish national movement, or Zionism, and its ambitions in Palestine. During this period, we see the emergence of settlement efforts in Palestine under the Jewish national movement, Zionism, which was linking the world's Jewish communities into a national entity with the goal of creating a nation state. But we also see that this was an implicit assertion of the British government during this period of territorial aspirations over Palestine. With the fall of the Ottoman Empire likely occurring with the end of World War I, the British and the French were making territorial aspirations known in the Middle East, and the Balfour Declaration was one such of these political aspirations being put out to the general public. And so what we see is that, unsurprisingly, when we move forward into 1919 and the Paris Peace Conference that convened after the end of World War I to determine the future of territories in places like the former Ottoman Middle East, unsurprisingly, the British were making their territorial aspirations known in the context of this conference. The French were also making other aspirations known as well, but what remained relatively unknown was how U.S. foreign policy was going to look, as the U.S. had not really answered what it wanted to see in this region. And this is where I opened the door to the dual lobbying effort that was underway during this period. In particular, the first group that I argue was trying to shape U.S. foreign policy were those that were in the context of the Paris Peace Conference, people that I characterize as experts. And the reason why I reached this characterization is because these are people who are researching the issues, who are either going to the Middle East, were talking with indigenous people, looking at what was going on in the region, and we're trying to formulate research reports that would be submitted to the Paris Peace Conference. These are people like the prolific travel writer Herbert Adams Gibbons, who wrote a publication called Zionism in the World Peace, where he outlined his findings and submitted it to the Paris Peace Conference. One of the copies was in the possession of Paris Peace Conference attendee, Eastern Michigan University professor Mark Jefferson, and is now retained at the university archives here. In addition, there is also people like Dr. Edward Bliss Reed, a Yale University professor who went throughout Palestine during this period and ultimately became an expert who testified before Congress during its foreign policy hearings in 1922. We also have a fact-finding inquiry that was sent by the U.S. State Department called the King Crane Commission that went throughout the Ottoman Middle East and spoke with the indigenous people there and made recommendations in its King Crane Commission report. The interesting thing about collectively this group that I outlined to be experts is that these are people who were really not part of overarching entities. A lot of, with the exception of the King Crane Commission, these are people who are really conducting their own research findings. And what's also very consistent among them is they're appealing directly to the United States. In their findings, they're really outlining this point that the British and French policies toward this region were already set, and it looked like the United States was more of a third party that would be unbiased and making some sort of role in this region. Their report findings also have several similarities as well. These individuals outlined that foreign policy should try to depart from British and Zionist aspirations in Palestine because already during the research findings they were seeing several problems that were rising from settlement efforts that were underway. For example, there were problems with diminishment of indigenous populations' rights at that period, in addition to an already increasing rise in civil disorder in the region. They also argue that one of the problems that would likely rise was anti-Semitism throughout the Middle East through further settlement efforts and the likely need for military occupation or intervention in order to keep order in the region should settlement efforts increase. Now, despite these research findings being submitted often to the Paris Peace Conference with a direct appeal to the United States to try to formulate its foreign policy and to push to become a third party overseeing this region, the United States government ultimately ignored these reports. And part of the reason why I argue that this was occurring is that at the same time, on a more domestic setting, is that there was a counter-lobbying effort that was also underway in which people who I characterize as non-experts were trying to push the United States into the opposite direction to support the British and Zionist aspirations that were occurring during this period and to push the United States to support the Balfour Declaration. These are people that I call non-experts because they really weren't conducting research on this region and didn't really look at the facts that were happening on the ground. These were people who were more ideologically driven, and they were often people who were affiliated with the Zionist movement. One of the things that's very interesting about the Zionist movement in general, for those that don't know, is that Zionism is a very centralized national movement, more so than most other national movements. From its very inception, it has governing institutions such as the World Zionist Organization and the Jewish National Fund that effectively provide a centralized leadership, ideology, and resource and revenue-raising institutions that are capable of mounting coherent lobbying campaigns. For example, in the pre-1917 era, the World Zionist Organization played a very big role in getting the British government to create the Balfour Declaration and helped with its writing. And we see that in the United States, there was also a mobilization of resources from these institutions to also try to shape how U.S. policy was going to look. For example, on this slide, we have one such publication made during this period that was published by the American Zionist Organization called A Rejoinder to Zionism in the World Peace, that directly went after the Paris Peace Conference writer Herbert Adams Gibbons, discrediting him as a researcher, claiming that he didn't really understand the region, and saying that U.S. foreign policy's best interest was to support British Zionist aspirations in Palestine. One of the parallels that they make is to U.S. history, arguing that much as European settlers came to the United States and made it into a prosperous land, that the same was being done with Zionist settlement in Palestine, making a barbarous land into a effectively Western-style civilization. In addition to that, we also see there is a mobilization of resources in the United States as well to try to cultivate more of an American Jewish identity that was pro-Zionist. At this time, there was some antipathy toward the Zionist movement, which was seen more as a European movement among the American Jewish communities. And there was also mobilization from the Jewish National Fund to try to make more of an effort to integrate American Jewish communities into the Zionist movement and to support Zionist settlement in Palestine as well. But most importantly, what these non-experts possessed that experts lacked were crucial political connections as well. One of the things that I analyzed were letters between Supreme Court Justice Louis Brandeis and also future Supreme Court Justice Felix Frankfurter, who were both friends and associates of President Wilson and members of Congress during this time, who wrote explicitly to President Wilson imploring him to remember the promises he made to the people of Israel in the context of the Paris Peace Conference and in the shaping of U.S. foreign policy. These individuals were able to effectively circumvent institutions in the United States government, such as the State Department, that had reluctance to put U.S. foreign policy behind supporting Zionist aspirations in Palestine, and were able to go directly to the top and work with the president to try to shape foreign policy as well. And ultimately, we see that because of these political connections, because they were able to speak directly with people at the top of the political structure in the U.S., and because of the benefits of having a centralized institutions and resources to mount a lobbying campaign, ultimately U.S. foreign policy coalesced around supporting British and Zionist aspirations in Palestine. In 1922, during the Fish Lodge Resolution hearings, U.S. foreign policy was ultimately solidified around supporting the British mandate for Palestine and its codification of the Balfour Declaration into its governing covenant, effectively setting the stage for U.S. foreign policy to remain relatively unchanged moving forward. Since that initial supporting of British and Zionist aspirations, moving forward in 1948, the United States supported the establishment of the State of Israel and has remained a key supporter even to this day. But really the overarching points that I hope to convey was showing that in this early page in history when the U.S. was able to make foreign policy toward Palestine, that contrary to what might be expected, there was room for open discussion, debate, and also research to be conducted to shape how foreign policy would look. Ultimately, it was not because of necessarily the research findings that were found during this period that shaped how policy actually was developed, but rather because one lobbying campaign during this period had better resources at its disposal. Thank you.
How much of an influence do you think the isolationism of the incoming Republican administration of the Bull Claude and Calvin Coolidge had on consolidating this?
One of the things that's really interesting with a lot of like the secondary sources I was looking at is this idea that during this time the U.S. was, so especially in the context of Paris, the U.S. started retreating from places throughout the Middle East in general. And so in 1922, when the Fish Lodge Resolution was issued, it was kind of strange because it was a break from the isolationism that was already happening during the 1920s. So there's that kind of plays to this idea that there was like kind of more going on behind the scenes in terms of lobbying during this period to shape how policy was going to look in this specific area, if that makes sense.
Great job. Secondly, is there a wider context, like in this historical moment, that might make this seem a little bit less unusual, in which foreign policy, to a surprising degree, is in fact made by behind-the-scenes lobbying? And, the case I know best is Poland. It's no exaggeration to say Paderewski plays the piano for Wilson, and suddenly Poland is before the clients. And they get everything they want, and Wilson knows absolutely nothing about that. So, is this unique, really, in terms of foreign policy at the time?
So it's interesting because one of the things that a lot of secondary scholarship also looks at is that during this period in the Paris Peace Conference, Britain and France were expecting the United States to be more so lenient with like their territorial aspirations. And in particular, one of the sources I looked at from James Galvin was called the Israel-Palestine conflict, and he was talking about how this general idea of national self-determination that Wilson kind of flaunted during this time was kind of driving this. The U.S. government wanted to have the fact-finding inquiry go throughout the Middle East because of that. But in the reality, like, it could have been just more so to like show like, oh, we took into consideration this, but we're not actually going to do anything. But in that regard, what the U.S. was doing was relatively unique with the other Allied powers that were at Paris.
Were any American Christian organizations expressing views on Zionism in this period?
So it falls a little bit outside most of the research that I conducted. One of the things that also played into this is, in general, there was also a lot of Christian Zionism that was also starting to emerge during this time. What gets interesting is that in the United States in particular, in Great Britain with the Balfour Declaration, there was a lot of Christian Zionism that factored into the Balfour Declaration being issued. In the United States, it's interesting because during this period, there was actually a lot of internal disagreement, even among the American Jewish communities, because they saw Zionism as being a distinctly European movement. And so, to the extent to which Christian Zionism played into into the shaping of U.S. policy, I can't say exactly, if that makes sense. But it just, there's a lot of unique factors that were at play in the United States in general, though.
So you discussed the influencing of Wilson. Was there any influencing of Warren Harding in around the 1922 era by these people?
So the Fish Lodge resolution hearings that occurred happened during the Harding presidency, and he ultimately was the president who signed that resolution, which was passed unanimously by Congress. Kind of by that time, what I was noticing with the secondary sources is that even though there were still debates going on, by that time there were already, it seems like the initial lobbying that was happening, especially with the Zionist movement in the United States, kind of had already made that decision, a nail in the coffin, so to say. They already, going into the hearings, even though they were listening to different people like Dr. Edward Lizreed, for example, the members of Congress who were listening already kind of had their decision set. So it's by that period of time, U.S. foreign policy really was solidified, if that makes sense.
Thank you, Jack. Thank you for your questions.
Intimidating and cold in ways that men are not. As a result, women must constantly navigate about how their ambition shapes their desirability. While existing research focuses primarily on the professional penalties women face as a result of their competence, it does not fully examine the romantic penalty. To address this gap, I developed a theoretical framework I entitled the Desirability Competence Trade-off, or DCT for short. One key implication from existing research is that competent women are often caught in a double bind between being seen as competent and being seen as likable. Several established theories help explain this dynamic. Role congruity theory, developed by Eagly and Cairo, argues that prejudice toward female leaders emerges from a mismatch between gender role expectations and leadership role expectations. Women are expected to be warm and communal, while leadership is often associated with agency and assertiveness. Building on this, Rootman's backlash research shows that women who behave agentically, which just means displaying high levels of competence and agency, are often penalized socially and professionally. They're perceived as less likable and in some cases, less hireable. Similarly, this stereotype content model shows that groups that are perceived as high in competence but low in warmth tend to elicit social distancing and envy rather than attraction. Together, these frameworks show that competence can come at a high social and professional cost for women, but they focus primarily on workplace outcomes. They don't examine romantic dynamics, and that's the gap that DCT fills. DCT extends these insights into the romantic domain. Building on the gap in existing frameworks, DCT proposes as women gain power or competence in male-coded domains, their sexual desirability may decrease in heterosexual romantic contexts, an asymmetry not typically observed for in men. By male-coded domains, I mean fields associated with agency and status, often seen as men's work or masculine-coded, like executive leadership or politics, for instance. Female-coded domains are associated with warmth and care and often seen as women's work or feminine-coded, such as care work, social services, or roles primarily centered on emotional or aesthetic labor. DCT highlights an asymmetry in how competence is evaluated across genders. For men, displays of power and competence are often perceived desirability enhancers. For women, increased competence, especially in male-coded domains, can introduce tension with expectations of likability and warmth, which can reduce perceived desirability in heterosexual contexts. Together, this suggests that competence not only carries a professional consequence for women, but a romantic consequence as well. Let me now turn to the mechanisms behind DCT, how erotic disarmament actually works, and I'll be looking at two extensions of DCT as well, which is the entertainment exception and the intersectionality component. Erotic disarmament is the process by which a woman's competence shifts perception and places her outside of conventional categories of desirability. It's driven by three main mechanisms that work together. First, gender incongruity. As Eagly and Cairo's role congruity suggests, competence in male-coded domains is often read as masculine, pushing women outside of the feminine norms tied to desirability. Second, the competence warmth trade-off from FIST model. Like I said before, groups that are perceived as high in competence but low in warmth, a common stereotype for women in male-coded domains, elicit envy and social distancing. Because warmth is culturally tied to women's romantic appeal, this positions them outside of the norms of conventional desirability. Third is status threat. Research on backlash shows that a woman's authority can create a perceived friction in heterosexual dynamics, leading men to reclassify her as a peer rather than a partner. These mechanisms don't unfold in a sequence, they operate simultaneously and reinforce one another. As competence is perceived in male-coded domains, warmth perceptions shift, masculine interpretations of authority emerge, and status threat responses are activated in parallel. These processes interact dynamically, each amplifying the other, and together they produce erotic disarmament, the penalty at the heart of DCT. So my claim is that for Black women, competence in male-coded domains triggers both gendered and racialized stereotypes, which can amplify the DCT penalty. Intersectional research shows this. With Crenshaw's intersectionality framework, she shows that race and gender both interact multiplicatively, which means different social identities kind of interact on different axes. Rosette and colleagues find that Black women are stereotyped as dominant and masculine. Produvans also adds another layer. Because Black women are non-prototypical members of both their race and their gender, they're already invisible as the ideal woman, which places them outside of conventional femininity before competence is even considered. And this is also called the intersectional invisibility framework. Rosette also distinguishes between agentic deficiency, the assumption that women lack agency, and agentic penalty, which is the backlash women face for acting agentically. For Black women, dominance is often expected rather than punished, but that expectation still frames them as less feminine and masculinizes them. Think the sapphire trope or stereotypes of the angry Black woman in media. So if competence is perceived differently across racial lines, and some women are already outside the prototype of desirable femininity, then the DCT penalty can be stronger for some women than it can be for others. So intersectionality is not an add-on, it's essential to understanding how the penalty actually works. Now let's look at the entertainment exception, a term that I coined to describe a case where some women seem to avoid the DCT penalty. My claim is that women can temporarily bypass the desirability competence trade-off when their power is packaged through femininity or hypersexualization, especially in domains like entertainment. The evidence comes from Rosalind Gill's work on post-feminist media culture, and Gill shows that women's power is celebrated only when it's sexualized. Sexualization is thus reframed as choice, and it becomes a form of self-surveillance. Even powerful women are still expected to be feminine, warm, and desirable to men. In entertainment, women like Beyonce or archetypes like Scarlett Johansson's Black Widow can be powerful and desirable, but only when their power is eroticized or aestheticized. It's a buffering effect because it's constraint masked as liberation. That's why I call it the entertainment exception. The penalty is suspended, but only when women's competence is packaged in conventionally feminine, sexually appealing ways. The exception proves the rule. Outside of the narrow packaging, the penalty still holds. Before I wrap up, I want to briefly outline how DCT could be tested. I have 4 main hypotheses. First, women in male-coded domains will be rated as less desirable than men in equivalent positions. Second, women in entertainment would avoid that penalty only when their power is sexualized. Third, the penalty would be stronger for Black women because of racialized stereotypes. And fourth, female politicians would be penalized unless media portrayals intentionally feminize them. To test these, I'd use a mix of methods: dating app audits to see how competence cues affect match rates, vignette experiments to isolate the effects of femininity packaging, and semantic analysis of media representations to track how power and desirability are framed across different domains. Looking ahead, I want to develop a DCT scale to systematically measure the sexual penalties tied to competence across different contexts and populations. I'd also like to expand intersectionality research to examine how race, class, and sexuality help shape these effects. And finally, I'd test interventions that reframe competence with warmth cues to see if we can reduce the penalty without asking women to perform excessive femininity. So this is my closing. Desirability is a form of social currency that reaches beyond the workplace. DCT shows that gender inequality persists in romantic contexts as well. If women face professional, social, and romantic penalties for their competence, what's left to incentivize female ambition? We need to redefine desirability to make both competence and ambition attractive qualities for women. Thank you. I did have like a LinkedIn QR code, but I would be happy to take any questions.
All right, questions?
Thank you. I saw you first.
Yes, I wrote my question down, so thank you. Do you think that the DCT can be seen as shifting over time with kind of the current gender norm change and a little bit more openness?
As far as DCT, I think that it's pretty, I wouldn't say it's pretty static. I do think it can change with time, especially if we think about the different waves of feminism. So I do think cultural perceptions can shift, and that's primarily what my theory is based off, of different cultural interpretations of women's competence. So yes, I don't think it's completely static. I do think it can change over time. I think I saw you as well.
Yeah, thank you so much for that presentation. It was really great. It reminded me of some of us who are of an older generation being asked once we had, the degrees, the position, you have your PhD, you have your JOB, but where's your MAN, right? And so behind that, there's this assumption that we do want this other part of our lives, that we need this other part. So that might be thinking around the agency piece, what it means to be like a whole person, right, as a woman, right, intersectionally. And your presentation also brought up for me this show that I'm really addicted to on Hulu called Reasonable Doubt, which is this really powerful Black woman who just her complexity is really beautiful, but I feel like there's like this emasculating aspect of her in terms of her husband, and so how these stereotypes get reproduced even today. So that might be, since your work is interdisciplinary, you might want to bring that aspect in, how it's presented in the media, right? Black women who are in leadership positions.
Yes. So I was actually, somebody recommended that to me, looking at different archetypes. Since I already mentioned the sapphire trope. When you say reasonable doubt, it reminds me of Olivia Pope from Scandal. Yeah, so my mentor was telling me about that, and like different archetypes that connect, especially to Black women's agency. So that's something definitely that I look to be exploring further in my research. Thank you, appreciate it.
All right. Please join me in thanking Victoria Johnson.
Yes, yes, thank you for the nomination. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Good job. All right, Efe.
Yeah. And Drea and Dr. Blackford together.
Becca.
Oh, that's what's on
Drea?
Everyone is doing a great job for it. You can do it. Ready? Yeah, you got it.
This is from
I'm gonna look at my notes on my computer because like my presentation is not special, so it's really the speech that matters. So thank you.
No, All right, we're keeping it moving. We're on a tight schedule here. I'm going to turn this over to Professor Ramar Garrett to introduce our next speaker.
So I'm Dr. Ramar Garrett. I'm an assistant professor in leadership and counseling. And Gabby has been a wonderful mentee. I'm not going to talk too much about her personal, but more on her research because she's going to share her positionality with you, so I'll let her do that. Her presentation is called "This is Not a Fairy Tale: Black Women in the Academy." And not only will her research fill two gaps in literature, one being giving additional voices to Black women in undergrad, but also she's using the theory racial battle fatigue, which is not widely used. I use it in my research, so I know. But I am so proud of her, and I know she's going to do an amazing job.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Gabrielle Griffin, and this is my presentation on Black women's experiences in PWIs titled "This is Not a Fairy Tale: Black Women in the Academy." First, I'll begin with my agenda, starting with my topic overview, positionality, keywords, the problem, research questions, literature reviewed, theories used, methods, hopeful findings, and my target audience. Beginning with why I chose this topic entitled. I chose this topic entitled due to my background as a Black woman, as I am a Black female student attending a predominantly white institution. I also feel that there isn't enough research in this field specifically, as there is research done on minority students' experiences and Black students' experiences. There is not specific research done on Black women's experiences in academia. And with this work, I could help bridge that gap. I also feel that I've also found that in shared peer experiences at my time at Eastern, I've noticed that there has been a consistency in peer experiences in minority students. I've been invited to focus groups based on minority students' experiences, and conversations outside of that, I've noticed that Black female students typically share the same experiences. And with that, I've noticed that there are no original experiences for Black women in academia. My positionality. I am a third-year student, double majoring in both women and gender studies and psychology. I am an honor student, and I am also a McNair scholar. I hail from the Wayne-Westland area, but I went to elementary school in Canton, which is a predominantly white area. My experiences in K-12 education truly shape the perspective that I bring to this research topic in its historical context, as this work confronts racial issues experienced by students in the academic setting. Keywords and jargon used within this work. Beginning with the term intersectionality, coined by Kimberly Crenshaw in 1989, originally created to describe the experience of being discriminated against for being both black and a woman. It is described widely as the overlapping of multiple identities such as class, religion, sex, and gender that create unique types of disadvantage and discrimination. Second, critical race theory, or CRT, which can be defined as the academic and legal framework that examines systemic racism instilled in public institutions such as healthcare, the judicial system, policies, and education at all levels. moving on to racial battle fatigue, or the acronym RBF. Coined by William A. Smith in the early 2000s, describing RBF as a systemic racism-related repetitive stress injury experienced by racially minoritized individuals due to chronic exposure to offensive racism mechanisms, macroaggressions, and systemic racism. We then have the acronym PWI, which translates to predominantly white institution, which is essentially any college, university, or institution where white students make up a majority of the student population. We then have our last term and acronym being HBCU, translating to historically black college or university, and can be loosely defined as an institution of higher education in the United States with the principle of educating black Americans. So what is the problem? Well, one of the problems is that public systems in the United States are embedded with racism that puts minorities, black women specifically, at a disadvantage historically, and that persists throughout today's society. While black women are among the most educated in the United States, holding more degrees than any other race gender group, they are consistently undervalued in workspaces and academic environments, and often have to endure many trials and tribulations during the attainment of said degrees. Another issue is that there is a large lack of representation in education among all minority demographics, but it is extremely prevalent when speaking about black women. As someone who went to an extremely diverse middle and high school that was still predominantly white, in my history of being a student, I have only had 3 black educators, 2 of which were at a university in the Midwest. Lastly, there is a lack of justice for students who are discriminated against by staff and faculty. There are countless experiences of students across the country and here in Michigan that detail educational discrimination faced by students that is often responded to with a slap on the wrist or no disciplinary action at all. This type of conditioning creates a toxic learning environment and reinforces this behavior for other students to then have to endure. This study aims to examine the experiences of black women in historically white higher education spaces and whether these experiences, positive or negative, contribute to the student's sense of belonging in the classroom and on campus, and in turn, affect their academic performance. The qualitative question in my study is, what are black female students' experiences like on PWI campuses, and how does that experience contribute to their sense of belonging and academic performance? And on the qualitative side, I'm asking if black students on this PWI campus are experiencing racial battle fatigue. The literature I've reviewed in this process includes just about 39 articles, research studies, and dissertations. The headings used in my literature review include institutional racism, critical race theory, racial battle fatigue, and campus racial climate. And my most cited authors include Garrett and Randina and Du Bois. The theories I utilized in this work include racial battle fatigue and its effects that include PTSD, generalized anxiety disorder, hypertension, and depression. As previously mentioned, I will be utilizing critical race theory, and the tenets of critical race theory that I will be using, that I reference in my work, include discussing race as a social construct and racism as a norm, intersectionality and anti-essentialism, which is a philosophical and social perspective that argues that categories such as gender and race are socially constructed and context dependent, and are much more fluid than they are permanent. And permanence of racism, referring to the fact that although there has been much done to amend the racism caused by the transatlantic slave trade, there will always be remnants of these heinous acts found in United States public systems and society. The ways that racial battle fatigue and critical race theory intersect in my work are that racial battle fatigue is a direct result of these social constructions. Specifically, race as a social construct. And second, the creation of critical race theory is a result of experiencing racial battle fatigue. My methods and methodology. I am utilizing a mixed methods design using a survey and follow-up interview to elicit a more comprehensive responses of lived experiences of students on a college campus. From the survey, I'm expecting 35 to 45 responses, and of all survey participants, 4 of them will be selected for the follow-up interview. All participants for the selected interviews will be black women, and of those black women, one interviewee will be a transfer student, and the remaining interviewees will be students who have attended the university for at least a year. I will be recruiting student participants using a snowball method, email recruitment with information pertaining to the study, and posting information on bulletin boards around campus. So what am I hoping to find after all this? I am hoping to find that I have a better understanding of experiences of Black women in academia after completing my literature review and study, and that I will have more clarity on where to begin to cultivate better experiences and a better sense of belonging on EMU campus for Black female students. I am also hoping that this work could make Black women more vocal about their experiences on campus, both positive and negative. I am also hoping to bring more awareness to racial battle fatigue. My target audience is all faculty and staff, and for them to absorb this work and be more intentional with their supports for students, to remind people of the humanity of others, to create more meaningful interactions with others, and for staff and faculty to be more racially conscious in terms of students' lives and students' struggles. My acknowledgements include my mentor, Dr. Amara Garrett, for invaluable guidance, mentorship, and grace throughout this research process, Dr. Mary Elizabeth Murphy for consistent encouragement and new perspectives, Dr. Kimberly Brown for continued support and insightful feedback, and Dr. Maisha Peoples-Miller for inspiration and always providing resources. Thank you. I'd like any questions? Yes.
Thank you for that. I'm wondering if you've thought about the fact that there is racial battle fatigue, and yet it seems that Black women just keep like heading into the battlefield, right? Because we're some of the most educated people in the U.S.
Right.
So have you thought about that? Is that part of your research? Are you thinking through that?
Yes, that is a thought that I've come across in my research. I am trying to keep it pretty direct though, in the framework of just fully understanding the experience. As we do continuously put ourselves in these positions, it does not change the way that us putting ourselves in these positions affects like the outcome of what we're trying to attain in this position, if you see what I'm saying. And as well as the journey that other students after us will have. So the point is really to create more positive experiences for future students. So my background as a Black woman in education, and not just at PWIs, specifically like in elementary school, attending elementary school in Canton, there were a lot of experiences that I thought about after elementary school that I realized were not fair or were extremely discriminatory that I just were not able, I didn't realize, and there was nobody to advocate for me there as well.
Other questions?
If you don't plan to continue this research further, or if somebody else takes it on, do you have a future direction that you want to go in, or a different route that you want to get some information from?
Right now, I'm pretty focused on this work, and I would hope that in this next year I could collect more data than I have currently. But if not, I would like to pursue more research in Black women, but on the more on like the qualitative side rather than to the quantitative side. Yeah.
Very nice,
Thank you.
Silly faces up. I will react.
Can I open the
Yes, what he'll do. Oh, sure. I think she, did she just open her own PowerPoint? Yeah.
Graduate? I did. I graduated last year.
It's a hard time.
Okay, cool. flip it like. Ugh. My collar goes up quite far. Bam. Okay. I don't have a pocket. I'll just hold it or something. Or set it up here. Can I just set this here? Will it work?
You know, it's for the camera.
Oh.
So yeah, if you don't really
I don't have a pocket.
right. Yeah, no, it'll work.
Okay, yay.
Forget it.
Okay.
With you.
I'm not gonna walk around. Or should I walk around? I wasn't going to. I was just gonna stand here.
All right, sounds good.
Okay, and for the last presentation of this session, we'll be hearing from Erica Holmberg, who will be presenting a part of her senior thesis, tentatively entitled
Yeah.
Weaponization of Religion, Culture, and Politics During the Troubles in Northern Ireland.
Yay. Hello. Okay. So from 1968 to 1998, Northern Ireland was plagued by the Troubles, an outbreak of paramilitary violence between the nationalist IRA and the unionist government. My undergraduate thesis, as Dr. Kaufman said, is focused on how each side of the conflict, Republicans and Loyalists, weaponized religion, politics, and culture to justify their violent actions. For this speech, I'm going to zoom in on how religious divides that caused the violence were perpetuated by each community, specifically in schools, towns, and local memory. This addresses the key question: to what extent were violence and division perpetuated by average people as opposed to by government manipulation? Yay. So in Ireland, it's almost impossible to separate religion from culture. Catholics, only a small percentage of the Northern Irish population, assert that they are the real Irish people, and that Protestants are just another version of their British oppressors. To separate themselves, Catholics promoted Gaelic art, literature, customs, and language, joined nationalist groups that sought to reunite Northern Ireland with Ireland proper, and rejected all things British. According to historian Marianne Elliott, Catholic culture settled into a passive sense of grievance, drawing on the already well-established tradition of the downtrodden and dispossessed Gael and suffering church. Protestants, who were raised to be loyal to the United Kingdom, favored British customs as they saw Gaelic ones as inferior. These differences firmly cemented Catholics as Irish and Protestants as British. And while Catholics felt inferior, Protestants felt like they didn't belong at all. The result of this alienation was a change in language. Catholics began to refer to themselves as Irish, while Protestants called themselves Ulster British or British Irish. These differences psychologically identified each group with Ireland and Britain, respectively. One way religious divisions infiltrated society was the segregation of schools. Sometimes it was the law, sometimes it wasn't, but either way, parents sent their kids to schools they knew would give them the correct religious education. Division between groups was exacerbated in schoolyard games because kids played on teams based on their respective identities. Historians Charles Carter and Dennis Barrett studied the differences in how education was conducted, writing, "Protestant schools often teach mainly English history, with some Irish history as seen from the English point of view. While a Catholic school may use the study of history partly as a means of impressing on the student the story of the Irish national struggle for independence and of British injustice. The Irish language is seldom studied except in Catholic schools, and we are told that knowledge of Irish culture and antiquities tend to be much greater in those with a Catholic education." They go on to mention complaints about teachers being bigots and religious fanatics, teaching children that violence against the other was justified because they were heretics. This education was instrumental during the Troubles, because it taught children why the fighting was justified and normalized it to them. Schools should have been a place where these children could meet people different from them, but instead they divided them and bred distrust. Neighborhoods were segregated as well, and it was known which streets one should and should not walk down. It made sense that religious communities would gather around a nearby church, and this created an exclusive place of belonging. Ronnie Monk includes this excerpt in his compilation of first-hand accounts of life during the Troubles. Edwina Stewart, a Protestant from East Belfast, for her part, recalls how, "I didn't get to know Catholics socially until I was into my 30s. It's the ghettoization of this city. This is an awful town." Another man named Michael Farrell explains how he never had the opportunity to meet his Protestant peers either in school or in the street. Finally, Carter and Barrett write about a conversation overheard between two young girls. This girl complained that, living on a new estate, she had no one to play with. But she was asked, "Haven't you any neighbors to play with?" She replied, "Yes, there are children next door, but they aren't neighbors. They're Protestants." A similar remark could equally have been made by a Protestant about Catholic neighbors. As you can imagine, the combination of this culturally entrenched adversarial relationship in all areas of public and private life led to the gradual desensitization of violence against the other. Otherization not only caused the Irish to lose touch with each other, but when you begin to see someone as less of a person than you, as a Protestant instead of a neighbor, you naturally become less affected by the violence they may face. Cool. That's kind of blurry, but I'll tell you about it. On a local scale, IRA and unionist ideas spread between friends and family through casual things like songs. A prominent example comes from the book Orange Loyalist Songs 1971, and this song is called I Was Born Under the Union Jack. Its final line said, "If guns are made for shooting, then skulls are made to crack. We've never seen a better Tague than with a bullet in his back." This word refers to Irish Catholics and nationalists, and is used to dehumanize the subject of the song. The casual or humorous even way that the singer sings this song, coupled with language designed to remove the subject's humanity, is a subtle but effective way of normalizing violence between communities. The final thing I want to talk about is the concept of collective memory, or the mythologized view of the past held by a community that manifests in traditions, songs, celebrations, and other communal activities. Irish collective memory is bitter, and in many cases it seems designed to fan the flames of sectarian hatred. Both communities consider forgetting disrespectful to their ancestors. Marianne Elliott describes collective memory thusly: "It's a concept inherited from the conflicts of the past, and many of us would reject it if we examined it more closely, but we cling to it through habit, from a lack of imagination or resignation, thus inadvertently contributing to the tragedies by which, tomorrow, we shall be genuinely shocked." By continuing these traditions, many historians argue that the people of Northern Ireland have lost the roots of their hatred and are simply perpetuating it out of tradition. Many first-hand accounts of the Troubles speak to the massive gulf of understanding between Catholics and Protestants. For example, Protestant Gregory Campbell writes, "Protestants simply said, look, the rationale behind this is something we agree with, but we see an agenda here that's nothing to do with jobs and rights and conditions. It's to do with trying to dismantle Northern Ireland. It's trying to get those two aims that's the problem. If you take the issue of libertarian human rights for everybody, then I think everybody would support that, or at least everybody that I mixed with." Another first-hand account comes from Protestant Hilda Winter, who says, "I was of the belief that when we had this agreement, the Roman Catholics would accept our parades and our culture. I can't understand them, the hatred they have of Orangemen. They would need to look into themselves and find out what it's got into them to hate people." These quotes speak to a confusion about where the animosity was coming from, despite it being baked into the fabric of Northern Irish society. Each side grew up being taught that the other wanted to erase them from existence, and that many people believed that peace could be achieved if only the other would stop being so hateful. These Protestants don't appear to understand that many Catholics were just as confused and felt just as wronged as they did. This hatred was so normal in Northern Ireland that children could flippantly deny their neighbors' humanity and exclusively refer to them by their religion. They could grow up for decades never meeting someone of another religion. On top of that, collective memory kept divisions alive by framing moving on as a betrayal of the past. And much of the violence from the Troubles came from not current issues, but decades-old grievances and long-dead social definitions. Yet somehow, many of the people who grew up under these conditions still did not understand that the other side was experiencing the same feelings as them. When sectarian hatred is taught in schools, expressed through community borders, clung to throughout history, and legitimized through rejection of someone else's identity within their own country, I would argue that an outbreak of violence like the Troubles was inevitable, and not simply state-driven. I went over time. Oh, sorry. I went kind of over time, but I actually went to Belfast to research this. Well, I went on a study abroad trip to Ireland, but then I went to Belfast on a train as a solo trip. So I went to Falls Road, and there was a ton of Troubles memorials all over the place. This one was put up by the Falls Road Memorial Commission, I believe it was called. It was like a little community garden in the middle of a suburban area. And those in the middle are a bunch of names of people who were killed on Falls Road during the Troubles. And then there's some beautiful, beautiful artwork. And along the gates there were a bunch of names. They have a roll of honor. And then I saw a bunch of sort of thing. We got modern things about opposing British politics. That one, the H-shaped one, is another memorial that was just sort of in somebody's backyard that they had like a fence that they took down, part of the fence so you could see the memorial of the people who were killed during the Troubles. There's the proclamation of Irish independence, not in Northern Ireland, just from the War of Independence. They just had that up under this big mural. And then, yeah,
it was all over the place. Lots of things commemorating the people, like the first people who were killed during the Troubles. Ton of that. And also a lot of modern day things, a lot of comparing the Troubles to Palestine, a lot of comparing them to just any sort of like modern day thing that's going on. A lot of solidarity with Ukraine, a lot of stuff. Comparing the hunger strikes from the War of Independence to the hunger strikes going on for Palestine right now. And then there was graffiti. More to come, bastards, and it's kind of covered by leaves, but British Army guilty. So a ton of stuff going on in Belfast, even right now, to commemorate the past. And it was very awesome to see in person because I read a lot about it, but it was totally different to actually go there and to see. I saw the Bobby Sands mural. I didn't put it up here, but on the side of the Sinn Féin building, they have the Bobby Sands memorial. It's so awesome. But yeah. Oh, that's my bibliography.
Five minutes for questions.
Yeah.
What differences in the memorials did you notice, if any, between each side trying to tell their story?
I kind of only went to Falls Road, mostly. That's pretty much, because I walked around the city center for a long time and I couldn't find anything, and I asked somebody and he said to go there. So I feel like I only saw this like one part of it, which I was a little disappointed. I was like, man, I gotta go somewhere else, but I couldn't find anything. So, but it was a lot of, there was the first memorial that I showed you, the one with like the big, that one was like nice and pretty and like, it seemed more like a memorial. And then a lot of the other stuff I saw, like the one that mentioned the pogrom, a lot of it was like angry and like, look at this horrible, awful thing that happened, because it was horrible and awful. And they were putting up these posters and these big signs, and it's like, this is a memorial, but also sort of a call to action. Like, look at this was so bad, we should do something about it. And then there were other memorials, like the first one I showed you, that were more just like, these are the people who died, let's remember them. But then a lot of the other ones, and a lot of the stuff from the modern day, I saw a lot of, I didn't put them in here either, but there were a lot of murals. There was one with 2 fists, and one was the Irish flag, and one was the Palestinian flag. And there was a lot of things like that where it was like, remember what happened to us. We should campaign against that happening to other people, that sort of thing. So I noticed a lot of memorializing straight up, but also kind of like bitterness. Yeah.
I know it was like your research was largely focused on like kind of like more like interpersonal and like community-based conflict. Did you brush up on or do any research into like police violence as well?
Yeah, this is like a super condensed version of the stuff I'm looking into for my thesis. So I'm getting into that now, but yeah, I'm gonna be talking about like the way that, because a lot of people talk about it just top down because like, you know, the Northern Irish government was affiliated with Great Britain, and then the IRA wanted to rejoin United Ireland. So it was like top-down violence of like, you guys are trying to literally break away from the country and we don't want you to do that. So I wanted to look into for this how like ordinary people felt about it, but there was certainly, like they sent in the British Army. There was a lot of things that went on with like the RUC, the Royal Ulster Constabulary, just like beating people up, just a whole lot of brutality, and then people would take that and go, look, your police beat us up, so now we're gonna beat you up, and then it would just like explode. So yeah, I have looked into it, don't worry, I got it. Yes?
Do you have any accounts, kind of a little bit at the end maybe, of like people trying to like say, okay, I'm gonna bridge this divide, but then it backfires, like I'm gonna go talk to my Protestant neighbor, and it turns out, oh, wow, they really are horrible people, like they do it.
I haven't read something that I can think of off the top of my head like that yet. Pretty much everything, all the firsthand accounts that I read were like, I never even met anybody, like I thought they were like evil boogeymen until I was like 30. Like that's pretty much all I saw. But I mean, a lot of the quotes that I put at the end of this were like, I don't understand why those guys are like that. Like, I think that human rights are awesome, so like, why don't you think that? And it's like, everybody thinks that. Or I'd like to think that everybody thinks that. It seems like from the first-hand accounts, a lot of people think like human rights are great, but they think that the other side doesn't think that. And it's like, well, if you talk to each other, maybe you'll realize.
Or they won't.
Or they won't. Maybe not. But it seems like they haven't. But, you know, maybe.
Time for one more. Your description of the othering process was really powerful.
Thank you.
Was there any theorists or authors you found really helpful for thinking about that?
Marianne Elliott, definitely. I quoted her a few times, but she had a really good, like, summary of collective memory, because she was like, we're contributing to the tragedies by which tomorrow we shall be genuinely shocked, which was really cool, because I read it and I was like, yes, like, you're doing the thing that you're gonna freak out about tomorrow. You're othering these people, and then you're gonna be surprised and horrified when it turns out to be violent. So she was really cool. And then I think Carter and Barrett also, Charles Carter and Dennis Barrett. And then, I don't think I quoted him in this, but Paul Arthur wrote a book called, I'll get back to you. But Paul Arthur wrote this really, really good book that also had a lot of firsthand accounts in it. And it was so good. I think it was Remembering the Troubles.
Yes.
Yes, okay. Yeah, it was really good. So I read so many books. I read like a lot of books. I don't remember every single title, but yeah.
Fault is her faculty advisors who discourages theorizing of all sorts.
Well, historians.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Erica. Thank you all for coming.
Awaken. Inspired by the book In the Dream House by Carmen Maria Machado. My poem is a second-person monologue that portrays a rape victim who has never spoken of the situation. The traumatized speaker replays this incident so much that it doesn't even feel real, causing her grief and disassociation, pushing the author from the situation but keeps the author within it. It is written from a 3 different view representing the choices available. This is a personal piece I shared focusing on how we write as a healing mechanism. Shattered as the spooky eyes, shattered as the wall, and shattered as deja vu. It's 3 points of view I decided to write from. Christine Hume offered a wonderful experience in creative writing, introducing many different experiments, styles of poetry to strengthen our sensory details and language. Thank you for this opportunity and time. Shattered as the spooky eyes. Is the room spinning or is it just you? The pollution seems to wane your body, swaying you in and out of the perception, like the sun hiding behind a blanket of clouds. He is intoxicated with the idea he placed in his head while you two played the video game all night. All the zombies, in addition to the killing on the Grand Theft Auto, seems to have stolen the imagery of reality. Any real sense of ethics. The logic of your reality is like Walking Dead for you. Lifeless, hopeless. You felt innocuous, like the soft cushions of the lazy boy beneath you, holding you, trapping you, like a disorderly home. An old, creaky, broken home with memories that no one knew of but those who lived them. He moved in on you like a lion going for the kill. Eyes bloodshot red, demon eyes like the pools of blood trickling away from your veins. You ever screamed so loud and nothing came out but the squeal of dead silence? The squeamishness like nails dragging across a chalkboard. The kind of thing that make you close your eyes so tight, you ball your fist up ready for the impact. You ever fought with yourself, punching the air, rambling back and forth, pacing skeletons into the floor, raging like a bull, a long battle, no one won but the judgments in your mind, racing to get ahead to the finish line of desolation? Do you remember that darkness? Was it real? Biting away at your nails continuously as you contemplated every unclear thought. It was the eyes that plagued at your soul, peeling the layers of infantile away, stealing the innocence you once held. You had never felt so deprived of help more than in moments like this, but you weren't alone. It was you, him, and the secrets conceived between you. The repugnance that smoked out the room, tasting the retribution that you'll never seek out. The battle never won. Shattered as the wall. This was the former memory, splashed on the wall like paint, furnishing the room with hatred, bloodshed, the taste of dry, salted tears. Despair covered the walls like graffiti. Old mold tainted the floors with the smell of doubt. The area that once held enjoyment and fun. The laughter seemed like a distant memory. She awakened you between her legs, hearing the pain, smelling the burn. She felt like skin dragging on the pavement, figures covered like smoke, dimming the room that once held light. The mention of his name makes you choke on the discomfort, all while cringing at the thought that make the hair stand up on the back of your neck. The walls shriek and howl at the memories. The trees' rotted roots cracked away at the foundation. The sweat from him trickles on you like a leaky faucet pouring into your skin, striking you like shards of glass. You live in this moment for minutes, hours, days, years. Shattered as a deja vu. No matter how many years went by, you have never told a soul, because that would make it real. Do you remember? Trembling, straggling along whatever item you can get a hold of, shuffling for a hint of anything but agony, thick and murky like the bayou swamps. Real as the reflection in the mirror bouncing back at you, slowly fading before you. Did it really happen? Trapped in a time capsule. The missing pieces of your soul that remained scattered throughout time never came back. Over and over again, like a carousel shuffling in your mind, the sounds of cards, blocking out the details of past, plummeting through the existence of fidelity.
Prison, support, breast cancer. I wonder, have you ever heard these words all together before? My name is Angela Fisher, and I have been incarcerated since 1996, and these things are exactly what I'm going to discuss with you today. I'd like to begin with a few of the intersections that I have of myself. I am cisgendered. I am incarcerated. I am aging, and I am impacted often by breast cancer. I'm also a student at Eastern Michigan University, and I'm deeply involved in social work and advocacy. After having several social work classes with Bonnie and Barbara and Jenny, I learned that advocacy for myself and for my peers is the most important thing that we can do as women. Women's issues are often not discussed, downplayed, and completely ignored. As a final project in a social work class, we were tasked with the opportunity to come up with an awareness campaign. And I chose to bring awareness to women's issues. One specific issue was breast cancer while incarcerated. But it got me thinking about menopause. Menopause starts with the word men. Why is it our issue? And then menstrual issues. Again, that word starts with men. How did we get that? But finally, what I really want to talk about today is breast cancer. I'd like to share with you some facts about breast cancer. The #1 cancer among women is breast cancer. Worldwide, it affects 11.7% of women. At the same time, worldwide, breast cancer affects 1% of men. The leading losses that you suffer through during breast cancer are loss of your health, loss of your identity. Like, you really begin to question and wonder, like, who am I now? Like, who am I if you have to go through the process of having your breast removed? Who am I once I lose my hair? Like, am I still the aunt or the sister that the small children in my family knew? Who am I? Self-identity is really, really a hard struggle that women deal with. There's also an emotional hardship. And then just the regular change in your routine. The things that you once did may no longer be a part of your life. So now I'd like you to imagine going through those things while being incarcerated, while being separated from family and friends and loved ones. So my mission is to bring awareness to the layered impacts of breast cancer for justice-impacted people while creating a safe, healthy support system. How do I think I can do this? I know that we can do it, and we can do it as a community because we have. For years, we did one simple thing in prison that all prisons have in common. We walked. Everywhere we go, we walk. So what did we do with the women's prison in the state of Michigan? We created a breast cancer walkathon. And each one of these signs with all of these signatures are only 2 of the signs that we have, and we have more than, what would we be at now? Almost 20 of these signs. And every year we have held this breast cancer walkathon. So I'd like to share with you a little bit of how this walk got started. So after more of a decade of being incarcerated, I was blessed to meet a staff member who began to instill in me that I'm still a human with worth and value. And at that time, I had been practicing Hatha yoga for several years. So I began to take a deep look inside myself and wanted to find a way to learn how to give back to a community that we had taken so much from. So the walkathon was created. Through the help and encouragement of Deputy Robin Cole at Robert Scott's Correction Facility, with a population of 800 women, we held our first walkathon. And at that first walkathon, we raised just over $200 for the Susan G. Komen Foundation. I can recall that day like it was yesterday, even though it was 2007. It was a cold, chilly, rainy October morning. The control center announced Big Yard open, and the women came out of the housing units and we went on to the Big Yard. There were registration tables and people signed in and you were given ribbons, you could fill out a disbursement, and then we began to walk the track. Some people walked alone, some people walked in pairs, but as I watched those women that morning walk around that track, all I really saw was women supporting women. We were remembering people that we had lost to breast cancer, both family on the outside and family on the inside. We were celebrating the people that had beat that ugly beast, again, both on the outside and on the inside. And miraculously, those wire fences just began to fade away, and all I saw were those women. And I saw us coming together in a way that I've not witnessed since then. It was a very impactful moment. So I know that we can do this as well. The women here at this facility, we earn pennies a day. Yet we take that money and we have collectively put it together. And over the years since this walk began, we have raised $21,478.04 for the Susan G. Komen Foundation. That is how I know that we can come together as a community and we can create this support system for women who are struggling with breast cancer while incarcerated. I am thankful that I do not have breast cancer, but I had a scare in October. I had a cyst removed from my left breast. The experience left me traumatized, horrified, and sickened. Not the medical care, because the medical care was great on the outside, but I was removed from the place that I had been for the last 30 years and all of the support system that I had, and I was in a dimly lit room with my top off, on a bed, vulnerable, with two strangers that I had never seen, and the only other person in the room that I knew was the correction officer who sat on the corner scrolling on her phone the entire time of my procedure. I was alone and scared and terrified, and I knew that that couldn't continue to happen to other women in my community. My ultimate goal is to create a support system for women that once they come back to the facility, that you don't go right back into your room alone and ashamed, which is what women do when we go through things. Because we've somewhere along the line just learned to buckle up, buckaroo, and push through it. So I'd like us to be able to create a toll-free hotline for incarcerated women in the state of Michigan to call and be able to talk to someone so that we don't have to carry this burden alone. So what will we need? We'll need someone to help us get this started. This national support line can be a thing because they already exist for PREA, for substance abuse. This is not something that is so far-reaching that we can't make happen. I'd also like to see at this facility a piloted program. It is a peer partnership on the inside, much like the mediation center we have now. Once a woman goes out and has had some treatment or a procedure, she can come back, submit a request to meet with someone who has walked the path that she's now traveling so that she doesn't have to walk through that alone. And the last thing that I'm asking is that the women incarcerated receive proper fitting prosthetics on an annual basis. Not the first time when your breasts are removed that here's your one set and make it work the rest of your time. Like, things change, women change, and so we need to have those prosthetics refitted in an annual time. I learned all of this through the time that I have spent in the social work classes at Eastern Michigan University. I may never have had the courage or the strength to stand up before you today and say, I am a woman, I am surrounded by women, we can support each other, and I need your help to do that. So the call of action, if you have someone currently or formerly incarcerated and they are dealing with breast cancer, now, today is your time to step up and help. Make this support line a reality for us. And if you're asking yourself, what can you do? Please, contact your legislators. Contact the MDOC. I have also created a brochure that you may pick up on your way out. Contact me, Angela Fisher, and let's make this a reality so that no one else has to suffer through this alone. I thank you so much for your time and attention today. I believe that we are one step closer to making my class project our reality.
Hello, my name is April Juarez, and today I will present Transfigured Conversations, a musical recited as a poem. I wrote this piece in my creative writing class, Experiments in Form, under the guidance of Christine Hume. I'm very proud of this piece, and it was my favorite form to experiment with. I use a unique technique called sampling and remixing poetry. I created dialogue between my daughter and I, building new meaning by manipulating language, disrupting grammar, and conventional storytelling. Also remixed words, phrases, different genres of music and poetry she has shared with me over a period of time. I wanted to connect with the reader by providing a glimpse of parenting a child with a diagnosis of bipolar schizophrenia from inside these walls. Furthermore, show how incarcerated mothers can overcome obstacles and knock down barriers with their children or child. Transfigured Conversations. Remember when time stood still? You were the firstborn, then I cried. And the story your life tells, I blame myself. Misunderstood, but I see you. Isolation, bipolar, manic, and institutions, but I understand you. Hurt, pain, and abandonment, broke from too much trauma, but I'm still with you. Life was changed, disassembled, rearranged. I want to love, but I'm damaged. I barely talk to our family. No friends, no love. I was broken when you left. Powerless, trying to muster up the words. I'm sorry I'm not there. Remember to be strong and you will grow. I want you to understand something from me. Just because I'm not there does not mean that I am not with you. Yeah, but I don't see me going far. That's what happens when I fall apart. Every inch of me wants every inch of you. But I'm so far away, and I can't choose to be where you are. I can hear her pain through the phone. When that inner critical voice decides to speak, it must not lead the way. No, you mustn't allow it to lead the way. But I still got a lot of life lessons that I need to learn. You don't understand because you're not here. Yeah, I got a lot of hard lessons that I choose instead of blessings. Yeah, I got a lot of lessons. My depression and misconceptions and all the mistakes that lead to lessons. I'm crying out for affection, but my depression, it makes me question. In the arms of love, you have nothing to be ashamed of. Even when the questions have no easy answers, things will come together in the way they are supposed to. One thing I know, I'll fall, but I'll grow. I'm walking down this lonely path called life. I wish I was there. I truly want to be where you are. And everything I do is for you. And I really do be missing you. And I adore you. You're growing up so fast. And no matter what, you make me proud. And I need you to be strong for me. And I promise that I'll be strong for you too. I wish you were here, Mom. And at times, I don't think I can make it. But then I hear your voice in my ear say, better not do nothing crazy because Mama really loves you. I want you to know you are. You are the reason why I'm still hanging on. And I'm going to make you so proud. And I promise I'll be strong for you. Beautiful, crazy. She can't help but amaze me. Yeah, she's crazy, but her crazy is beautiful to me. We lived and we learned life through curves. There was joy and there was hurt. She is my winter flower, growing in the dead of bitter cold and gloom. She fell in love with the art of living. She fell in love with letting things be. She fell in love with herself, unaware that all along she was blooming. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Brandy Wentworth, and I am presenting 3 interrelated short prose works from my creative writing class, Experiments in Form, with Professor Christine Hume. The prompt for this assignment was based on our reading of In the Dream House by Carmen Maria Machado. We had to write about the same memory through 3 different lenses. Like Machado, I wrote them in second person to give the audience an immersive experience, allowing them to stand a moment in my shoes. Here is my story, Empty Cradle, a memoir. Empty cradle as a missing piece. You are at your monthly appointment, and Dr. Elliott tells you he is only finding 1 fetal heartbeat. You are 19 years old at week 22 of your twin pregnancy. I'm going to puke, you choke. He grabs the dusty pink, bean-shaped dish and holds it under your trembling chin as you are shaking too hard to hold it for yourself. You begin retching your breakfast. It seems as though an hour has passed when it's only been minutes. You finally ask, "What does that mean?" "Let's get you over to ultrasound right away and get some images," he replies. You are laying on the uncomfortable bed with the plastic mattress, naked from the waist down, only covered with a thin cotton blanket, the scent of bleach lingering. The technician squirts onto the image-capturing device some warm blue gel that looks like the inside of the hot-cold packs you have at home in your freezer. She begins pushing it around your swollen abdomen. Clicks of the buttons sound like distant echoes, as if you're in a fish tank. You stretch your neck trying to see the screen, but she has it turned just out of your sight. You feel yourself holding your breath, waiting for her to react in some way to what she's looking at. Her poker face gives no indication, not even the slightest facial expression made as she gathers images of your womb. Dr. Elliott appears and takes over. After a few moments, he explains one baby is a healthy 5-month-old fetus, and the second is the size of a 6-week-old fetus. "So there's still hope?" you say out loud. "No, the heartbeat is gone, and your body is taking care of the fetus," Dr. Elliott says. You ask again, "What does that mean?" "Your body will absorb any remnants of the baby throughout the remainder of your pregnancy. We may have to finish removing parts of it when you deliver in the spring," he replies. You leave your appointment in a daze. You cannot feel your legs, your arms, your face, but you feel the piece of you that is gone forever. Names: Jacob Michael and Zachary Patrick, Savannah Alexandra and Gabrielle Chanel, Michael Patrick and Alexandra Gabrielle, already picked out. Duplicate onesies, shoes, pajamas, and blankets taking up space in your room. Empty cradle as envy. You begin seeing twins everywhere you turn. They are on television. They are in the grocery store. They are at the mall. Even your coworker gave birth to healthy twin boys. You cannot escape twins. An advertisement for Double Mint gum seems to play 5 times during every commercial break, and with each one you burst into tears, thinking to yourself how unfair the world is. It seems every single time you leave your home, you see a mother with her twins, and you feel the ache deep down in your soul. Reminders of your loss slap you in the face. You repeatedly ask, "Why? Why did I have to lose one of my babies? Why does she get to have twins and I don't?" Your jealousy is like a brewing storm on the horizon. You want to hurl something at them. You want to run away crying. You want to run up and embrace them. You want to tell her what a precious gift she has. Your emotions are as unpredictable as the weather. You scream, "It's not fair," in the silence of your room. Empty cradle as childbirth. Good Friday, April 9th, 1993. After grabbing a salad at the Pixie with your mom, she takes you to the hospital for your weekly stress test. Checked in and settled on the maternity floor, the nurse comes in cheery and asks you about your Easter plans. As she gets you hooked up to the monitors, it usually doesn't take too long, but when she stops talking, you catch yourself holding your breath. None of you have heard any noise coming from the heart monitor. You glance over at your mom, and she gives you a slight, concerning smile. The nurse calmly says, "I can't hear the heartbeat. I'm going to insert a heart monitor vaginally and attach it to the baby's head." You burst into tears. You instantly transport back 16 weeks, and your salad threatens to reappear. Your Lamaze instructions climb out the window. Your breathing becomes labored. Your hands clench the blanket. Your shoulders touch your ears. Your composure dissipates. Then you hear a whisper tell you to relax. "I can't lose this baby too. I can't. Please, God," you plead silently. The faint whoosh, whoosh, coming from the machine sounds like angels singing, and you release a heavy sigh. In an instant, the song is gone. The nurse picks up the phone next to your bed and calls Dr. Elliott. You hear her say, "I have your patient, Brandy Wentworth, here for her weekly stress test, and it is showing." You can't hear, You can't see. You can't feel. You know that you're sobbing. Your mom has moved to your side to hold your hand. She tries to rub away the white knuckles. Shortly after the phone call, you see Dr. Elliott moving quickly as he pulls on gloves to give you an exam. You see him insert a long metal rod with a hook on the end that makes you think of a giant fishing hook. Then it feels warm and wet, as though you've just peed yourself. Your water broke. Everyone is whirling around you now. You start having contractions. Your back feels like it's been set on fire. Pins and needles are poking you all over. At least you think they are. You taste blood. Your hand aches. You realize you're leaving bruises on your mom's hand, but can't bear to release it. You flinch at the slice performed during a contraction. Time to push. You push in sync with the nurse chanting, push, breathe, push, breathe. Then you hear crying that isn't yours. You've got a boy, the nurse says excitedly. I've got a boy, you say through gasps. Skin to skin, you embrace your new son tightly, heaving a sigh of relief. You are not done yet, though. Contractions start again, and you deliver the placenta of the twin who didn't survive. As they rush it away to the lab for testing, you lay there craving the weight of 2 infants cradled in your arms, wondering how you can reconcile in your mind the pure joy you feel with your baby nestled on your chest and the utter sorrow in your heart for the one you will never hold. Thank you.
Hi everybody, my name is Bailey and my research today is about the educational experiences of a childhood development. I actually developed a tree called the E-tree as a visual tool for some of the data that I collected when I was trying to figure out what kind of resources a community needs to have to help children in their development stages that will affect them in the long term of their growing experience. So this is called the E-tree. Obviously it says environment, effects of education, experience. And it comes up from the roots of the community, which are our core values in a community, which are our neighborhoods, our government, our economy, which is our jobs and our commerce, and our schools. And there's different experiences of childhood that sometimes we don't think about, like if a child comes from a single parent home, or if maybe, you know, the socioeconomic status of the child isn't of the highest caliber, or even if the child's never been able to get health care because they don't have any access to health care. All of these things will play in to how they learn, what they retain when they learn, and how their educational experience is. Some kids grow up not thinking, or their parents don't put a lot of emphasis on their school grades, and so secondary education is something that they don't even think about. Maybe they don't have transportation to get to school or into any extracurricular activities. Perhaps their school doesn't offer any extracurricular activities because the funding isn't available, or the funding is going to different communities. That's where our community needs to step up. In this trunk, you will find that there's a list of resources that are in the community that are offered for all families and children, for school and education purposes, and even for health insurance. Maybe you might need to get some help with feeding your family or anything like that. But there will be a QR code at the bottom of this that you can click, and you can get a full Google document of all of those resources. But my goal is to clearly identify the environmental variables that had any impact at all on an educational experience or developmental milestones, and to inform you, if you may relate to any of these issues, to any potential resources that are available. I compared the early childhood experiences of a couple of my peers in an effort to show the vastly different paths that got them here as EMU undergrads, and to identify any changes that could potentially be made to our current views, values, and beliefs, so that as a village we can potentially better our system. If we take a look at all of these different kind of situations or circumstances, we can clearly see that it does take a community Not one thing is done on its own. So I appreciate your time. Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Hi, my name is Heather McKee, and I will be reading my creative nonfiction piece that I wrote for Professor Christine Hume's creative writing class, Experiments in Form. The writing prompt was called Reclaiming Your Narrative. We were instructed to write about a difficult experience, deliberately refusing a traditional story structure. I wrote from a fractured perspective to show the difficulty of expressing an unspoken truth of long-term childhood trauma. Here is Breadcrumbs, a trail of trauma. My mom likes to talk about what a stubborn baby I was. She tells me about the time I crawled to the rickety bookcase, and as I reached out to touch a book, she swatted my hand. No. I scrunched my face in a pout and reached out again, defiant. She smacked my hand and told me, no, more sternly this time. I huffed in my baby way and reached out only to have my hand smacked again. On and on this went, with me reaching for the book and her smacking my hand. She said by the end, I was crying so hard that I cried myself to sleep, and my hand was red and swollen. I used to tell this story with pride. I thought it showed my defiance and determination. I was confused when people would look at me in horror. What is wrong with your mom, they would ask. Why wouldn't she just move you away from the bookcase? One night, while sleepwalking, I passed him and my mom sitting at the dining room table. I wandered my way into the kitchen and stood there, staring at the warped and dirty linoleum floor. I noticed in fascination how it was cracked and beginning to curl up along the edges in the area around the sink. It reminded me of the curled up legs of a dead spider. They walked in, and my mom asked if I was okay. He just stared daggers at me. I swallowed his greasy glare and vomited all over the floor. My mom was freaking out, but I calmly stared at the mess I had made. I noticed, of all things, a sliver of onion in the leftover contents of my stomach. How did that get there? I hate onions and would never willingly eat one. I don't remember what happened after. I just remember that stare and that stupid onion, thick and slimy like an overgrown maggot on the cracked and dirty linoleum floor. In another house, I think it was when we lived in Georgia, he asked me what I was thinking. I didn't dare tell him what I was really thinking, so I made up a story. I remember, in Technicolor detail, telling him about Snow White and the 7 Dwarfs. I told him how we were mining for gems deep in a cave. The cave's gems sparkled like a neon rainbow, so brilliant that we didn't need lanterns to see. I didn't understand at that young age that a light was needed to make the gems sparkle. Maybe I just instinctively understood that I was the light in the darkness. This time, we were living in Texas, and my mom told me to clean my room. I did what most kids do and shoved everything under my bed. She pulled everything out and told me to start again. This time, I shoved everything in my closet. She looked there too. Finally, I began to strategically put things away. Each time I would tell her I was done, she would tell me, not quite, keep picking up. At the end, the only thing left on the floor was a pair of panties. Exasperated, she picked them up herself and put them in the pamper. I felt defeated. I wanted her to tell me to pick them up. I would have told her, why? I didn't put them there.
So sometimes people define themselves by how many times they've been knocked down. Some people define themselves by the pain they've experienced. I struggle with my past as well as confidence. I define myself by my fear of failure and disappointing others. So let me ask you, how do you define yourself? My name is Hillary Elp, and I'm here to present something about you. Breathe, remember who you are. I am exploring how improvisation can help people fly free from their trauma. I hope to help others breathe as they learn to grow and leave their past behind. I want to show people how to grasp the present and take hold of their power and strength, allowing them to be hopeful while living a life full of opportunities and new beginnings, being their true, authentic self. With targeted activities, improvisation can make quite an impact on trauma and healing.
As a tool, improv can provide practice in mindfulness and pivoting. Now let's take a look at how the healing rules correlate with the rules of improvisation. So healing comes in waves. Some days you will feel like you're drowning, and on others you'll feel like you're floating. Some days you will feel broken, and on others you will feel renewed. Be patient with yourself, mindfulness. Believe in yourself and discover your light. You don't need to be what people assume you to be. Don't let people clothe you in their ideas and opinions. Pivot. Always follow the process. Be aware of your surroundings, and the product will come. New beginnings. When you feel heavy, unpack. Take that bag off and take a closer look inside. Ask yourself, why are you still holding on to situations that weigh you down? Why are you still fighting for connections that disconnect you? Pivot. Move actions forward, not sideways or backwards. Get rid of what no longer serves you. You deserve to feel lighter. Less is more, pack lightly. You must always remember to keep love for yourself burning strong and keep your love light on. Still soft, still loving, still hopeful, still beautiful. Be mindful of your actions and listen to yourself. My first activity I have for you today is categories. This activity consists of 3 different categories: deer, eagle, and jaguar. Categories will allow the opportunity to see where or how a person sees themselves. It will also give the opportunity to check on a person's progress by repeating this activity bi-monthly, quarterly, or even yearly. So ladies, where or how do you see yourself at this moment? Stevie, please tell us why you chose deer.
I chose deer because I feel like I run away from all situations and I use it as to my advantage.
Thank you. Melissa, please tell us why you chose jaguar.
I chose to resonate with the jaguar because when I find myself backed into a corner, I become aggressive.
Thank you. Morgan, please tell us why you chose eagle.
So I chose eagle based off of my trauma because I feel like eagles are very protective and particular with who they let in, so I put walls up.
Okay. April, why did you choose eagle?
I related my trauma towards the eagle because when I'm from my trauma, I like to rise above my circumstances and just kind of stay away, keep my distance, but watching what goes on around me.
Thank you, ladies. And as you can see, both April and Morgan chose the same category. However, they both see themselves in a different space, and that's okay. My next activity I have for you today is trauma ball, or T-ball. At the beginning, each of the girls were given a piece of paper to write down their trauma, and we stuffed it inside the ball. And as you can see, the girls are just tossing the ball around, playing catch, something we were taught to do at a very young age. The challenge of this activity is letting go of the past, dropping the ball. So the object of trauma ball is to let the ball, which represents trauma, hit the floor, giving the room to breathe. As we move further into the sessions and people are making changes and transforming themselves, taking the opportunity to move forward, flying free from trauma. As the ball hits the floor, they will begin to yell out, "Fly free." Staying strong, addressing their trauma without discussion, bringing them into the present, feeling hopeful and more confident. Breathe. Breathe.
Violence. Fly free.
Emotional abuse, fly free.
Abandonment, fly free.
Toxic relationships, fly free.
Financial abuse. Fly free. Rape. Fly free. Physical abuse. Fly free.
Neglect. Fly free.
Find your voice in the forces of pure magic. In the pursuit of the extraordinary, have confidence in yourself and your opinions. With inspiration, joy, and peace, the path back to yourself will be unique. It will have a variety of experiences that will leave you feeling a multitude of things at different times. Sometimes you will experience much that will leave you heavy. Sometimes you will experience much that will leave you lighter. Other times your experiences will serve no other purpose than helping you grow wings to fly free and remember who you are. I hope eventually these words and activities open you to the realization that you are deserving of all those things and much more. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Renata Yaya Hamilton, and today I will be presenting a prose poem to you. During my first semester with EMU, I took creative writing, experiment, and form under Professor Christine Hume's tutelage. Creative writing opened up the opportunity to explore trauma utilizing techniques to express vulnerability and intimacy. This poem is an expression of how I viewed my mother's struggle with depression. I chose to borrow the style of Victoria Chain's obit, which capsulizes the form of obituaries in a collection of poems. She expresses the seriousness of watching her mother pass away in stages from pulmonary fibrosis, each ending in some sort of consolation. The motivation behind my poem was the reinvention of an elegy. An elegy is often known to be reflective of the loss of a loved one, but my loved one is still very much alive. Mimicking day to day is borrowing the obituary style in a creative form. It reflects on the loss of movements of my mother's daily activities after depression set into her daily life. I never noticed the lack thereof until there it existed no more. Your mother's movements died on December 19, 2011, when she stopped answering the door of loved ones knocking. You don't doubt your mother's love, but there's no denying that she is immobilized in a dark room, struggling to find her way outside of the bed. You see her trapped in a misty fog where the air is so heavy, it constricts the lungs and evokes panic. She retreats. Childhood sexual abuse, rapes, and repetitive relationships of domestic violence. Then her first love is incarcerated, and now her youngest is in prison too. Never forgetting loss after loss gripping her by the throat, so tight that no one hears your cries for help. Relenting to turn around and face the demons nipping at her heels. She wants to establish relationships within her life, but she can't get out of bed. Not regressing and surely not progressing, just lost in a place of stagnation that swallows her mother's movements that she once had in this lifetime that never belonged to you. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Raquaya Blue. The name of my presentation is Words of Liberation. I will be presenting a poem in a short prose work that explores trauma, how trauma shapes my identity and ultimately the course of my life. The poem is a writing experiment by Victoria Chain's Orbit, which uses obituaries to write about death and its effect. My poem is titled Endless Circles, which shows how grief has saturated my life. I will also present Wasteland, a prose collection born of traumatic fragments that describe how I process some of these events. This piece is inspired by the book Sag Tiger. by Neej Sino, who writes about being sexually abused as a young child and the long-term aftermath of trauma. With this work from Creative Writing 422, Experimenting with Forms, I hope to show the process of healing is messy, but it's possible by giving word to the experiences, which is to me an act of love. Endless circles. Hope. My hope died on December 12, 2024, at the age of 43, strangled by my leaking uterus, a fixture my OBGYN advised me to get rid of. I once watched a red emerald philodendron drown, covered in mealybugs excreting honeydew. It was dead, but never died after the purging. The following years reminded me how painful it is to extract something, not like a string wrapped around a tooth and pulled, more like my auntie dying on the day I decided not to call, or the glued together Frankenstein picture of me holding my magazine cutout child in the trash can. At my next doctor's appointment, she touched my belly with fingers roughly digging for evidence, looking past the eyes that yearn for a child, past the lips seated and covered in freshly poured cement. I called my grandma to tell her about the surgery. My father's hello sounds like he's drowning. We rarely talk. My grandmother tells me, "You should have children." I'm urged to rip out my vocal cords. At 5, my mother's boyfriend watched me sleep to prepare me. Days later, in another house, in another room, my mother shot my father. I put on my shoes to walk in circles on the prison yard, in endless circles that will outlive me. Wasteland. There's nothing irresistible about my 16-year-old frame, except I was easy prey, surrounded by predators. He was 6'3", 250 pounds. His calloused hands would wander along my body in spite of my protests, trapping me under the weight of his grip. It was me that called him for a ride to my grandmother's house. I was the one that answered the door when he came over. I was the one that was told to serve him at family functions. This meant permission. After 31 years, I can still feel the weight of his forearm pinning me to the passenger seat. Better than any seatbelt I ever used. I feel the pressure, the ripping, the burning. With one hand, he undressed both of us, using my 14-year-old chest to balance himself. He moaned and stared at me the entire time. I stared at the dirty ripped cloth falling from the ceiling and counted each breath I took. I stopped counting when he was back in his seat. He said to me, "I thought you said you weren't a virgin." I also feel the weight of my lie. Alcohol, drugs, and sex became the erasure of words I couldn't take back. Yes, you can drive me to school. Yes, you can buy me a drink. He never touched me. I was and still am broken, but not like a clock thrown to the ground and smashed with a hammer, but like the constant questioning, forgetting, and remembering of an Alzheimer's patient, trapped in a mind that distorts time and faces. I've spent years brutally berating myself about being powerless over what arouses me, about what I should wear, how I should look, how I should think, how I should sit, who I should sit next to, about how I should answer questions, about what questions I should ask. How long should I look at a man or talk to him, or if I should shake his hand? Because to me, any one of my actions could lead to asking for it, deserving it, not sex, violence. I don't think of myself as a survivor. That doesn't validate what I experience. It doesn't acknowledge my identity, personality, memory, self-esteem, creativity, and even the way in which I learn have been altered by and is still chained to my experience of sexual abuse. I abuse alcohol to deaden the surveillance of myself in a search for answers to the typical "why me?" Standing naked in front of a mirror, examining my small breasts, how they sit slouched on my chest. Why me? I look over my formless body, a dented box wrapped in stretch marks, like garland wrapped around a tree. Why me? Exhausted, I fall asleep on the bathroom floor. Silence, finally. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sherry Zachary. I'm going to be talking about broken windows, broken hearts. Before attending Dr. Karpiak's class, Policing in Society, I had the misconception that racism, specifically against black people, was used as a crutch to explain away the disparities found in the undereducated, economically challenged black Americans living in poverty-stricken areas. I didn't know that racism, especially within the police force, was still a reality. Although I have witnessed verbal racial assaults, they were far and few between. What was presented in class made me angry and sad. I also had to face some major guilt regarding my previous thoughts on racism, as well as the fact that being white automatically groups me in with those who somehow believe the white race is superior to others. My first experience with racism occurred when I was 7 years old. I traveled to Tennessee to spend the summer with my grandparents. I quickly made friends with 2 siblings, and we spent every day together. One day, while at a playground playing basketball, a police car pulled up. The officer that got out looked like an angry giant. The officer began yelling, "Hey, you, get over here." My friends and I were looking at each other and him, trying to figure out who he was talking to. You white girl, come here now." I was terrified. I was the only white girl. He sounded really angry with me, and I did not know why. "You can't be playing with no N-word," he said in an angry voice. I had not heard that word before and did not know what it meant. He put me in the back seat of his cruiser and growled at me, "Where do you live?" "I'm visiting my grandpa," I responded. "Where does he live?" "I don't know." "What's his name?" "Grandpa." He drove to a very small police station, took me inside, and ordered me to sit on a bench in a small unlocked cell. In response to his questions, I told him I was from Eau Claire, Michigan, my dad's name, and then just cried. He ended up contacting my parents, finding out my grandpa's address, and driving me to his home. When we got there, he told my grandpa, "Your granddaughter was hanging out with a couple of N-word." After Grandpa had not so politely told the officer to get the hell off his property, I asked him what that word meant. Grandpa said, "Don't ever say it again. That's a word stupid people use for black people." I was forever traumatized by this experience and still have a horrible physical reaction whenever I hear people use racist jargon. The last class an incarcerated person wants to take is one with the word police in it. But as a new student showing up late for registration, I landed in the Policing in Society class. In the end, my perceptions, thoughts, and feelings towards racism, especially regarding those who serve the citizens, are stronger than ever, and they're not very pretty. This presentation will shed some light on several concepts, theories, and studies which confirm that broken windows and stop and frisk policing tactics are racially and economically biased methods which feed the American monster of racism, as well as the devastating long-term consequences of such practices. Although black women, specifically mothers, are not often thought of as victims, they are in fact victimized every time their son, brother, or husband is disabled or killed at the hands of the police. They experience suffering that we cannot comprehend. It is akin to an emotional death which lasts the entire lifetime. Broken windows policing has been in practice for nearly 40 years. This concept is based on the theory which states, if a building with a broken window is left unattended, more broken windows will follow. Thus, if minor crimes, such as destruction of property, public intoxication, or trash strewn about are left unattended, this will result in the growth of more destructive criminal activities. This method of policing has created disparities in arrest, racialized incarceration rates, and the death of young black men at the hands of those sworn to protect. Lastly, the long-term effects of such practices are gender-based in the form of delayed sequelae. Sequelae, which is the plural form, are a medical term meaning a morbid infection occurring as a result of a previous disease. In other words, it's the long-term consequences of a previous condition. Broken windows policing is based on the visual aspects of a community. Areas of unyielding poverty share a higher probability of having abandoned cars, graffiti, trash, abandoned buildings, and other unattractive things that give the acuity of disorder. Unfortunately, there are beliefs regarding the stigma of social order which link black and disadvantaged minority groups to crime, violence, disorder, welfare, and undesirability as a neighbor. This brings to mind the concept of ecological contamination, which means everyone encountered in a bad neighborhood has a moral liability of that neighborhood. In other words, you are judged by the condition of the area in which you live. An extensive research project on the theory of ecological contamination discusses neighborhood stigma and the social construction of broken windows. This study concluded that the cultural makeup of a neighborhood is strongly related to the perceived notion of disorder. This is particularly true in the neighborhoods that are predominantly Black or Latino. Quoting Sampson and Raudenbush, neighborhood social and ethnic composition are linked powerfully to the perception of disorder. In particular, concentrated poverty, proportion Black and proportion Latino, are related positively to and significantly to perceived disorder. In addition, Quinlan and Pager state that because race and poverty are related to official crime, a spurious connection may exist between perceiving disorder as a problem and large concentrations of minority and poor residents. Broken windows policing combined with stop and frisk tactics have created an undeniable increase in the arrest and incarceration of Black Americans compared to that of white. It stands to reason that the community having the most interaction with police will have a higher arrest and incarceration rate. The rate of death by cop for young white men or boys is incomparable to that of Black citizens. To say it is disproportionate is wildly understated. Hyper-racialized policing tactics, such as broken windows, are the foundation of a chain reaction that begins with something as harmless as a messy neighborhood. This type of community is more likely to have the appearance of disorder, which brings a higher level of police presence under the theory of broken windows. This leads to elevated rates of stop and frisk incidents, which in turn leads to a higher rate of arrest, incarceration, police brutality, and state-sanctioned death of Black male citizens. The final link in this long, arduous chain of events is the gender-based sequela suffered by the mothers of victims of police violence. Although sequela are a medical term, they easily relate to the long-lasting, lingering wounds that we can't quantify or qualify when a boy or girl is shot or is the victim of some other violence, is assaulted, becomes a paraplegic, or comes to live with the projectile bullet inside their body. The cost of these wounds, not just from an economic perspective, but also for the family, cannot be quantified, says Dr. Andrea Beatriz dos Santos. Black mothers who have lost a son or husband to police transgressions by way of incarceration, maiming, or death suffer lifelong emotional and economical trauma. Black mothers are seldom mentioned as victims in police violence enacted on their male family members, yet the loss of their loved one could very well be considered a sort of gendered living death. Black mothers are especially susceptible to the unimaginable pain of the sequela. The trauma and suffering of the mothers aren't just physical. The emotional damage is immeasurable, as is the fear of similar actions being taken against their remaining children. I have two biracial grandsons, 20 and 21. They are morally strong, loving young men. After this class, I find myself concerned about their safety, not because of what they do, but because of their ethnicity. Given the right circumstances, their moral values would mean nothing. They would be deemed guilty or unworthy of life based solely on the color of their skin. Although I do not fully comprehend the extent of suffering for the mothers who have lost their young to racist hyper-policing tactics, I do have a slight inclination. The gender-biased sequela following the unwarranted death of young Black men brings lifelong suffering for their mothers, which in turn brings suffering to all who care about the lost child and their mother. In closing, I will share excerpts from a letter written from one mother to another, both of which lost their sons to police violence. Whenever one of our children, Black, white, brown, yellow, or red, are taken from us unnecessarily, it causes a never-ending pain that is unlike anything I could have imagined experiencing. I know this because I lived and continue to live this. It is the fact that the killer of your son is alive, known, and currently free. Kristen Smith goes on to say, this impunity, coupled with the intentionality of the violence, makes anti-Black state violence a unique experience. Black mothers who have lost their children to police violence continue to live with the residual effects of the immutable circumstances of anti-Black state terror. It is a hidden, lethal after effect of the bullets and batons that are seen to directly kill. These gender-based sequela foster the indescribable pain, fear, and torment suffering by the mothers of those taken by police who carry on their daily lives without regard for those they have killed or those who will forever struggle to somehow continue living without them. It is extremely disturbing to know that the mothers of an individual race endure the stress of the sequela through no wrongdoing of their own. As a side note, I think it is important to share with you this personal statement. Christianity is the only thing that has so strongly affected and changed my thoughts, feelings, and actions or beliefs in a positive manner. To Dr. Karpiak, thank you for teaching me.
Like much of the nation, Michigan is grappling with the crisis in access to mental health care services. This crisis has been growing for many years, and it was at its highest during the COVID-19 pandemic. A major concern is mental health amongst incarcerated individuals due to suicide rates being 6 times higher than in general population. Prior to incarceration, individuals may have deep-rooted psychological problems that foster their original criminal behavior. Society's interest in preventing recidivism may be furthered if access to mental health care services were more available within the community. Hello, my name is Kia Jones, and I am a part of the College to Prison program with EMU. My professors Bonnie Miller, Jenny Fritz, and Barbara Walters introduced to students the opportunity to create a disability awareness campaign and are engaging across disabilities class. Each student chose a specific type of disability, and we created an awareness campaign about individuals living with that disability. Immediately, I felt this was the perfect opportunity to bring awareness towards individuals who have an invisible disability, and also show how the lack of mental health services could cause an individual to engage in criminal behaviors. Can you decide who has a disability and who doesn't? Have you ever heard of invisible disabilities? An invisible disability could be an individual who lives with depression, anxiety, bipolar disorder, schizophrenia, or PTSD. You could be sitting next to someone who has an invisible disability and not even know it. Now I want you to imagine having an invisible disability and not being able to receive mental health services from within your community. Just because you cannot see an individual's disability does not mean that they do not have one. Mental illness is an invisible disability and should be taken very seriously. Now, a little about Michigan's mental health crisis. 1,789,000 adults in Michigan have a mental health condition. That's more than 8 times the population of Grand Rapids, Michigan. 424,000 Michigan adults have serious thoughts of suicide each year. A major cause of our mental health crisis is due to more than 3,600,000 people in Michigan living in a community that lacks mental health professionals. The alarming statistics highlight the scale of the unmet need for mental health care, a systemic issue impacting even those with insurance coverage. The National Advisory Commission on Criminal Justice Standards and Goals has recommended that treatment of individuals who are mentally ill should be completely under the supervision and direction under a team of psychiatrists, and they should receive the appropriate rehabilitation services. A correctional setting is not appropriate for rehabilitation with individuals who have a mental illness. So, what causes the criminal justice system to step in when the mental health system doesn't? Allow me to brief you on some major changes that influence Michigan's mental health crisis. Understaffing in aging hospital buildings caused the state of Michigan to temporarily close down more than 70 long-term psychiatric beds at 3 facilities. In 2022, Kalamazoo Psychiatric Hospital took 50 beds offline, while a hospital in Westland temporarily closed down 20 beds. Both hospitals treated adults with the most severe cases of mental illness. Hawthorne Center in Northville is the state's only psychiatric hospital for children, which has a wait list for beds, along with staff shortages. Children who have serious mental illnesses cannot receive proper services if they do not have access to mental health professionals. This then begins the cycle of school to prison pipeline, because children are being housed at juvenile detention facilities as a solution to maintain the child's mental illness and to ensure that the child does not pose a threat to society. In 2024, an estimated 2.8 million youth in the U.S. experienced major depressive episodes with severe impairment, meaning it severely impacted their functioning at home and or school. 142,000 of those youth were Michigan adolescents. 93,000 of Michigan adolescents have had serious thoughts of suicide within the past year. In Michigan's K through 12 public schools, there is a 1 in 1,500 ratio for school psychologists to students. These children deserve a future, and it's actively being stolen because of the lack of mental health services in their community. According to Dr. George Mellows, who oversees the state's 5 psychiatric hospitals, it's not the budget that forced the state to close down beds. It's the individuals who do not want the job. Mr. Mellows acknowledged that stress levels were at its highest level due to too much overtime in psychiatric units, which resulted in many staff members leaving facilities. Staff hospitals play a unique and crucial role in the mental health field, traditionally providing treatment for patients with the most chronic, complex psychiatric problems that lead to month-long stays followed by intensive follow-up services. These changes have caused individuals who seriously need mental health services to remain in a vulnerable state while residing in their community, which often leads to their criminal behavior. Just because someone with a mental illness commits a crime does not mean this individual loses all human and constitutional rights. Mental health state agencies should have an obligation to place an individual into a decent living environment. Staff mental health agencies should vest complete control and authority when it involves an individual, their mental illness, and criminal behaviors. We have to find a solution to assist individuals in the community who have an invisible disability. Having a mental illness is not a crime. The lives of individuals who have an invisible disability, their lives matter. This could be your mother, father, son, daughter, or a friend. This individual could be you. Mental illness does not discriminate. Michiganders deserve to get the mental health care they need and deserve. The urgent need for mental health professionals in Michigan has encouraged me to continue to further my education so that I can become a psychiatrist. I will make a difference in the state of Michigan by assisting individuals with mental health services that will allow them to better themselves and to stay far away from the criminal justice system. Individuals with invisible disability lives matter. Mental illness matters.
Do you know about the foster care to prison pipeline? According to Juvenile Law Center, 25 to 30% of former foster youth are incarcerated within 2 years of aging out of the system, with lifetime incarceration rates reaching up to 42% by the age of 20. In addition to this, over 50% of foster youth experience an arrest, conviction, or detention by age 17 and make up nearly 20% of the U.S. prison population. Hello, my name is Kimberly Wanzi, and as an alumnus of the foster care system, this was my reality. At the age of 8 years old, I was taken away from my mother and her partner and placed into foster care, becoming an official ward of the state by age 10. As a child in my formative years, being displaced at such a crucial developmental stage affected me in a lot of ways that carried over into my adult life. Add in the fact that I was already coming from different traumas and unable to truly comprehend what was happening to me. I was constantly in survival mode. Let's talk about what exactly that means. Our prefrontal cortex, commonly referred to as our new brain, is where we develop new skills. And our spinal cord, otherwise known as our old brain, is where our most basic survival skills originate. This is our fight, flight, freeze, and fawn. When we are developing, and these instincts are always activated because our spinal cord is telling us that we are not safe, we cannot focus on anything but survival. This leaves us unable to truly develop in the other ways we would normally be developing as a child, such as our ability to connect with others, our social and communication skills, our attachment styles, emotional regulation, and other cognitive skills. This was my biggest struggle, and what I carried over from my childhood into my adulthood. My ability to connect and properly communicate my thoughts and feelings with others. You see, as a child being bounced around foster homes after being taken away from my mother, all I knew, all I was shown, is I'm alone. I have to fend for myself. This left me with an anxious and avoidant attachment style. This is extremely common amongst foster children and adoptees. As a result of this, in my adulthood, I still struggle with emotional regulation, effective communication, as well as a tendency to be defensive and jump to the worst conclusion possible, leaving me vulnerable to making uninformed and impulsive decisions and reactions, which was one of the issues that led to my incarceration. Today, we will explore how to successfully navigate challenging interactions when triggered using the core components of impromptu speaking and improvisation techniques. I will demonstrate this practice using my story as the guide. First, I will explain a framework commonly used in impromptu speaking along with another core concept of public speaking. Next, we will identify go-to improvisation methods that can aid in tough conversations. Finally, I will demonstrate how to successfully utilize these skills to get through sensitive situations using my experience as a guide. The framework most commonly used in impromptu speaking is Monroe's motivational sequence, developed by Alan Monroe in the 1930s. This framework consists of 5 basic steps. Step 1 is the attention step. This is where you get your intended audience's attention using an attention grabber, otherwise known as a hook. Step 2, create a need. Convince your audience that a significant problem exists and does in fact affect them, establishing why a change is necessary. Step 3, satisfaction. Present your intended audience with a clear and actionable solution to the current problem with an explanation on how it resolves the need. Step 4, visualization. Describe what the future results will be if the solution is adapted. Finally, step 5, the action step. Provide a direct, specific call to action, telling the audience exactly what they need to do immediately. Because this formula is psychology-based, it can be adapted to everyday communications and interactions by using these 5 basic steps. To walk another through these intense emotional situations to get to an intended result, which I will be showing an example of at the end. Added to this 5-step sequence, I have adapted another core speech fundamental. Did you know that it takes a fully functional adult brain 7 seconds to fully process what another individual says to them? By fully functional, I mean an adult brain that is well rested, properly fed and nourished, and does not have the effects of previous trauma. Now imagine how long it takes for an adult brain that is tired, dealing with hunger, neurodivergences, and/or the effects of previous trauma to fully process what another individual is trying to communicate to them. You would imagine it may take a bit longer than 7 seconds. That is why I've also adopted the 7-second concept with Monroe's 5-step sequence, because when in an intense emotional situation, our old brain, our spinal cord, tends to take control at first because we feel unsafe in highly emotionally charged situations. However, by taking these 7 seconds before responding, we can give our prefrontal cortex time to catch up and take control of our decisions, allowing our spinal cord to take the back seat, if you will, giving us more control over our responses and a better chance to have effective communication. Let's talk about a few improvisation techniques that can aid in navigating intense emotional situations. The techniques that I have found most helpful for me in these situations, although believe me, there are many different rules that can help, are these 3. First is yes and. By using yes and, you can honor another person's reality by also adding yours. This helps by validating all parties' realities and feelings in intense situations. Second, accept what is offered as a gift, not a challenge. This allows you to more readily accept another's reality without getting defensive, thus placing another in a defensive mode. 3, the scene in your head is probably not the scene you are having. By assuming that your reality is the only right one, you are making assumptions about the other person and what they are thinking and feeling, when in actuality, your assumption is more than likely wrong. And by understanding that the scene in your head is probably not the scene you are having, it allows you to be open to another's reality or point of view. Using these techniques allows us to on-the-spot pivot and make better impromptu responses, enhancing our communication skills. I will now give an example by doing a skit showing the same conversation happening two ways. The first without the techniques I have given, and the second with the techniques given.
Bro, Kim, I need to ask you a question.
What's up, boo-boo?
Why would you take my personal information and go discuss it with somebody?
What the hell are you talking about? I've never done anything like that.
So you didn't take what I said in group the other day and go tell nobody?
No, I didn't. And you don't come in here all accusatory, because I would never do anything like that to you. So you can feel free to take this earth-disturbing bullshit and leave.
If that's what you want, then it is what it is. I thought we was going to be able to come to some type of resolution and move past this. But all right.
If she was my real friend, she would know I would never do that to her.
Hey, Kim, I have a question for you.
What's up, boo-boo?
I just want to know why you thought it was okay to volunteer my personal information.
Well, for one, I'm sorry that happened to you. But may I ask why you think that I did this to you?
Because you were in group last week when I talked about something very, very personal, and now outside people know about it.
Yeah, I was in group, but so were other people. I promise that I did not disclose anything you said in the group outside of the group. I understand, though, that you feel like your personal information was exploited and your feelings are hurt because of that. But maybe we can ask the other people that were in the group.
Okay, you're probably right. And I'm sure it is some type of explanation for this. And I'm sorry for accusing you.
That's okay. I thank you for the apology, but I understand where your feelings are at. I know what it means to have my personal information exploited. I've been there, so I understand where you are. Maybe to keep this from happening again in the group, we can explain why this is hurtful, why this is wrong, why it's important to keep each other's confidences, and implement some sort of accountability or consequences if this were to happen again.
I think that's a great idea. Thank you for listening and helping me figure this out.
Thank you for coming to talk to me. Thank you for your time and attention. I hope that you have learned something new today and about how impromptu and improvisation techniques can be used to aid in tough emotional conversations. Thank you.
What is the difference between having to get through something, which is survival, and knowing that you can get through something, which is resilience? The answer is choice. I'm Zella Hoth, and this is my assistant, Heather McKee. Additionally, I will be quoting Vander Kolk, author of The Body Keeps the Score. Today, through improvisation, Heather and I will demonstrate how to teach our brains that we do indeed have choices, and that we can solve and move through tough situations, not just merely survive them. Improv can be used in everyday life to generate a more productive response to unexpected situations and to solve problems. Improv activities gives us practice for real-life situations, helping us to respond with rationality rather than to react using only emotion. This creates transformation because it teaches our mind to look at the world in different ways and in multiple perspectives. My theory is that improv can be used as a type of trauma therapy, exposing our discomforts, but teaching us how to work through them, which in turn helps us to meet developmental milestones that are often not achieved when trauma is experienced. Milestones that are essential for problem solving. People who suffer from trauma often get stuck. They get stuck in their past traumas and don't know how to move forward because their brain can't make the distinction that the thing that happened is no longer happening. They relive their trauma as if it is still occurring and even experience the same sensations. Then, when triggered in the present, because the trauma has not been properly processed, they react using their old brain, the spinal cord, the fight, flight, freeze, or fawn reaction, an unproductive reaction that focuses only on the problem. Van der Kolk says these reactions started off as efforts to save your life. The body responds to extreme experiences by secreting stress hormones that are meant to give us endurance to respond to extraordinary conditions. People who actively do something to deal with a disaster utilize these stress hormones for their proper purpose, and therefore are at a much lower risk of becoming traumatized. Helplessness and immobilization, which are often experienced with trauma, keep people from utilizing these stress hormones to defend themselves. When that happens, their hormones are still being pumped out, but the action they're supposed to fuel is thwarted. Eventually, the activation patterns which were meant to promote coping are turned back against the organism and now keep fueling inappropriate fight, flight, and freeze reactions. In order to return to proper functioning, these persistent emergency reactions must come to an end. The body needs to be restored to a baseline of safety and relaxation from which it can mobilize to action in response to real danger. The new brain, the prefrontal cortex, is where rationing, logic, and reason take place. In this area of the brain, we have choice. The fundamental issue in resolving traumatic stress is to restore a proper balance between the rational and emotional brains so you can feel in charge of how you respond and how you conduct your life. When we solve problems using our new brain, we work through problems rather than just survive the situation. This first activity is geared toward the challenge of not being able to describe an event or articulate emotion. This inability to put feeling into words is called alexithymia. For some trauma, there just isn't any words. But one way to process a traumatic event is to talk it out. Van der Kolk says, stories are important. Without stories, memories get frozen. Without memory, you can't imagine something being any different. This activity, called Scene 1 through 10, allows a person to tell their story by giving them a language and the words to describe an event. By doing so, processing takes place. Heather and I will act out a photo shoot using only numbers to move the scene forward. Once the scene reaches a 10, the scene will end. 1, 2, 3, 3, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This is a fun example of how the concept of using scene 1 through 10 works and is good practice before applying it to a traumatic memory. When used for a traumatic memory, once the scene reaches a 10, the scene ends. The trauma, the memory, the scene, it ends. And a soft focusing or deep listening exercise should be done in order to ground the person back in the safety of the present. Then return to the scene, starting at a 10, and work back to 1, de-escalating the scene in the person's mind. Follow-up questions are of great importance, as they clearly identify what needs to be overcome. Questions for this activity should include an evaluation of the person's stress level after completing the activity, how it felt to describe an event without using words. Was it harder? Was it easier? And are they now able to articulate emotion or describe any part of the event using words? By eliminating words, we give power back to the individual to name the stressor and to process the event. They don't have to search for words they don't have or voice anything they feel uncomfortable, embarrassed, or shameful to say out loud. This next activity is geared towards those who are challenged by phobias or those who are often fearful of reliving or re-experiencing a traumatic situation. It is called Crisis and Object. In this activity, one person will act out a crisis of their choosing, and the second person, with an object of their choosing, will solve the crisis with whatever they decide the object to be. Heather and I again will demonstrate. Stella. Yeah.
What's wrong?
I am so lost.
You're lost.
I'm lost. I don't know what happened. I got turned around, and now I'm just so scared. I'm lost.
Okay, well, let's see if we can find something to help.
It's hopeless.
No, look. It's a map.
A map.
Let's see where we are.
Right there.
Yes.
Oh, and there's how I get back.
Yes, Stella.
Thank you
You're
so much. Initially, the crisis chosen should not be the crisis the trauma stems from. And again, follow-up questions are crucial for growth. Learning comes in reflection and analyzing the reasons behind our choices. Here, we would ask, what was your initial instinct? And did you act on it or choose to do something different, and why? Also, what did you have to hold on to or let go of in order to make your choice? If we truly allow ourselves to experience the imaginary circumstance and everything else going on, our body has a real reaction. Our body has a chemical, physiological response that is no different from real life. Pretending to solve a problem or crisis is practice for real-life situations and teaches our mind to have the logical, desired response rather than the unproductive, irrational, and emotional reaction. It teaches us to utilize our stress hormones by putting the scene to action and making on-the-spot choices. Developmentally, playing pretend is how children solve and work through their problems, which is a critical milestone that is carried over into adulthood. Van der Kolk says, imagination gives opportunity to envision new possibilities. Improv increases resilience because it teaches choice and skills that promote choice. It takes us out of our nervous system, our old brain, and allows us to use our prefrontal cortex, the new brain. And although we cannot go back and make a different choice about a past situation, it teaches us to solve the next problem or difficult thing we face in life much better. In that regard, it is not only therapy, it is therapeutic, and it will change lives. You do not have to be re-traumatized in trying to recover from trauma. If you don't think you can face it, there are still ways to move forward and past it. Improv is one such way. Thank you for joining us and for considering the power of improv in our everyday lives as a form of trauma therapy.
So sometimes people define themselves by how many times they've been knocked down. Some people define themselves by the pain they've experienced. I struggle with my past as well as confidence. I define myself by my fear of failure and disappointing others. So let me ask you, how do you define yourself? My name is Hillary Ulp, and I'm here to present something about you. Breathe, remember who you are. I am exploring how improvisation can help people fly free from their trauma. I hope to help others breathe as they learn to grow and leave their past behind. I want to show people how to grasp the present and take hold of their power and strength, allowing them to be hopeful while living a life full of opportunities and new beginnings, being their true, authentic self. With targeted activities, improvisation can make quite an impact on trauma and healing. As a tool, improv can provide practice in mindfulness and pivoting. Now let's take a look at how the healing rules correlate with the rules of improvisation. So healing comes in waves. Some days you will feel like you're drowning, and on others you'll feel like you're floating. Some days you will feel broken, and on others you will feel renewed. Be patient with yourself, mindfulness. Believe in yourself and discover your light. You don't need to be what people assume you to be. Don't let people clothe you in their ideas and opinions. Pivot. Always follow the process. Be aware of your surroundings, and the product will come. New beginnings. When you feel heavy, unpack. Take that bag off and take a closer look inside. Ask yourself, why are you still holding on to situations that weigh you down? Why are you still fighting for connections that disconnect you? Pivot. Move actions forward, not sideways or backwards. Get rid of what no longer serves you. You deserve to feel lighter. Less is more, pack lightly. You must always remember to keep love for yourself burning strong and keep your love light on. Still soft, still loving, still hopeful, still beautiful. Be mindful of your actions and listen to yourself. My first activity I have for you today is categories. This activity consists of 3 different categories: deer, eagle, and jaguar. Categories will allow the opportunity to see where or how a person sees themselves. It will also give the opportunity to check on a person's progress by repeating this activity bi-monthly, quarterly, or even yearly. So ladies, where or how do you see yourself at this moment? Stevie, please tell us why you chose deer.
I chose deer because I feel like I run away from all situations and I use it as to my advantage.
Thank you. Melissa, please tell us why you chose jaguar.
I chose to resonate with the jaguar because when I find myself backed into a corner, I become aggressive.
Thank you. Morgan, please tell us why you chose eagle.
So I chose eagle based off of my trauma because I feel like eagles are very protective and particular with who they let in, so I put walls up.
Okay. April, why did you choose eagle?
I related my trauma towards the eagle because when I'm from my trauma, I like to rise above my circumstances and just kind of stay away, keep my distance, but watching what goes on around me.
Thank you, ladies. And as you can see, both April and Morgan chose the same category. However, they both see themselves in a different space, and that's okay. My next activity I have for you today is trauma ball, or T-ball. At the beginning, each of the girls were given a piece of paper to write down their trauma, and we stuffed it inside the ball. And as you can see, the girls are just tossing the ball around, playing catch, something we were taught to do at a very young age. The challenge of this activity is letting go of the past, dropping the ball. So the object of trauma ball is to let the ball, which represents trauma, hit the floor, giving the room to breathe. As we move further into the sessions and people are making changes and transforming themselves, taking the opportunity to move forward, flying free from trauma. As the ball hits the floor, they will begin to yell out, "Fly free." Staying strong, addressing their trauma without discussion, bringing them into the present, feeling hopeful and more confident. Breathe. Breathe.
Violence. Fly free.
Emotional abuse, fly free. Abandonment, fly free.
Toxic relationships. Fly free.
Financial abuse. Fly free. Rape. Fly free. Physical abuse. Fly free.
Neglect. Fly free.
Find your voice in the forces of pure magic. In the pursuit of the extraordinary, have confidence in yourself and your opinions. With inspiration, joy, and peace, the path back to yourself will be unique. It will have a variety of experiences that will leave you feeling a multitude of things at different times. Sometimes you will experience much that will leave you heavy. Sometimes you will experience much that will leave you lighter. Other times your experiences will serve no other purpose than helping you grow wings to fly free and remember who you are. I hope eventually these words and activities open you to the realization that you are deserving of all those things and much more. Thank you.
how the program runs itself. So the rules, eligibility, and requirements. Compliance cost is completing paperwork, providing documentation, and phone interviews. And psychological costs are stigma, stress, and or the fear of losing benefits. These burdens matter because they shape who actually receives benefits and support from programs like Medicaid and SNAP. But this isn't just an academic endeavor for me, it is kind of personal. Growing up, I was the youngest of 3 girls raised by a single mom, and because of that, for a good majority of my life, we were on programs like enrollment and like Medicaid and SNAP. And through that, I was able to see some of the barriers and obstacles that happen when navigating these systems, watching my mom juggle paperwork and long phone calls and confusing letters. Even as a kid, it was pretty easy to see how difficult it was just to continue having these systems and benefits that helped us survive. And so this leads me to my research question. How do policy design and administrative processes shape real access to safety net programs in Michigan? Before we look at the data, it's important to understand the programs we'll be looking at and the context in which they will be operating in. The 3 major programs that we will be talking about are provided in Michigan and all serve different but overlapping needs. First, we have the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, also known as SNAP, formerly known as EBT or food stamps. This is a program that provides low-income households with food assistance during times of food insecurity, and it is one of the largest anti-hunger programs in America and the largest in Michigan, serving hundreds of thousands of households during every month. Second, we will be looking at what we call the Pandemic Electronic Benefits Transfer, also known as PEBT. And this was a program created during the pandemic to bridge the gap for low-income households already receiving SNAP and Medicaid during times of what we call pandemic disruptions. So school closures, quarantine, and basically to cover when a person lost access to a meal or food assistance from public access that they would normally have. And then our third program, which is Medicaid, formerly known as the Medical Assistance Program, provides insurance coverage for low-income households. That includes children, seniors, adults, and people with disabilities. Not to be confused with Medicare, which is for people of 65 and above and people with disabilities. During COVID, all of these programs went through extreme operational shifts. Enrollment drastically increased, rules were relaxed, and agents had to quickly adapt to the rising need. But once the public health emergency had ended, the public emergency had ended, all states were required to resume normal operations, including Michigan, and this period caused a lot of enrollment volatility, specifically in what we'll be looking at in something called Medicaid unwinding in April 2023 and 2024. Also to preference, unwinding was happening in all of these programs. However, because this is a design policy analysis, we will be looking at Medicaid unwinding specifically. So to do that, what is unwinding? So during COVID, states were required to continue coverage throughout each month and basically stop eligibility processes. So at this point, during the pandemic, people had their coverage and they could not lose it unless they either moved or asked to be removed from the program. And that protection ended in 2023. States had to restart eligibility programs, so that's checking income, verifying addresses and household sizes. And Michigan started in April of 2023 and ended in May of 2024. This was necessary. Michigan and every other state didn't just up and decide that they were going to start unwinding and start this process. Federal law required that once emergency funds had expired, that eligibility processes had to begin. So this was kind of seen to come, but again, with the amount of enrollment, it was a little shaky. And obviously the goal was to ensure only eligible people were receiving benefits and that those who were not were removed from the program. So how did it work? Michigan's Department of Health and Human Services sent out packets of renewal documentation to each household provided in their data. And if someone failed to respond, say they moved houses and didn't update theirs in the system, or they didn't understand the instructions on the packet, or maybe they didn't even receive a packet, they automatically lost coverage. And this is incredibly important because this affects each person individually, and a loss of health insurance is incredibly detrimental to your finances, your stability, your health, and your overall quality of life. So the data we'll be looking at for this project were derived from publicly available government websites. Each data set has households participating in the program, how many people were participating in the program, and the total amount of benefits that were issued by month for each program. So we use the SNAP administrative data, PBT issuance data, and Medicaid enrollment and determinations data. So the way I cleaned and looked at my variables was I cleaned and standardized the variables, standardized reporting periods, merged the data sets by month, and then conducted time series and analysis in R. I specifically looked at the pre, during, and post unwinding and used visualized markers. Here are some summary statistics on some of the data we receive, average households, minimum, maximum for all three data sets. I do want to stop and look at SNAP here and talk about the large range from our minimum to maximum. This is all our data from 2017 to 2025. This shows a gradual shift in economic conditions and a rise in food insecurity and enrollment. So here we have our SNAP households in Michigan over time. Ignore this valley here. I wasn't able to really find out what that was, so we'd have to really look at the data and kind of put together what this is. But if we move over a little bit, we see a drastic increase in enrollment right around the beginning of the pandemic. This is right around when quarantine had started, people were losing their jobs, and then they realized, how am I gonna feed myself and my family? So people are enrolling at large increments. But after we see a steady increase of enrollment, this just reflects economic conditions and need at the time. Here we have the red line is when unwinding began, blue when unwinding ended. And data shows that enrollment is steady from policy design during unwinding. So we see that the process is incredibly sharp, it's concise, and it's understandable. For PEBT, this was a temporary program, so we see the validity of the enrollment and benefits issued. Every month these were provided for disruptions. We didn't know when disruptions were gonna happen, so it's pretty volatile, but it was a fun graph to look at. And then once funds ended and the pandemic was over, we see zero participation, which makes sense. However, when we look at SNAP, one, we see an incredible increase during the pandemic of enrollment. This makes sense. Again, people are losing their jobs and now need to cover their families. An unknown sickness, they were releasing vaccines and they need to pay for these. However, we see a historic peak of 3.6 million people in Michigan under Medicaid at the beginning of unwinding, and by the end, only 2.3-ish people. This shows that there is a drastic decrease in enrollment, not because, and if we look at all of these merged together, we can see that the dramatic decrease in enrollment was not because people were no longer in need of these services, but because the policy itself was designed in a way to make it incredibly difficult to access these benefits and continue our coverage. And so with our quantitative analysis done, we'll be moving into our next steps, which is to bring a lived experience into this, into our data set. So we'll be conducting ethnographic fieldwork with residents in Southeast Michigan to document real experiences at the ground level, so SNAP recertification, Medicaid unwinding, caseworker interactions, and barriers to access on portals and apps. And all of this is to capture a large narrative of what's going on from qualitative and quantitative. And so when we build this picture, we can begin solving these issues. And that is what I have for you today. I thank everyone for coming out.
So great presentation. I do have a question. I know you're kind of just getting started, but with the implications that you do find based on administrative burden, would you say you more so want to change the language around people applying? Do you want to change the policy overall? Or have you even thought about any of that? That's too far.
Okay, this, my time slot is not long enough for me to do the full entire presentation. I actually cut out a piece where I talked about how I began looking at how to bring people in to understand access and how to get them on these welfare programs. And I pivoted, instead of centering on why people don't know, instead of centering on the fact that people don't know, I moved to why don't these people know. And I decentered the individual as the problem, and I placed the system into that hot seat. And so we're looking at the administration instead. So I will be going into how to do policy design and how we can reform these systems to better help our communities.
Thank you.
Yes, maybe this is kind of a follow-up to that. You said at one point the policy was designed to make enrollment difficult?
Yes.
Can you explain that?
So this is based off of with our administrative churn as well. A lot of the language that's used in these packets are things that are words that people generally don't know, or a lot of the time statistically, people who are receiving these benefits often don't have the higher education or the education to understand what this is. The literacy rate of the paperwork itself is meant for someone who already has extensive knowledge and was created by someone who knows what these things mean. But the average person has no idea what's happening. What does that mean? What does administrative churn mean? Should an individual who can be a victim of this know what a word means if they can be affected by it? So in that way, we're looking at maybe shaping the accessibility of our websites, our wording, and our policy, and how we can better spread to help the community.
Thank you very much. I think we need to wrap it up there. I'm sure if you want more questions, they can get you.
All right, thank you so much, guys. I appreciate it.
Jasmine here. Yeah, here we go.
Yep, sorry.
Good job, by the way. Easiest is to put fluid ties up on this side of the first.
Girl, can I get up? Thank you, I appreciate it.
Yes, you need to sign out so Jen can log in.
Making sure.
And is your mentor here?
Very busy and active student in science, and she came to us from physics. And she had first done actually research in physics, and I can't remember what it was all about. What was it again that you did in physics?
It was pretty boring. It was kind of it wasn't like physics like you think of. It was like a academic side of physics, like teaching physics. But it's still very important.
Very much counts. Okay. And then she decided to become a biology student, and then she did work with me and some other important people that are going to be introduced in the talk about fish. And from what I understand, the next thing she's going to do is study mushrooms. Is that right?
Microfungi, but so not macrofungi, but
okay.
Still, same kingdom.
Small mushrooms. Small mushrooms in a PhD program, is that right? And on top of all of that, she managed to actually help organize a conference, a student scientific conference, which is going to happen this weekend in Mark Jefferson Building. So I'm really quite amazed that she managed to do all this. I'm sure she's very, very stressed right now. But I'm very happy to have had her as a student this year. And yes, please.
Thank you very much. All right, I'll stand over here, I guess. Awesome. Okay, so raise your hand if you grew up playing in the Great Lakes or swimming or fishing. Okay, nice, me too. So the Great Lakes ecosystem is a very important resource for all of us here in Michigan. We have lots of animals, and plants, and lots of other members of the ecosystem. We're going to talk about the lake trout today. So this project is a collaboration between the USGS Great Lakes Science Center and EMU, and I was fortunate enough to secure a research assistant position at USGS through this role. So I'm very thankful to all my mentors, and yeah. A brief introduction to the lake trout. It's a very important top native predator in the Great Lakes ecosystems. It maintains the balances between all members of the ecosystem, from the tiny plants and bacteria and the smaller prey items, and then the bigger prey items. So very important member. Unfortunately, it was nearly exterminated from all Great Lakes in the 1950s due to a combination of overfishing and the invasive sea lamprey here in the right-hand corner. Very scary. So a top priority of the Great Lakes Fishery Commission and the DNR and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and all of those groups has been to rehabilitate the lake trout to its original population size. So the goal of these rehabilitation efforts is to increase natural recruitment of the lake trout population, which includes the survival of a lake trout and then its contribution to the next generation. So that's the definition of recruitment in this context. And the way they maintain the population right now is by stocking millions of lake trout each year, which is a very significant number. The recruitment is monitored annually, and ideally, we will see increases in recruitment over time, and we have. But unfortunately, Lake Michigan, the population has not returned to its original status, so recruitment is still low, and if we were to stop stocking in Lake Michigan, the population would significantly decline. And this picture is a little bit, is a representation of the research area we're focusing on. So this is right off the coast, quote unquote, of Charlevoix. It's the northern refuge of Lake Michigan. It's a very important ecosystem for lake trout. So what is the culprit that prevents lake trout from returning to its natural population size? So fish health is a big thing, obviously, in determining whether recruitment will increase. So young lake trout fry, once they're stocked into the Great Lakes, they must evade predators and they must outcompete other members to find food. The healthy fish will obviously outcompete the unhealthy fish, and then dead fish cannot contribute at all to the next generation. So recruitment is limited by lake trout health. So we might look at an aspect of lake trout health that might be affecting recruitment. So thiamine is also known as vitamin B1. It's a very important vitamin for lots of cellular processes. It cannot be synthesized in any animal's body, so it must be obtained from outside sources, as with all vitamins, I believe. And a deficiency of thiamine is found in lots of wildlife populations, but specifically in the lake trout, it manifests through early mortality, weakened immune system, diminished reproductive capabilities, and lots of other bad stuff. So basically, TDC, thiamine deficiency complex, limits lake trout health. It can also, it's also perpetrated from generation to generation because it's passed from parent to offspring. And that is probably a reason why we're not seeing boosts in recruitment through stocking. And specifically, Lake Michigan has the worst case of TDC highlighted in the pink box here. The thiamine concentration of the lake trout tissue is pretty significantly lower than Lake Superior and Lake Huron. and a little bit lower than Lake Ontario on average. So focusing in on Lake Michigan here and connecting TDC to lack of natural recruitment. So we decided to figure out a solution for this. Thymine treatments have been used in the past, and they're proven to increase tissue content, thymine tissue content. We are exploring a two-stage treatment where we basically submerge the eggs of the lake trout in a thymine bath, and then we submerge the young lake trout in a bath. And we expect that the treatment will boost thymine tissue content and then sort of reverse the negative consequences of TDC in the members that have been treated. So we zoomed in on two aspects of lake trout activity that might be affected by TDC, and we determined the effects of treatment on these things: foraging and growth. Both of those limit a lake trout's success in the wild. We expect that our treatment might kind of boost both of these things, allow for fish that forage better and grow faster or grow bigger. So our central question, can thymine treatments help lake trout overcome the negative effects of TDC? And could that potentially play a role in rehabilitation in Lake Michigan? We expect that treatment will boost egg thymine concentration and then in turn boost tissue concentration of the young fish and then boost foraging efforts and growth overall. So we started by obtaining 34,000 eggs from 12 different crosses, parental crosses of fish. The Great Lakes Science Center facilitated this effort. They got a ton of eggs from Lake Michigan and then brought them to the lab, the Great Lakes Science Center. We treated them at the lab twice, and then we monitored growth of the embryos and tracked egg thymine we analyzed egg thymine concentration to determine whether the treatment will actually boost the tissue concentration in the long term. We did find that treatment boosted egg thymine concentration, so that was some preliminary promising results that suggest that treatment might also boost these later life things. For our first experiment, we looked at foraging success. We know that TDC probably limits vision, motor control, neurological function, all that kind of stuff, and probably decreases lake trout's ability to forage. So our question here was, do thymine treatments improve foraging rate? We measured foraging rate by putting a little lake trout into a bucket, kind of isolating it from outside conditions, and then we put in a few food pieces, and then we tracked over a 15-minute period how many food pieces were consumed. So foraging rate is number of food pieces consumed over a 15-minute period. And unfortunately, with our limited sample size, we had a very strong interaction between the lineage, the cross of the lake trout, and the treatment. So although we can see here in that there might be kind of a difference between the treatment groups, the pink box is the control group, teal box is the treatment group. One cross shows one thing and the other cross shows pretty much no difference at all. So we cannot really draw a strong conclusion from these results, unfortunately. For our second experiment, we looked at larval growth. So we basically measured the weight of fish after about 4 months of developing outside the egg. And we expect, of course, TDC to limit growth because it limits those behaviors associated with survival. We expected thymine treatment to improve growth. We measured growth for about 180 fish over the 2 treatment groups that we used in the previous experiment. Sorry. For these results, we did see a bit of a significant difference between the treatment groups. So thymine is shown to really boost the weight of the fish. It's a very significant interaction, but there was a significant interaction between, again, the lineage of the fish, the cross, and the treatment group. So again, unfortunately, we cannot draw a strong conclusion from these results alone. So analysis on more fish is definitely necessary. We know that there's interactions between the groups, and we know that those are probably preventing us from drawing a strong conclusion. These experiments were one of many that we did at the Great Lakes Science Center. So they're ongoing. We're looking at more fish And we know that potentially the growth results suggest that thiamine treatment is good and probably will be good for applying to hatchery-raised fish. So, review and wider impact. Our main question was whether thiamine treatments combat TDC, whether they can boost thiamine concentration in the fish and make them healthier, stronger. And all of this is in the context of returning the lake trout to its original population size, boosting recruitment, supporting Great Lakes ecosystems, and then of course supporting our activities, our recreational activities, economic activities in the Great Lakes. So thiamine treatments have been shown to be successful in other wildlife populations, so that's also very promising. This could be a very good treatment if proven effective, so lots of tests are necessary from going forward, but we might, if these results are proven successful, we might apply the treatment to fish raised in the hatcheries, and then when they're stocked into the lake, they might be more successful and boost recruitment. And a big thank you to my mentors and colleagues, Dr. Reinhardt, my advisor, the Great Lakes Science Center people, and Zach Antikainen, a master's student. Thank you.
We do have several minutes for questions, so if anyone has a question for Allie.
I have a question.
Yes.
So what kind of percentage, so you say you want to return these fish to their pre-1950s glory.
Yeah.
So how close or far away is that?
So in Lake Michigan, there has been evidence of slowly increasing natural recruitment only in the recent 5 years or so. But they ultimately measure lake trout, oh no, you're good. They measure lake trout numbers mostly through fishing. So the commercial fisheries, how many fish they're able to obtain. Of course, because all ecological science has to do with economic factors. So I believe, yeah, Lake Michigan is slowly increasing, but not at the rate that it was expected to increase.
So 10% there, 90% there, how close are you?
That's a good question. I am not sure about the exact percentage, yeah, sorry.
No problem, thank you.
Yes.
How long have they been treating them with thiamine? I mean, how old is this?
How old? So,
method?
Okay, so the first thiamine treatment experiment, I think, happened in 1995, I believe, and that was shown to boost thiamine tissue concentration. So, and there's been a couple other studies on other behaviors or physiological factors associated with lake trout health, but this is a novel treatment because we did 2 different treatments. So it's a little bit of a new thing. That's why we did so many experiments around this.
So it's fairly new as far as this particular.
Yeah, it's the same method that's been used in other projects before, though.
Okay, so yeah. It could be a long game thing where you have to do it for years and years and years. Awesome.
Yeah, because TDC is transmitted from generation to generation, kind of thing. Yeah.
Thank you.
I think that's all of our time for questions, so thank you again, Allie. Would you like to do the introductions
Yes,
for
I'd love
Ryan?
to.
Wonderful.
So it's my pleasure to introduce a student from my lab, Ryan Padilla, and she has been working with me for a while now, a few years. Actually, we met in a Bio 101 class and started talking about research, and then she ended up going to my lab, and I guess that's your 3rd year in my lab, right? Something like that? Yeah,
I started winter 2024.
Winter 24. Yeah. So Ryan has been working on characterizing photorespiratory enzymes from soybeans in my lab.
Okay.
And today she is going to tell you
All right,
about
well, I'm going to jump in here. It's my distinct
in
pleasure to
soybeans.
introduce Paige Laborde. My name is Sarah Walsh. I'm a professor in health sciences. And for the past not nearly enough time, Paige and I have been working together on the project and the research that's going to form the basis of her honors thesis. So it is really an impressive piece of work when any student takes on the challenges of an honors thesis, and it is really impressive when they knock it out in a semester and a half. So we're excited to see what's done.
So my presentation today is on food insecurity and cancer in older adults. I'm Paige. I am a senior in health administration with a minor in psychology. All right, thank you to Dr. Sarah Walsh for taking me on super last minute this semester and helping me out. And thanks to the Honors College for helping me out with my whole long process. This is trying to figure something out. All right, today I will be talking about food insecurity in older adults, cancer in older adults, both why it matters and the next steps for my senior project. Traditional measures of food insecurity focus mostly on finances, but recent studies also include functional limitations like frailty or mobility issues and social support constraints. Prevalence depends on how the food insecurity is measured, but one study by Tusher found a 4.3%, another study by Al-Jahad Dali found 20%. Older adults face barriers beyond money, such as being homebound or socially isolated, which increases your vulnerability for food insecurity. Risk factors like race and ethnicity, low education, depression, limited financial support, and SNAP participation will also increase vulnerability of food insecurity. Severe food insecurity in older adults can lead to malnutrition, while mild food insecurity will result in overweight or obesity due to a reliance on low-cost, energy-dense foods. And food insecurity also creates a cycle. Poor health increases medical expenses, which raises the risk of food insecurity, which is going to worsen your health further. Comorbidities are common in older adults with cancer, and they affect survival, treatment toxicity, hospitalizations, and therapy completion. Many older adults are excluded from treatment from cancer trials because of these comorbidities. Older adults are underrepresented in trials due to this restrictive criteria, toxicity concerns, and logistical barriers. So we need pragmatic trial designs that include patient-centered outcomes and quality of life and function. Frailty is consistently linked to worse outcomes, including higher mortality, treatment modifications, and complications after surgery. Frailty patients often receive less intensive therapies. Cognitive decline is also common, with 10 to 50% of older adults experiencing memory, attention, or processing issues, making treatment more challenging. Functional status changes during treatment are also critical. Decline is predicted by age, comorbidities, poor nutrition, pain, and progressive disease. Disparities exist in cancer outcomes. Racial and ethnic minorities, low-income and rural adults face higher mortality, more advanced disease at diagnosis, and less guideline concordant care. Overall, treatment in older adults is complex because of age, frailty, comorbidities, cognition, and social factors, and how they all interact. Trial evidence is not reflective of real-world populations. Aging-related vulnerabilities, comorbidities, frailty, and disability make older adults more susceptible to treatment effects. Social determinants like food insecurity further influence treatment tolerability. Between 3 and 20% of older adult cancer survivors experience persistent food insecurity, with a higher risk among women, non-white individuals, unmarried adults, frail individuals, and those with lower income. Food insecurity contributes to poor diet and financial stress and lower adherence to treatment. Out-of-pocket costs also force trade-offs between food and care. Older adults with fixed incomes are particularly vulnerable to this. Integrated interventions are needed, like screening, patient navigation, food assistance, and social work support. And clinic-based interventions like pantries, vouchers, or home delivery programs can improve food security, treatment completion, depression, and quality of life. And as you'll see with food insecurity and cancer, food insecurity increases your risk for cancer. Cancer increases your risk of food insecurity, and which then further increases your risk for food insecurity because of the risk and your poor outcomes with cancer. So this matters because older adult survivors face intersecting vulnerabilities like physical frailty, comorbidities, cognitive challenges, and social determinants like food insecurity. Persistent food insecurity contributes to poor diet, treatment non-adherence, mental health strain, and potentially higher mortality. Clinically, screening for food insecurity and connecting patients to community programs can support treatment adherence, improve quality of life, and reduce disparities. Policy and research should focus on integrating clinical care, nutrition support, and social services, especially for marginalized adults. So my senior project is going to use the NHATS National Health and Aging Trends data from 2018 to 2023 to investigate Meals on Wheels interventions in older cancer survivors. Our data is going to be on people who are 65 and older with a recent cancer diagnosis within 5 years, not including a skin cancer diagnosis. Key variables are going to include cancer history, diet quality, functional status, comorbidities, demographics, and social determinants like income, race and ethnicity, and gender. Anticipated contribution is to understand how cancer care can create or worsen food insecurity and inform clinical screening, public health programs, and policy. This is all of my sources. All right, that's all. Yes.
Okay, so I know you haven't run the data yet, but what type of results do you think you could find when you run this analysis and why?
We're anticipating, because we already know there's the link, food insecurity increases your risk for cancer, cancer increases your risk for food insecurity, which makes your cancer outcomes worse. Because we're focusing on people with a recent cancer diagnosis, we're hoping to see that like in action, going year by year. This is how many people start out with a cancer diagnosis and what food insecurity looks like that year, and then seeing that increase as it goes on year by year. Yes? Because food insecurity can, if you have food insecurity, it increases your risk of cancer, and if you have cancer, it increases your risk of food insecurity, which obviously seems like a vicious cycle. If you could pick someplace to intervene, what would you do and why? Ideally start first, because cancer is already like so expensive to treat for like all populations, not just older adults, and it's devastating health-wise for all populations, just like the effects of chemo or invasive surgeries to remove masses. If we can decrease the rates of cancer by stopping food insecurity in, say, children, young adults, middle-aged, and not just older adults, that would be amazing. Yes.
The vicious cycle that you identified for older adults from your research, do we have reason to think that this exists in other populations as well besides older adults, or is it maybe more severe in older adults? I'm curious your thoughts on that.
I could see it existing in other populations. I did this as a freshman, so I'm kind of going off the top of my head, but I did a project freshman year on food insecurity in children, and that project found that 1 in 5 children experience food insecurity. I would not be surprised if that leads to higher rates of cancer later in life, which then causes more food insecurity later in life, and so on and so forth. Yeah.
Why Meals on Wheels?
It's a very common meal service. It is nationwide. It operates outside of America as well, and also it's a common name that a lot of people can be like, oh, I've heard of Meals on Wheels before.
Thank you so much.
salamanders, which is in and of itself incredibly abnormal. Most unisexual lineages die out after a couple 100,000 years at best because they lack the standard genetic variation and the ability to recombine that lets them change in the face of a changing environment. So sooner or later, something will come along and wipe them out. But these guys have existed for far longer than that, primarily because they can breed with males of up to 5 closely related species. And that's why they look so different. These are both unisexuals here. The kind of the big difference that you can immediately see is that the one on the top is probably twice the size as the one on the bottom. And then you also have giant golden eyes in one and a much smaller head and little black eyes in the other. That's just because they have different species genomes inside them. Some of the other consequences of that are that they have elevated ploidy. So the vast majority of vertebrates have 2 sets of genomes. And if they go above that, they just die instantly. These guys can have 2 to 5 from up to 2 to 5.
Very likely to be involved.
This variation is really apparent across their range. This is a bit of an outdated map. It's about 2007. So the really big change is that we know they're all throughout Michigan now. But the general idea that they're going from Kentucky all the way up into Nova Scotia and Maine remains true. And across that range, they'll overlap with different species, and thus you get in very different looking animals. Their ability to breed with these different species is facilitated by the fact that they're all early vernal pond breeders. So as soon as the ice melts in these depressions in the spring, all of these species run down into the same pond and have mass breeding congregations. And that way the unisexuals get access to multiple species. The most important one in this complex is laterale, the one on the top right. We've represented by an L throughout the rest of this talk. This is the single most important species in the complex. We have never found a unisexual that doesn't have an L in it, and they are just by far the preferred host whenever they're present. Ambystoma tigrinum, the much larger one beneath it, is a very infrequent partner of the unisexuals, so there are only 5 or 6 locations we know of where the tigrinum will actually breed with the unisexuals, but they can be part of the complex. And then finally, Ambystoma jeffersonianum is, they live very far down in like southern Ohio, but their genome makes its way up as the unisexuals have moved northwards. All of these guys reproduce very normally. So the female and the male both contribute 1 set of their own genomes to an offspring who is a diploid, just like them, and is roughly equally comprised of genetic information from the parents. The unisexuals do this so differently that they get their own name for it. It's called kleptogenesis, or gene stealing. Here we have a triploid unisexual LL tiger, so 2 laterale genomes, 1 tigrinum, mating with a tiger male. She does have to mate. This is one of the key defining characteristics of their reproduction. Without first mating, they cannot produce viable offspring, or viable eggs, period. However, once she has that genetic information, the first thing she can do is ignore it completely. This is called gynogenesis, or clonal reproduction. This produces a genetic clone. The second thing she can do, which is much rarer, is called genome replacement. This is where she takes one of the male's genomes and just swaps one of hers out for it. So you still get a triploid offspring, but this one is genetically distinct. Then finally, we can do ploidy elevation, where the female just takes the male's genome, duct tapes it onto hers, and calls it a day. Just to make things a little bit more complicated, these guys can do each of these within the same clutch, so nothing can be easy with them. The population I'm studying was found about a year ago by J.T. Brown out in Allegan County. And it's interesting because of the fact that tiger salamanders are actually breeding with the unisexuals here, which is very unusual. It's probably uncommon because of the size difference. So lats are by far the smallest member of this complex, and being omnipresent in the complex, they drag the size of all these unisexuals down. Whereas the tiger salamander is massive compared to them. So massive size difference, probably they don't like each other very much. But here, for whatever reason, they're happily breeding. My methods are fairly standard as far as this lineage goes. We take tail snip tissue samples, which doesn't hurt them. They lose most of their tails all the time in nature. Then we extract DNA from that and do something called PCR. In PCR, we have these little stretches of engineered DNA called primers. And when we put primers in with extracted DNA, they're going to search for a matching sequence. And if they find that matching sequence, they're going to copy it a whole bunch of times. And then we get peaks like this on an electrophoreogram. Where they amplify is going to vary in size between the species, and different primers will amplify in some species and not in others. So using these, we can get an idea of what species are present in a given animal. This is an example of primer set 1 on an animal from our home sampling site, the ES Stored Reserve. This is a set of 3 primers designed specifically to see L's and J's, because that's what we get. Let's take a closer look at just the green primer. Along the x-axis, you have product size. So increasing to the right, you just get longer fragments of DNA. And then on the y-axis, you have reflectance, or that's just a place where we see a peak. So we've amplified DNA in that segment, and the dye we've attached to it is telling us there's a very bright peak here. I can tell you for a fact that this animal is an LLJ for 2 reasons. The first is that we've sampled like 3,000 animals from the site, and almost every unisexual we get is an LLJ that looks exactly like this. The real reason, though, is that every time a primer is made, they test it in normal individuals. And then they report the ranges where we get peaks in each species. So anywhere in that purple box you see a peak, that can be attributed to an L. Likewise, anywhere you see any peak you see in the blue region can be attributed to a J. This one works out really nice because they're both in exclusive ranges, but that's not always the case. So here I have an Allegan County animal tested with PS1 on the top and the same esker animal on the bottom. One final thing about that esker animal that I want to talk about is the redundancy. So you see there's 3 peaks there that I've labeled J, but I'm only calling this animal having 1 J genome. This is because each primer could amplify within 1 genome. So if I see all 3 peaks in 3 different colors, then I can't assume that there are multiple Js. I must assume that they're all coming from 1 genome. Thus, unless we see multiple peaks in the same color, we go with the absolute lowest number that can explain it. Moving on to the Allegan County animal, there's 1 peak I'm sure about, and it's that one, because it falls in exactly the same spot as our animals in ES Stored Reserve. It is the exact same length, thus it is probably even the same allele, so that's an L. The other 2 aren't so convenient. The other green peak actually falls within that triple range, where it could be any of the 3 genomes, and the other one is, again, in that area where it could be one of 2. Our solution to this was to come up with a second primer set. Using ones that had already been created from the literature, I just compiled a list of the ones that I thought would do the best job of displaying if tiger salamanders are present and how many there are. And that's primer set 2. So I have the same animal with primer set 1 on the top and now primer set 2 on the bottom. The first thing I just want to briefly mention is that primer set 2 is kind of messy still. The primers seem to not be playing well together for whatever reason, so my next step is just to clean that up and make it look pretty. But all the ones that have lines through them are real peaks that we've called. So that peak on the far side is, I'm fairly confident, a real tie. It doesn't look great in this individual, but based upon all the other samples, it's a very consistent peak, and it falls within a range where we would expect to see a tiger peak. The other 2 don't. They've actually never been described before, so no one has ever tested this primer and found peaks in this region. That means they could be any of the 3, technically. But they're probably not Ls, because Ls haven't been shown to amplify in this particular primer. They're also probably not Js. Remember, Jefferson salamanders don't live in Michigan. They're all the way down in like southern Ohio. So in order to find a new J allele, they would have needed to travel all this way through all of the possible places it could have been tested, so it seems a bit less likely. Thus, they're probably tiger genomes. That makes this animal an L-tie-tie or L-tie-tie-tie, which is very unusual. First off, because we've never actually found an animal that only has L's and ties in it. That's completely new. You can see the known biotypes when we're dealing with these species present. We only have 2 of them found. And we don't have any that lack a J. The rest of those novel biotypes are ones that I have potentially generated from all of the samples I've looked at, but not 100% sure. Again, we need to clean things up just to be extra sure. One of the interesting things that I noticed while looking at this population is that we have a lot of tetraploidy in it. So most unisexuals we'll see are going to be triploids. They have 3 sets of genomes. They just seem to function better that way. But for whatever reason, I'm seeing a lot of the higher ploidies. So maybe there's something about the tiger genome that is just especially conducive to that. So that's something that I'll be looking at in the future. And then I, again, just want to bring up that all of those Jefferson's alleles are going to be just super ancestral. They haven't had a chance to mate with a Jefferson salamander and grab its DNA in a very, very long time. These animals suck at moving, the unisexual especially so. They live in the same ponds for most of their life, so dispersal is not common. So this is not something that happened in like the recent past. Thank you so much for listening. I really hope you enjoyed learning about arguably the most unique vertebrate on the planet and some novel diversity that I've documented in it. I'll now take questions.
We do have time for questions for Cass.
So are there tiger salamanders in that Allegan County population? And
Yeah.
can you use your primers on some of those tigers?
So we know they're there because the unisexuals have that. But JT actually, I think he's only found one full tiger in like all the time he's been looking out there. So they've just been especially cryptic for us. If we could get our hands on a normal sexual species, that would be fantastic, because then we could just test each primer set and say, this is where it amplifies in tiger. Therefore, these peaks we know for a fact are tiger. All the other ones can be something else. But we just haven't found them.
What are some of the implications of finding these biotypes that nobody's described before?
I think there's two of them. The first is that we get to document a very unique lineage. So there's a lot that can be learned from that. But more importantly, this is a really big deal for conservationists. So if they can just say, yeah, there's unisexuals here, but they show up across this huge range, and we found this biotype here, then it's basically the same. But because this is completely novel, then if somebody wanted to develop this land, then it might be a little bit harder for them to do so.
And can I ask where in Allegan County, like, was there one site, or I'm from Pitt?
Yeah, so I will tell you only that it is a public game area that we found it in, and it is like part of just a large complex. So it's a large area. That's
Near the dunes, or wooded, or?
I actually don't remember. I would tell you after the fact if I knew, but I doubt.
So, warning that there might be discussion of salamander sex here, but so why is a big male or big? What would be the discrepancy? I mean, they're leaving a spermatophore. What are the interactions where size wouldn't work with that?
So, oh yes, this is my other project. I'm actually very qualified to answer this. They have incredibly intricate mating rituals. So most amphibians do this thing called amplexus, where the male will grasp the female from behind. So that's kind of the first big issue, is if there's size incompatibility there, then that might not work as well. Then the female does have to like reciprocate. So the male will do his thing, and then he'll basically sit there and wait and say, are you interested too? Because he doesn't want to deposit a spermatophore if the female's going to ignore it. So maybe they have different rituals in that way. So the unisexual just doesn't know how to respond to that. Maybe the mixing of genomes, one of the things I'm looking at in another project, is maybe that actually inhibits their ability to respond to those cues. There is a whole bunch of things, but I would say that just the different mating rituals is the absolute #1 thing.
We have time for one more question, but I'm going to switch the slides over if there is another question. Or you can all have a 1 minute.
Thank you.
1940s, right in time for World War II. And then as we got into the 1950s and 60s, as these drugs are being used more and more, we saw the emergence of more antibiotic resistance, and it became more of a question of public health at that point. And it's gotten to the point where in 2015, the World Health Organization declared it a global emergency, and now we're facing projections where common injuries and infections could turn fatal if we no longer have effective treatments. And I was specifically looking at the escape pathogens here, which are some of the most common in hospital settings and are pretty deadly nowadays. And mostly because and pick up from the environment, and the inappropriate use of antibiotics for things such as viruses has really not helped either. And this has led to about $20 billion in public health costs and 23,000 deaths per year from antibiotic-resistant infections in the United States. And this is propagated heavily by environmental waste from pharmaceuticals, hospitals, and just anywhere where these antibiotic-resistant genes or escape pathogens can be found. So a solution for this, someplace that may have potential treatments for these infections, are in amphibians. They have a very complex immune system, and compared to most other vertebrates, they have permeable mucosal skin, which is pretty unique. And they have a variety of structural and molecular devices to protect them. As you can see here, they have different glands that secrete immune cells, neurotoxins such as tetrodotoxin for predator defense, and antimicrobial peptides. And there have been multiple studies that have shown that antimicrobial peptides, the microbiome, and tetrodotoxin can all interact and influence their prevalence and populations. So I won't go too much into kleptogenesis since we just heard a lot about that, but this is kind of an additional diagram showing how they can do ploidy elevation, genome replacement, organogenesis. Unisexuals are pretty unique and haven't had a whole lot of research done on their mucus or antimicrobial peptides, microbiome, or really anything like that. This is one of the ones that I swabbed right here, being really cute. So most of the salamanders that I worked with had either laterale or jeffersonianum genomes. I didn't get any tigers. So my research questions is ambystoma mucus effective at inhibiting the growth of escape pathogen relatives? And also, what are some of the dominant bacterial taxa present in their microbiome? So in order to do this, we set out traps at the Edwin S. George Reserve overnight, took a tissue sample, which made them pretty unhappy, and they secreted some mucus at us as a defense mechanism. So we swabbed all over the glove and on the salamander there along the back, and we stored those tubes in sterile water. Now, to get to the second part, where I tested them against the different escape pathogens, I took some of the escape pathogens that we have in storage here, struck them out for isolation to get discrete colonies, and then from those isolated colonies, I made bacterial lawns on which I plotted the mucus samples in distilled water. Oh, oops. Okay. So here's a diagram of how I did that. So this would be the same pathogen. Spots 1 through 22 correspond to salamanders. Spot 23 is for distilled water, and then these two, 24 and 25, those were spots including pond water control samples. And I put about 10 microliters of each sample on one of those spots. Now, when I was looking at the results here, this is what I had hoped to see, which is a zone of inhibition. For example, like these are antibiotic discs, and they would inhibit the growth of bacteria around them because they're an antibiotic. And as you can see in the picture on the left, I really did not see any of that. There was no inhibition of growth by the salamander mucus against these escape pathogens. But there was a whole bunch of interesting stuff that grew from them, as you can see. So that was kind of the next part of my question was, what are these things? So in order to do that, I scraped off all the new bacteria that I found, put those in glycerol. They went through freezing for quite a while. But when I re-isolated them, I put them on R2A media, which supports slow growth of freshwater pathogens, different microbes. And after that, I extracted the DNA and subjected it to PCR, amplifying the 16S rRNA gene, which is basically a DNA, the DNA name tag for bacteria. It kind of tells us what their identity is. So I made a library of their genes, sent those out for sequencing, and then compared it to our known sequence database for different bacteria called BLAST, basic local alignment search tool, where I tried to align and match these bacteria to what we know about others. So these are the identities that I came up with that matched our database so far. The highlighted ones are those that were unique to the salamanders and not found in the pond water. So basically everything was Pseudomonas, which was interesting to see. As you can see, there is Cyrtobacterium plantarum, which was actually isolated from soybeans in the 80s. That's when that was first discovered. So that was found in the bacteria in the pond, which isn't surprising. There's a bunch of lush plant life there. But Pseudomonas is interesting, and it makes sense that it survived, the freezing process, competition with escape pathogens, because they can do a lot with their metabolism. They can metabolize so many different compounds and survive a lot of stuff. They're a strong species, or group of species, that is. So kind of going into the conclusion here, Ambystoma mucus was ineffective, and so at inhibiting the growth of escape pathogens, so is likely not a good treatment for those that we know of. However, other studies have shown some antimicrobial defense, although it is limited. They've been able to extract and synthesize some peptides that have had anti-escape properties. And additionally, Pseudomonas has been described previously as part of amphibian microbiomes, and they can be anti-chytrid fungus, which is a disease wiping out so many amphibian populations worldwide, and also they can produce tetrodotoxin, some species, which basically in predators, it will bind to their sodium muscular and neural channels and cause paralysis. And we really don't have any evidence so far that the unisexuals can produce this. So while this isn't hard evidence, since we found Pseudomonas there and they may produce tetrodotoxin, it could be a potential avenue of research now that they have that in their system as a potential. So for future research, I would recommend, based on my findings, increased antimicrobial peptide extraction and synthesis to see what kinds of defenses these amphibians have against both amphibian and human pathogens. And also high throughput sequencing and rinsing when doing this type of procedure would help in retrospect to get environmental debris off and obtain a higher diversity of bacteria in the samples. So just some acknowledgements and shout outs. Obviously the herpetology lab, Dr. Greenwald and everybody for helping me with this project. Bio111 at lab and Dr. Angel for supplying the microbiology side of this. Dr. Leitman and Dr. Judd for helping me with presentation, thesis writing. Dr. Goodrich and Dr. Casper also for helping with the microbiology side of stuff sometimes. And then everybody, of course, that came out to see my project. So here are some cute salamander pictures for the rest of your day. Thank you.
Awesome. We have time for a few questions for Sydney, and this is the end of our session. So
yes.
How was your sequencing done?
So essentially, I extracted and amplified the characteristic gene, and once I had those amplified, they were cleaned up and they were sent out for sequencing. So they sent those sequences back to me, which is where I compared them to the library of bacterial sequences we have so far.
Like Sanger sequencing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
We're so polite what they call Dave.
I forget my question. Have you tried getting DNA directly from the swab? This was indirect, right? Like you.
Yeah, they had to go through the whole culturing process. That is very expensive, so I wasn't able to do that. So yeah, the bacteria that I isolated, they did have to undergo culturing and freezing, so it is a bit more selective with the bacteria that I obtained, for sure.
We will be, though. That's what Wayne's doing.
Yes.
So amphibians, of course, have their two lives. The microbiome and the sort of infection challenges.
Yeah.
What would you think would be different about in water and not so much in water?
So I guess you mean in their environments versus the lab I did the experiment in?
No, but their life where they're clearly all in the water and their life when they're not so much in water.
Oh, yes. Yeah, so there are, if I go back here, there are going to encounter different bacteria based on the pond or if they're in land. These samples were collected when they were in the ponds for their breeding season about a year ago. So a lot of their microbiome might have overlapped with the pond water since we didn't rinse them before the swabbing procedure. So since we got a lot of Pseudomonas from the ponds as well, perhaps that was influencing their microbiome. I don't really have any evidence so far as to if this changes when they're living more terrestrial lives. But that would be a good avenue for future research.
Well, that is the end of our session. Let's thank all of our speakers again. Good job, everybody.
Yes. Thank you.
So yeah, I do have something on my own, Tigers are just annoying. Yeah, they're right. That's a regular time. Yeah. So, yeah, we can get Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I saw her here, but then she was gone again, you know?
Yeah. Debbie, how are you? Okay. What are you guys sequencing?
Yeah, we're going to part of it is that we're looking for breeds that are depleted in the males because it's not
Oh, right.
and they should be XO.
Hello, my name is LaShante Mobley. I was a student in the Engaging Across Disabilities course last semester. In class, we were made aware of emotional disabilities. Grief is the disorder that caught my attention. Our assignment was to create a disability awareness campaign poster. Through research,
Instead of
Although I don't know if we'd ever get employee because sometimes they have multiple copies of Tiger. That's why the micros are nice. I know it's like it's so old-fashioned. They just keep using them because they're very highly variable.
Yeah, we're going to try and catch that between an XX and an XO.
Okay.
You might get more complicated.
That animal is so
Yeah, right? So,
yeah. When I was like, I developed an assay with SNPs way back in the day when I was a grad or a postdoc. And it was, the ratio of peaks was so it's possible. But, they're also doing all kinds of weird things with gene expression. So, and my friend Rob is working on that. Like, they are, like, how are they managing all these genomes? And they're not just turning off a whole genome. It's like they're picking and choosing. Yeah, it's crazy.
well, I'll let you know how it goes with the...
Yeah. That's awesome. When are you sending those off?
Yeah, I want to get a little bit better DNA before we spend $1,000 to sequence the whole genome. So, but then we'll also have a lot of data.
Yeah.
And I didn't even know that there's like those things.
I was trying to shuffle CAS into you're doing bioinformatics.
right, hello, and welcome to the final session of today, or one of the concurrent final sessions. In this session here, we've got a really rich array of humanistic and social scientific research. My name's Bob Erlewine. I'm a professor of religious studies here at EMU, and it's my pleasure to moderate this session. I do want to say we have to keep to a tight schedule, so with that being said, let me get moving to our first presentation is Criminology Ethical by Chloe Salibi, and her, I mispronounced it, I think. No, I did it right, okay. And her faculty mentor, John Coolidge, will give us a quick introduction.
All right. Well, I told Chloe that I would introduce her simply by saying this is Chloe, but that's a lie. Chloe is an excellent student who has been studying criminology for kind of a long time. Her breadth and depth of knowledge in that area is very large. I only know this because she tells me everything I know about criminology other than what Rita told me. Her paper today, while it's got a provocative title, is actually very interesting philosophically speaking, because Chloe, when she gets through all of this, will have said something very interesting about this idea. How is it that people who steward theories should care for those theories? And I think that's actually a really interesting question from an academic standpoint, because we have lots of attitudes towards theories, usually like believing them or disbelieving them. But caring for them is a really interesting idea, and that's what really stood out in Chloe's work, and so I hope we'll get to hear a little bit about that, but if we don't, I'm sure it'll be wide-ranging and excellent either way. But that is what caused me to say that this paper was top-notch. So without further ado, this is Chloe.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Chloe Salibi, and I'm a criminology major with a concentration in legal studies in the final semester of my degree. I'm here today to talk a little bit about my paper titled, Is Criminology Ethical?, which discusses the ethics of the criminological discipline and proposes the concept of theory care, a concept I half made up, half learned while reading a biologically based philosophy book in one of Professor Coolidge's classes a couple of years back. The idea of theory care has allowed me to think more critically about the care, or lack thereof, in our current criminological theories, and it will also help me to highlight today the crucial role criminology plays within the social sciences and the lack of ethics present in the field's current theories. So what is criminology? Criminology is a multidisciplinary field which studies crime and criminals with the goal of preventing future crime and lowering overall crime rates. As a multidisciplinary field, it uses the influence of sociology, anthropology, psychology, law, and many other legal and non-legal based disciplines to study the effects of crime. Because it deals with such sensitive populations, the discipline requires a certain standard of ethical consideration and care. Ethics is taught to all criminology majors. However, it is usually only a singular class that does not collaborate with any of the other courses in order to really nail in the importance of ethics. Instead, the idea of maintaining an ethical mindset within the degree is only vaguely recalled by the time the course ends. This differs from, say, the natural sciences, where you discuss the ethical implications in every single one of the theories that you learn about. It's important for the social sciences, like criminology, to begin using scientific techniques like falsifying theories and maintaining ethical discussions in order to achieve a level of ethical theory care. An example of an older criminological theory is that of the labeling theory. This is a concept that assigning a role or label to a person creates a self-fulfilling prophecy. Most often, this concept is used when discussing juvenile delinquency, where youths are often labeled as delinquent, criminal, or troublemaker, and they will begin to embrace this role or label in a way that wouldn't have been natural without the influence of said label. It's the idea of, if everyone already thinks I'm a bad kid, why try and prove them any different? Another older theory is that of the attachment theory, which draws from a more psychological point of influence. This theory discusses how the attachment affects criminal behavior within an individual. Children who won't express affection specifically towards their mother, but others in general, are shown to grow up with low self-control, low self-confidence, and other behaviors that we often classify as being delinquent. These are examples of antiqued theories within criminology where they have not really been retested or validated within the modern setting, which is why I propose the idea of theory care. Taking care of our theories, both past and present, is a part of what makes science credible. Though it is important to use past theories as guidelines to investigate various phenomena within the field, we should not stay stuck with those same theories forever without adapting them and evolving them to fit the modern setting. Both the labeling theory and the attachment theory have been around since the mid-1900s and are still being taught to modern-day criminology students. While this is helpful in learning the history of the degree, we may need to establish some better theories that we can actually act on within the discipline, because these are nearly 70-year-old theories still being taught and utilized within the discipline today. Theory care is the duty we, as researchers and criminologists, owe to the general public to continue to test and retest our theories in order to ensure continued reliability and validity. Though this duty of care is never explicitly stated, it is always implied that we act in a moral and ethical manner to benefit the most people. Theory care is especially important in a place where ethics and justice will play out through our criminal justice system. Our theories affect not just those within the profession, like our judges, parole officers, police officers, but also the defendants themselves, the criminals, the victims, and even the witnesses and bystanders of criminal actions. Our theories will affect all of these people, and as a result, we need to make sure they're our very best that we're putting out there. Ethics and maintaining an ethical mindset when carrying theories and information for the public is currently muddled within the field. The first step to being considered a credible science is for criminology to turn towards a more ethical-centered mindset. The first step, theory care. Once we start utilizing theory care, other ethical methods will surely follow, making criminology a more reliable and methodical science as a whole. Thank you for your time. Are there any questions?
We've got a fair amount of time, so you'll ask.
Yes.
Can you expand a little bit on the attachment comment that you made?
The attachment theory is a psychologically based theory. Pretty much, it's just you know how we make relations with people? It's how close you are with, say, your mother, your father. Or if you're more detached, you prefer to be isolated away from these people. They kind of show you're less emotionally developed than those who have strong attachments with close family, friends, stuff like that.
Can that happen, but can that happen like in the womb?
No, it's usually an emotional behavioral response, so it's something that happens outside the womb, usually within childhood as you're making connections with other people and starting to go out into the world.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
So I like the connection you made between like the sort of professional ethics you get taught and then this what appears to be more like concern for theories. And you suggested, of course, that the professional ethics thing really doesn't touch on that, which makes perfect sense. How do you think you would engage students the first time in thinking about caring for theories? Like, what do you think would be the right way to approach that?
I think that the first thing that needs to be done is kind of talking about ethics when we talk about our theories, because that's something that isn't typically done in the social sciences. To make it more engaging, I don't know, because these are university students, and usually when you talk about theories, they're intro-level courses. But I think if you start to address ethics when you talk about our theories, when you talk about the different aspects of like the criminal justice system, then it would start to plant the idea of ethics and an ethical mindset within the students. Yes.
So thank you for this really interesting presentation. I guess I would love to hear a little bit more. You know, you talked about theory care, and you talked about ethics, and ethics is in your title, and there's a suggestion, I guess, in you know, I don't initially associate validating or verifying theories, right, with ethics. So I would be curious if you could just maybe talk a little bit more about what connection you see between those two.
I think because theories affect people and they affect our policies, that they have to be looked at with a sort of ethics. And that's really where I made that connection. It's because we're affecting people, and what our work does is directly going to affect people as they come in contact with our criminal justice system. And because you should have ethics when contacting people, you should thus relay your ethics to your theories because they come in contact with the people.
Thank you.
I'm going to sadly do the classic comments of the question, because I will ask you my 30,000 questions when I see you in the office.
Awesome.
But something that you made me think about, so I think you and I have talked about this, I have a love-hate relationship with my field of criminology.
Yes.
Probably maybe more towards the hate than the love. And so I'm loving this idea of a theory of care, because often, and part of what I hate about my field, what is often missing when we talk about the field of criminology is we forget about the people a lot. But because of that, there are also some of us who, and this is the book I was going to recommend you, there's an entire book called Abolishing Criminology, and why actually maybe the field is not the field we need, and maybe we just need to figure out a way to get rid of it and do something else. Which I actually think is the flip side of your argument, right? That if we're really going to have a theory of care, how do you have a theory of care in a field that historically has perpetuated so much harm?
Yes, because most of our theories have caused harm because of the time period in which they were developed aren't the same kind of ideas and morals that we hold in the modern setting. So do we change our theories completely, or do we just evolve them to fit?
And this is the challenge, because a lot of what happens in the field is, when we talk about research and policy in the field, those of us who argue we need to rethink things like prisons get silenced.
Yes.
And so even if you do modernize your theories, are you still just doing harm? So my book recommendation to you is the book Abolishing Criminology. I will ask you my 30,000 questions when I see you on Monday.
Sounds good. Yes.
Well, I have a follow-up too. So I don't have a book recommendation, but I was wondering if you're going to use this other idea that I know you're familiar with, which is like sort of the extended cognition piece, right? So like when we think through our theories, those theories affect how we deal with people. So I really like the move you made to Professor Irwine's question, which is, you know, the theories are important because they have ethical consequences. But I was starting to wonder if like we can really make a big separation between us and our theories. And so in effect, judging our theories is judging ourselves, because that's how we think about the world. And so I was wondering if you were going to make a tighter connection between not caring about theories so much as caring about the people who steward those theories, because the theory is not separable from them in the way we would normally have thought.
Right. Oh God.
Well, so I guess here's a question.
Right.
Do you think that makes sense?
Yes.
Very good.
No. There is. Yes, our theories may be an extension of ourselves, but how much of an extension is what's in question? If there's only a slight connection, there's less of that ethical kind of overlay. But if your theory is directly reflective of yourself, it's harder then to make the theory ethical because it's so closely related to one individual, and the theory itself is affecting a lot of individuals. So I guess that extended cognition theory of being an extension of the self, it depends on how closely to the self that theory is.
I think we're going to have to call it on that. Thank you so much for that.
Occupational therapy student and Trinity. Just introduce yourself. Do you want to introduce yourself
Again, I'm a senior studying criminology and criminal justice with a minor in public law and government.
So we're going to talk a little bit about flipping the script. We're calling it the Confidence Conference. And we want to talk about student authorship, which just means that students have the ability to write their own stories and create their own paths at their time here at the university.
So we wanted to just first start off and talk about our TALT initiative, our Teaching and Learning Together initiative. So at the Faculty Development Center, we have this initiative called Teaching and Learning Together. And this began after we saw connections between students and faculty kind of diminishing, and we kind of wanted to build those back up. So here are some of the initiatives that have kind of come back and to try to build those things back up. So the original TALT learning community, as well as doing faculty-student research partnerships, but flipping the script, our student-led teaching conference also falls under that, and that's what we're going to be talking about today.
So flipping the script is a really cool conference that we do every year. We've had it for 3 years now. It is where we flip the script and let students come be the teachers, and our professors, faculty, and staff are going to come be the learners. So students are going to come and talk about what works well for them in the classroom, what's a new initiative, what's something that they think that Eastern students can benefit from in the classroom, or even just overall on campus that faculty can help with. So in the past 3 years, we have had 66 presentations, and half of those, more than half of those, were actually just from this past year. This year we introduced poster presentations. We had 9 of those and 23 oral presentations. We had 101 overall presenters in the last 3 years. I think 52 of them or so were from this past year. So this past year we've really grown quite a bit. I'm going to talk a little bit about the data collection for this project. We have 2 methods of data collection. We did surveys and interviews. Surveys was just looking for forums and flipping the script students after they had finished their process. We wanted to learn a little bit, just statistically, yes or no answers, rate something on a 0 out of 10 scale. That was pretty simple. And then our interviews, we had one-on-one conversations with either Trinity or I, asking a set of questions to really pull out the story and the experience that students are going to get. So yes, we have the data, but we also just have an overarching view of how people feel about it. So we asked students to rate their confidence level from 0 or 1 to a 10, and 10 is the most confident. And then we decided that there was about 4 stages in this process. When they first accepted their proposal, when they went to their workshop, when they had their first rehearsal, and then of course the day of the conference and afterward. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the conference scores that we got in our data. So after this first question is, how confident do you feel that flipping the script would be a successful experience for you once your proposal is accepted? So at this point, they had listed a title, told us a little bit about themselves, and an abstract. They hadn't gotten into the details of it, they hadn't started their research, they were just giving us an idea. And at this point, they had been accepted, and that's all. As you can see, it's pretty high. We had an average of about 8 out of 10, which is pretty good, that's what we want. And then same for after a workshop. We have some things move out and spread out a little, but about an average of 8 out of 10 for how confident they feel after having a workshop, hearing from us what we want, and getting some brainstorming ideas going. And then after attending their first rehearsal, which was the week before the Flipping the Script conference, to run it through, some people were 100% done, some people not so much, and we were able to refine and come back, and everybody was done in the end.
So we're a little bit higher here, still at about an 8, but leaning towards 9 for the average. But then as you can see, we had a huge jump for after the flipping the script experience, the day of and afterwards. 10 out of our 13 people said that they felt 10 out of 10 the most confident that they could feel. So I think that counts as a success for growing in confidence.
And so we kind of wanted to figure out the reason for this, why they kind of grew, why they felt more confident in the end. And so one of the reasons for this is the student-faculty partnerships that come across. Every student for flipping the script is asked to work with some kind of mentor in a way, whether it's someone they previously knew and applied with, or someone that the FDC facilitated for them. Everyone was given someone to work with for the duration of their project. And this was mostly for communication purposes, as working with a professor over the course of the semester helped them learn the different perspectives, and it helped them to tell their story. Our biggest goal, though, was to spark partnerships. We acknowledge the fact that faculty are the content experts, but we also want to note that students can provide valuable input into their learning and learning environments. And the way they work together broke down the power dynamics for the presentation itself. In this conference specifically, 69.8% of participants came into the conference with a faculty mentor, and 30.2% of participants had one facilitated through the FDC. This meant that there were some hardships that came across, even though it was not as much as the benefits, as students and faculty were learning to work with each other for maybe the first time. So here are some of the benefits and challenges that may come across. Some of the benefits listed here, one major benefit was getting a new perspective. Engaging with someone that may be from a different discipline allowed the participants to see the topics from fresh angles and enrich their understanding in the end. They were also able to craft a dialogue with the mentor that allowed them feel free to ask questions and have a deeper understanding of the topic choice. However, with every partnership, there's always some kind of challenge. Participants often face challenges like scheduling conflicts, which made it difficult to find times to meet. And when we saw the students who did not come in with a faculty member, or maybe were working with a faculty member for the very first time, there was some initial nerves because this is their first experience working with a faculty member. They may not know exactly how to do a research project as either. So there was a lot of new things happening. So there were some initial nerves when we had there. Previous presenters have stated it's like having a team member with more networking experience. This highlights the invaluable opportunities that faculty may bring to the table and the expansion of the academic communities. Ultimately, the relationship with a faculty member often extends beyond the initial project, which is what we like to see. We'd like to see these partnerships leading to ongoing collaborations and partnerships in future projects as well. And so we also kind of wanted to discuss their experiences working with faculty mentors. It's crucial to highlight the personal growth and insights they gain from their faculty mentors, as many students found that having a mentor provided a fresh new perspective. As I said, only 30.8% of students presenting at the conference had a mentor relationship in some type, which meant that only 70% didn't, or 70% did not have this experience, and they were just starting off brand new. 92% of students thought that the commitment to working with a faculty member changed the outcome of their project. They were able to gain insights from their mentor and add to their presentation based off what they said. And 69.2% of students thought this also changed how they looked at the topic in general because of this new insights. But what we were really looking to see if the conference made students more willing to talk in faculty in general because of this flipped script. 84.6% of students surveyed said yes. It made them feel more welcome to go to things like office hours, to ask questions after class, because they saw in the conference faculty coming on a Friday, coming to their presentation, taking notes. They saw how much faculty cared about them, and so it kind of built that into the classroom. They saw if the faculty cared to come out on a different day, they obviously care in the classroom as well.
So overall, I think we can say that the conference was a success. We are going to do it again next year. I'm very excited to be a part of it. So in conclusion, students did feel more confident overall in their experience here at EMU after working and flipping the script. And students felt more comfortable both working with and talking with faculty members. So not only are they more willing to raise their hand in class, maybe talk to professor before class, send an email, even go to office hours, but they're more likely to ask for help with research, ask if they know anything about internships, talk about something maybe related but isn't in your class. or even ask for like a letter of recommendation. Just being able to break down those barriers and have those conversations between students and faculty is really important to us. And both of those can lead to an overall increase in that student self-authoring. So not only can students come and they can present and grow more confident and be able to talk to their professors, but they get some input into how we run things at Eastern. They can come and say, hey, I think our classroom should involve this, this, and this. And they get to talk to all these professors who might want to incorporate those things and work with those things. And so they can really change the way that we work things here at EMU. Thank you so much. If anybody has any questions, we are happy to answer.
Tinker!
She can come up here.
Right here.
Tinker. Come here.
Hi.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'm going to assume that many of the students who decided to do this are already fairly confident individuals.
Yes.
Did you see it? I mean, you had the range, though, from freshmen
Mhm.
to graduate students. Did you notice, I mean, I know you didn't have hugely detailed conversations, but any difference between what the experience was like as a freshman sophomore versus, say, as a senior graduate student?
I think the graduate students, I definitely noticed a lot more confidence, and even our non-traditional students who had come back, who are older, maybe have already worked a job, already had presentations. Yeah, I would think like upperclassmen definitely felt more confident. They've presented at things like this. They've had those conversations with their professors. I definitely think the freshmen and sophomores were a little bit more nervous. They were still totally willing, and like you said, already fairly confident people. You don't come into this as a brand new freshman. This is a fall conference. So these freshmen have been on campus for like 1 month, and they're bold enough to make this decision. So yes, I do think it makes a difference, but it helps everybody. Good job.
Did you survey attendees as to what they thought of the presentations?
Not this year.
Yeah, not this year. We have had a lot of good feedback. The woman who just left
I was gonna
is
say.
Dr. Ann Eisenberg, who is the Dean of the Honors College. And she comes and she gives us lots of feedback. She said this year was really good, but she was mad because we ran out of coffee. So that was our main complaint, was that we ran out of coffee. In the past,
I was gonna say, we have asked people in the past, we have done like an after conference survey, but overall, like, yes, people like the conference, but I also think like one of the things we hear is like, it feels better to hear it coming from students. Like I hear that from faculty, it feels better to hear it coming from students because that's their experience that they're having. It's something that's coming straight from them, and that means something.
I also have had experience. I presented in last year's Open District Conference, and I had faculty members in there that I didn't know at the time who my next semester in class, I showed up to the first day of class, and the professor's like, oh my gosh, I know you. And I was like, I don't know. She had come to my presentation, and she had incorporated some of the things that I talked about. So I had a really cool opportunity to kind of partner with her and incorporate those things in the classroom, and she's still doing that today. She also applied for a mini grant to keep doing that. So we're really working together with Miss Amanda Marr.
And it was a great conference.
Thank you. Yeah, I think we're really proud of it.
One more quick question. All righty then.
Thank you so
Great
much.
work.
she's a writer in a variety of different capacities, but she's a sociology major and then also a Jewish studies minor. So this project is kind of bringing all of these together. Are we technologically?
Oh, I don't think we're set up.
Oh, it's not showing up.
It would be me. Who's touch screen? No, it's not touch screen.
Oh, there we go.
Okay. Let's try. So let's do it like sideways. Okay.
So if you make it bigger, you can see the corner.
Oh. Woo! Okay. Okay, it works. Okay. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Breaking the Glass, Jewish Identity Through a Sociological Lens. My name is Shayla. This project is done on behalf of the Center for Jewish Studies and Sociology Department. My project originally was intended to serve as my honors undergraduate research project for my senior year, until Bob said, hey, why not present the symposium? So I said, okay, I can do that. The foundation of my research is Jewish identity. Anti-Semitism has been on the rise since October 7th, 2023, specifically anti-Semitism on college campuses. My social media was flooded with awareness and stories of hate and misinformation. As a journalist, my first thought was, how can I diminish the spread of misinformation? As a Jewish student, my first thought was, how can I best support my fellow Jewish students? To know me is to know that I am a writer. When I have something to say, I write it down, which is exactly what I did. My project is a collection of 10 poems which touch on varying aspects of Jewish identity through a sociological lens. The sociological theory and lens of which my poems are viewed through is Charles Cooley's looking glass self theory. The three elements to this theory are imagining how we appear to others, imagining others' judgments of said appearance, and developing feelings based on those perceived judgments. As a result, only when we break through those perceived judgments are we able to see ourselves as whole. So, my research question became, how can Jewish college students break through others' views and define their identities for themselves when it seems like the whole world is trying to define their identities for them? To conduct my research, I interviewed roughly 200 Jewish students, asking them about their Jewish identity, how they view themselves in relation to the views being placed on them by their social surroundings. The poems crafted are based on the commonalities found within the surveys I have sent out. From lighting Shabbat and Hanukkah candles to their favorite Jewish movies and shows, their favorite holidays, the acts of anti-Semitism that they have faced on campus. The poems reflect all of us individually and as one. The poem I am reading is called Breaking the Glass, which is the one poem from my collection that showcases both how Cooley's theory and Jewish identity go hand in hand. As you listen and read upon the screen, see if you can identify the Jewish identity aspects mentioned and view them in a new light. Breaking the glass. Glass all around me, I can't help but look. It's a reflection of me. A piece of me is what you see, and yet you think you know me. My beliefs, my values, all lie under the surface. What you cannot see, but yet somehow already know. My looks from my ancestors reflect life long ago. It's just a piece. My Magen David, my Chai, or my Chamsa, a small symbol, but a piece of my pride. Tikkun Olam, a piece that inspires all, to repair the world and go about it with intent and care. What I was taught to believe is different from you. It helps me stand proud and true. But you do not see the pieces of my mind guiding me like a map.
finding my way in the world alongside others who are doing the same. My pieces become a puzzle, one I cannot solve alone. I look to the past for answers to the present. All I see are more broken pieces, put together and broken again. Everyone asks me questions I cannot answer. When I do, it is not the right answer. How can they decide what is right or wrong if they do not know? It all begins with a look. I break the glass in front of me. Now what do I see into the looking glass? Many reflections of me looking right back. Finally, I see myself as whole. The title itself touches on the Jewish tradition of breaking the glass at weddings, and also the importance of breaking through others' views and defining our identities for ourselves. Within the poem, I mention Jewish values like tikkun olam, to repair the world, Judaic symbols, my Magen David or Jewish star, Achai or Chamsa, and a common struggle that Jewish students have been facing, that we are being blamed for the hate that we are receiving. We explain our history. We explain our values of love and caring for others and our value of life, but apparently they are not real values. Apparently to others they do not matter. Looking to the past, all we see are more broken pieces, put together and broken again. The Jewish community gets attacked. We get blamed. We survive and we try to rebuild even stronger, but yet the attacks never cease. In discussions with a friend about this project, she asked if my research showed whether or not Jewish students were fragile, like the glass. I said everyone is as fragile as glass, but it seems we do not break as easily. The collection of poems is meant to serve as a way for both Jewish students and others to reflect on their own understandings of Jewish identity and open your minds to the numerous ways in which Jewish identity can be understood, helping everyone to know they are not alone if they feel lost in not understanding Jewish identity to its fullest extent. Whether you are Jewish or not, there is something for everyone to understand. I want to end with hope, as that is what my project serves to be. Hope that I can open people's minds to the beauty of Judaism. Hope that I can inspire Jewish college students to reflect on their own identities and proudly stand up to those who try to tell them who they should be. Hope that everyone here works to break the glass surrounding their own identity boundaries and uphold your identity loud and proud. And I hope that you all enjoyed and learned something new. Thank you all for joining me here today.
All right, we have about 7 minutes for questions. I'm going to exert mentor privilege and ask the first question, or moderator privilege. So I was wondering, you talked about the surveys and then, the poetry writing on behalf of or based on the survey results. Could you walk us through, could you talk a little bit about that?
Yes, so within my surveys, I asked varying questions about pretty much all aspects of Jewish identity while keeping it vague, while offering room for Jewish students to input their own. For example, one of my questions was, what Jewish extracurriculars are you involved in? And I did not name any college orgs that I'm involved in because I wanted them to tell me. Some did say Hillel, some said Chabad, which are the two Jewish main college organizations. Some said the synagogue, some said private tutoring with their rabbis. So when it came time to write a poem that I have called Finding Your Tribe, I used what the people said about those organizations as an example. They said that it was a place of belonging. They said it was the time that they found their people. So I left it open and I let the students tell me what their identities mean to them, rather than me being the one to say, here's what you need to know to belong to a Jewish identity. Here's what I need from you, instead of just letting them tell me. Any other questions? Yeah.
You said that you interviewed 200 students, which is really quite impressive.
Yes, I sent out
How did you find them, and what, did they go to colleges all over the country, all over Michigan?
Yes.
How did you do that?
Social media is a powerful thing, that's for sure. I am involved with 2 Jewish fellowships through Hillel International and Stand With Us. And so within my group chats, I sent out the link to my survey, and I sent out a little spiel about what I'm looking for. And I made sure it was as open as it could be. I did not ask for people to say their names. I did not ask for people to say where they were from. I simply asked them to use my platform as a safe space and share about your Jewish identity without fear of connecting it back to who they are, without fear of backlash. I simply want to look for what are we all feeling. And I posted on my social media, I said, any Jewish friends that are following me, are you interested in filling out the survey? Here's what I am looking for. Completely anonymous. And from there they asked, oh, I have a friend, can I send it to them? And I said, yes, of course. By all the numbers that I roughly sent it out to, I did reach about 200 Jewish college students.
Do you have a sense of like, were they all over the country?
Yes, they were very universal. We have some from Canada, we have some from, the US. I've gotten some of my Israeli friends also to talk about Jewish identity. So they are very universal. Mostly in North America, but a few again from Israel. Yes.
On social media, did you find that you were more hidden with your Judaism on TikTok before October 7th and it coming out after October 7th? Did you find that you felt very vulnerable being out there being Jewish, and your followers, did they diminish? Did they leave you?
So I, like many other Jewish college students, we have, social media is our go-to for everything. It's where we share our highs and lows. And when in discussions with other content creators that are good friends of mine, we find that after October 7th, there was a drastic shift in our comment section from talking maybe about, for me personally, from being, those hate comments about my looks or my voice or, my sense of self. They switched to, oh, you're a Jew? Why didn't I know that? Goodbye. Or, worst Holocaust references I do not want to repeat. But there was definitely a drastic shift. And for me, followers were indeed lost, and a lot of people might blame, the Israel-Hamas war, but when you look at the comments specifically, it is because I am a proud Jew. It is because they see my Magen David, my Jewish star. They see me, my friends, standing up against the hate comments that we receive, and yet we again are seen as the ones in the wrong, which is what I want to highlight in my project, is that we are all together in this fight. And again, the world's trying to tell us our Jewish identity for us, and the only ones who can tell you that is us.
Sure.
Any other last questions?
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
where Queenland will start. Queenland will then be picked up by Jacob, who will focus on the other student groups involved that set EMU afire between 1969 and 1970.
Yeah, hi. I'm Quinlan Lupescu. I'm a history major and heritage preservation minor. And yeah, I'll be talking about the anti-Vietnam War movement at EMU. So, just a small background on Vietnam. They declared independence in 1945, and then by 1955, they had two separate leaders declared, one for the North, one for the South. And then in this, the US started to back South Vietnam, and then eventually joined the war in 1965, all the way up through 1973. So this is also the first big war that US has had, where there's TVs, and I believe, I have it on here, 93% of American homes had a TV in it, and there was a lot of on-site media coverage of the war, along with journalists going on site and writing about it in print media. So people at their homes are also seeing what it's like out in the war, and sometimes on the front lines, and a lot of them are at risk of the draft, which is my next point. A lot of students were at risk of the draft. They were either at risk or their friend, they knew, I had a friend who was at risk. I said I had, they had. Anyway. So this combined with the fact that they're able to see what's happening where they might be sent creates a very big anti-war movement on campus, also because going to college was a way you could escape the draft, so you have several students who are only on campus because they don't want to go to war. There were several student activist groups at the time. I'm going to talk about two of them. SDS, Students for a Democratic Society, had chapters all across the nation, but the EMU chapter was founded in '67 by Bob Johnson, and then Student Mobilization Committee Against the War in Vietnam, or SMC, their chapter was founded at EMU in, I believe, '69. That one I have paperwork on. They would do several things on campus, such as disrupting military recruitment, which they did in several ways. Sometimes they would set up literature tables next to where the military recruiters had their tables set up to hand out anti-war literature to students who were being recruited. They would also take up recruiters' time by talking to them and asking them several questions that they didn't care about the answers to, so they couldn't talk to any other students. And more physically, like you can see back there, they would sometimes try to smash up their tables. And that picture, they're putting Stop the War stickers on all of their pamphlets and such. And one time in '69, a ton of students threw up all over all of their tables. So, yeah, these groups also organize things like on campus, such as rallies or moratoriums or conferences or symposiums on campus, which is, I have up there, the National Moratorium also happened at EMU on October 15th. They had a ton of teach-ins organized. They asked the current EMU president, Spomberg, to cancel classes for that day so they could go to the teach-ins. He said no, and instead attendance dropped to about a third of their normal, because students all skipped class to go to the teach-ins. Then a month after, they had an organized, this is all part of the same moratorium, there was an organized March on Washington happening. So they held another group of teach-ins and speeches as they slowly got ready to say goodbye to all the students. We're going to go to DC for the weekend. Another event was May Day, which there was a lot of organizing for it in the Second Coming, and I liked the big map they had. The goal was, this was in '71, the goal was to block people from getting to their government jobs by doing sit-ins at streets heading towards the Capitol and during the morning rush. So there were too many people on the road to actually get to the Capitol. The slogan was, if the government won't stop the war, the people will stop the government. I don't think it worked as well as they wanted it to, but hey. There were also several underground newspapers at the time. The first one was the Obsidian, which was not as heavy on the anti-war stuff as its follow-up, but only lasted 3 issues before President Spomberg stopped them from producing. Then the second one, the Second Coming of the student newspaper, it was far more heavy on the anti-war side of things. They would repeatedly have anti-war articles and sources to get in contact with people who are going to off-campus anti-war movements, which you can see on the side, where they say, talk to these people. Basically, if you want a carpool to go up to DC to have a rally at the Capitol, they would get involved with several other issues with the administration. Sponberg would attempt to stop this newspaper as well, and it would go to student court and then federal court over the course of these years. He would also, there was a faculty purge, they called it faculty purge. Several faculty were informed that they would not be reappointed for the next semester. And many of them were involved in activism on campus, so students felt like, one, our paper is being shut down, and two, our faculty support is also being taken. And then at the same time, around the same time, in the McKinney Union, the area where everybody, activist groups would meet up to discuss and plan their activities, administration took all the furniture out of there so that the students couldn't meet, so students just kept finding the furniture and putting it back over and over again because they weren't going anywhere. This eventually all leads up to, on the right, you can see all these students sitting. They started contacting the Board of Regents. They kept giving them, these are lists of demands that we would like have answered, and they would encircle the building and fill the hallways because they couldn't all fit in the ballroom that they were meeting in, as a way to show that their support for these demands. They first submitted 48, which is a lot. So all of this tension came to a point in 1970 when President Nixon, who ran his election campaign on, I'm going to stop the Vietnam War, guys, I promise, then sends troops into Cambodia, which is the nearby, at the time, neutral country. So he was expanding the war and also started a draft lottery in December of '69. So a draft is starting up, and they're going into another country, so everyone's very upset. I'm scared, I'm upset about the war, and I'm upset about what happened, so you have a lot of very emotional backlash, and it gets very messy. I'm not going to talk about it that much because that's the next topic. I'm just going to point out that the ROTC building on campus got trashed. So students tried to break in, they broke the windows, they set small fires in there, to the point where the ROTC students set up a fire watch inside the building because there were rumors that the students were going to try to burn it down. So that's the biggest thing that happened. Clearly it did not end in 1970. Events kept happening, but that is where I'm leaving it. So does anybody have any questions to ask me? Do I have much time left? Yeah.
Not really a question. I just want to make a comment that I wish I had read ahead a few days ago about the session, because I would have brought my 74-year-old brother with me, who was a freshman in '69 here.
Oh, that's so
and
cool.
Still to this day tells stories about throwing M80s out of his dorm room in Munson at the state police.
Yeah.
Now, he failed out after a semester and was in Thailand within a year in the Air Force, but he still loves to tell the stories about the unrest that was going on.
I mean, you made a ton of oral interviews about it, which were all fascinating to read, but it really paints of how terrifying it was. So, yeah.
Did you read much about the draft watch parties? They were right over the desk. I mean, my early teaching area was teaching at EMU, and the students would all get together in lounges and watch the lottery because they were pulling students out of school.
Oh, no, I didn't see a lot about that. That's so interesting, though. Thank you. Yeah.
Quinlan, thank you so much for this presentation. It was so interesting to hear because I had a student write a paper about pro-Vietnam sentiment on campus.
Oh, yeah.
And so I was wondering about the ROTC students, and like my student made the argument that EMU actually had some pro-Vietnam students
Yeah, they did.
because of the strong military presence
So,
in the student body.
I did see a few stories in my research. One of the ones I remember, there was a bit where the students were trying to do a talkathon, basically approaching the military recruitment table that was set up to ask them a ton of questions to take up their time, but then the ROTC students like, no, we won't let you. And then they tried to stop them by creating basically a wall of students, but then they slowly realized we are also blocking the tables and no one can get to them anyway. So they all just kind of had to give up. And then, yeah, I know that there was a group on campus that was pro-ROTC who would meet up because I found an article where one of the SDS members went up to try to talk about it. And eventually, because people kept heckling them, where they snapped at the people around them, it's like, I don't care, use a bit of vulgar language, which then, because there was a woman in the audience, they got fined for, because at the time, you couldn't say one of the words they said in front of a young woman of respectable standing, and they got fined, I believe, $53. Yeah, so that was also interesting. Yeah, I don't know.
My students encountered some of those later on during the Persian Gulf War, 1991. They are always there. War. So we have to fight them. One thing they did at local was to remove our posters as soon as they were put. Like they never lasted a minute.
Yeah, the first anti-war group that was formed on campus was the EMU Committee to End the War in Vietnam, which was founded by Professor Ted Heftley. And that was in '65, just a few months after the US went into the war. And I found a newspaper article where he was talking about like they immediately received a lot of backlash in their first 2 years because people were pro-war early on. And at one of the literature tables he had set up, some guy showed up with a gasoline tank, poured it all over their table, and then threw a lit match on it as a joke. It was full of water. They were fine. But it's like, you feel like it's okay to go do this because it's him and his students. It was just a little shocking to me. As he went and laughed it off, and the other people at the table are like, what? It doesn't matter. But it's also interesting that they were the only anti-war group in Ypsi for the first few years after they were founded. And I believe his name was also on the group foundation paperwork for the Student Mobilization Committee. So I'm guessing that his own group kind of merged into that to join the bigger chapters of movements that were happening. But it was interesting, that's all.
Those turned out to be my colleagues, the ones that organized it. I found some of them here. And I commended them for helping EMU students protect the fight in Washington. That press release that you mentioned that retired when I came, but Dick Goff and Cabot. And Jan Terry was hired during the most militant year, 1969. So she saw some of those. So I discussed some of this with those colleagues before we retired.
Yeah.
One last question. We thank the archives for making all this possible. Without them, we would be nothing.
That's where I got all of my pictures, so from the, Here, all loves this.
The discussion will continue along very similar lines.
Yes.
Okay, hello everyone. I hope you all are doing well. Thank you for having me today. My name is Tegan Fuller, and I am a senior here at Eastern, and my major is Cinema Studies with a minor in creative writing. Today I will be speaking on my honor senior thesis project. My honor senior thesis is on the early slasher villain. Specifically, the early slasher villain within films released between 1978 and 1989. And specifically here, I am looking at the slasher villain's origins, specifically their origins as related to ideas of depraved or deviant sexuality, and then how these disruptions of sexuality then act as later justifiers for the slasher villain's subsequent violence in adulthood. Alrighty, so you probably all know this film, but in 1978 on Halloween night, a boy named Michael Myers stabbed his teenage sister's naked body repeatedly. He would go on to become one of the most iconic slasher villains to date, I think spanning now up to like 12 movies, going on to kill dozens upon dozens upon dozens of sexually promiscuous teenagers, just like his teenage sister on that fateful Halloween night. And so here, Michael is kind of representing this idea, and what me and my advisor started to think about through Michael's origin is that through this kind of scenario that happens with his sister, he becomes sort of sexually disrupted within this moment, causing him to then kill his sister. But then beyond just Halloween, we started to recognize this pattern across a variety of early slasher films. And so we started to come to the conclusion that the slasher is a sexually disrupted character, and evidently so is my slideshow a little bit, I'm sorry. But here we began to hypothesize that the slasher villain is narratively categorized as a character through ideas of sexual disruption. And specifically, we picked out three modes of sexual deviancy that we found. So, supervision, unsupervised sexual operation or exposures, education, inappropriate sexual education, or abnormality, arrested or abnormal sexual development. So, our first mode of deviancy, supervision. We can define this mode of deviancy as a person, typically a younger child within psychosocial development, being left vulnerable to depictions of non-normative, violent, or disruptive sexuality, which then immediately or sometime gradually impedes upon their fragile, impressionable, developing minds. So we can see this through Michael. He was left alone by his parents on Halloween night in the care of his teenage sister, who then evidently did not really busy herself with Michael's supervision. And then that allowed Michael to become subjected to Judith and her boyfriend's sexual activity, which then disrupted him, leading him to her upstairs bedroom, where he then eventually stabs her and then is sent away to a mental institution. But we can also see this through a variety of other early slasher villains. For example, Terror Train has a serial killer named Kenny who murders college students aboard, you guessed it, a train. Kenny was tricked into having sex with an old decomposing female corpse by his fraternity brothers, which ended up traumatizing him, and then he was sent away to a mental institution. Silent Night, Deadly Night, released in 1984, has a serial killer, a Santa-disguised serial killer named Billy, who at a young age, his family is carjacked by a man dressed as Santa, who then assaults his mother and then kills both of his parents after. Here, essentially, the power of supervision is kind of revoked from Billy's parents, and then it's kind of flipped on its head right in front of him. And then finally, Friday the 13th, probably one of the most iconic slasher films up there with Halloween, with one of the more iconic slasher villains, Jason Voorhees. His origin is also pretty famous, but essentially Jason was swimming in a lake and he wasn't a very good swimmer. Why he was in the lake, I don't know. But then two teenager lifeguards who were supposed to be watching him left him to go have sex, which eventually led to him drowning, and then led to his mother in the first film wanting to target Camp Crystal Lake and kill teenagers, blah, blah, blah. But this moment was also inciting within Jason's own development as a serial killer. Our next mode of deviancy is inappropriate sexual education, and we can define this as a person, again, typically a child within sexual development, who is misguided or abused by an authoritarian figure within their own sexual education and self-regulation. And then the child may be purposely misinformed into believing a new sexual standard outside of our already culturally and socially deemed expectations, or they just might generally be inappropriately or broadly raised within sexual education. My case study here was a film known as Sleepaway Camp, and right here, this is the killer of the film, Angela, who is also the protagonist of the film. For a majority of the film, she is just an unsuspecting young girl who's quite introverted, but then the film is known for its iconic plot twist ending where Angela is standing on a beach holding a severed head of her love interest, and as the camera zooms out, it reveals that this young girl named Angela actually had male genitalia. And so this cues back to the opening of the film. The opening of the film, you watch as a family of three, a father, a son, and a daughter, are in a boating accident that kills the father and the son, leaving the daughter alone. And then the daughter, this is Angela, is sent away to live with her aunt and her cousin. But then it is also revealed that the daughter was actually the one who died and the son was the one who survived. But once the son was sent away to the aunt's house, the aunt was like, I already have a son, your cousin Ricky, so you're going to be a girl now. And so this evidently disrupted Angela, because when we're watching her throughout the movie, she is introverted, she is isolated, and also she is murdering people. But so this just goes to show that she was properly miseducated within her own sexual presentation. This is also seen through a bunch of other slasher films. I'll quickly go through them. First, Maniac follows a deranged scapular named Frank. His origin is tied to the abuse received by his mother, who is also a prostitute. So within his mind, he kind of codes her prostitution, this already kind of non-normative form of sexuality. He ties that to his abuse. Mother's Day follows a deranged mother in the middle of the woods who instructs her two inbred son in both sexual and physical assault. This film is more of a grotesque and overt example of this mode of deviancy, as this specific film is a rape revenge slasher film. And then the final film I have listed here is House on Sorority Row, which has a killer named Eric, who is left mentally and physically disabled due to an illegal fertility treatment. But within the idea of education, his mother leaves him in a cage in the attic, leaves him to eat birds, leaves him to play with toddler toys, and generally treats him like he is an animal. Alrighty, and then our final mode of deviancy is abnormality. So this can be defined as a developmental condition where a person is fixed within a restrictive lack of autonomy, which is the key word with this mode of deviancy, autonomy, whether it be body, mind, or sexual identity. This often presents self-relationships with body and sex, and results in sexuality that is cultivated under fractured systems and institutions, rather than autonomous, culturally deemed normative psychological progression. My case study here is for this movie called Funhouse, and here is the beautiful slasher villain of the film, Gunther. Gunther is sexually guided by his arrested development. You don't really meet Gunther until halfway through the film, and this is way later into the film once you see his physical appearance. The first time you see Gunther, he is in a Frankenstein mask, and the kids are like overlooking the Funhouse attraction. They're like in a secret area, and Gunther goes into a back room. He's like the operator of the ride, and he pays an older woman for sex work, already kind of situating the scenario within this deviancy. And then within the sex work, he then prematurely ejaculates, which then shows he is arrested. He is not as sexually, there. And so then he starts growing frustrated, and he's not speaking, but he's saying, I want my money back. She denies him. He kills her out of an act of regression. But then once this is revealed, once Gunther's mask comes off, it shows he's severely deformed, which submits him within even more an arrested self due to his physicality and inhibitions. And then this physical disability distanced himself even farther from like accepted normative sexuality, dehumanizing him and arresting him within his sexual presentation. And then here are some other slasher films that exemplify this mode of deviancy. Silent Scream, Victoria, she is left impaired after a failed suicide attempt in childbirth and then a botched lobotomy, causing her to lose autonomy over herself and act erratically. Fatal Games has a killer named Diane, once an Olympic hopeful, who underwent botched gender reassignment surgery, but then they tested her for hormones and she was too high in them, so they disqualified her for the competition, leaving her vengeful. A Nightmare on Elm Street, probably one of the most iconic slasher films up there with Halloween and Friday the 13th, has the infamous Knives for Fingers killer Freddy Krueger, who was once a child murderer, already kind of centering him within abnormal desire. But then it is revealed within the franchise that he's also a product of his mother's violation as the result of hundreds of deviant and insane men that assault her. So ultimately, why does this matter? Why is this important? Rather than recognizing the slasher villain as this innate evil, we can begin to approach the slasher villain as a character who is narratively justified through different acts of sexual disruption and contention. Through this societal and cultural projections of our own real sexual anxieties and fears, their violent responses are answered by means of early sexual corruption. And this is only the beginning of this research and conversation as we can begin to expand this idea of the slasher villain and ask questions such as, what does this mean both in terms of how we as a society regard real serial violence at large, or even the popularity of the slasher villain as these cultural icons. So yeah, that was my presentation.
Thank you. We've got time for one question. We're almost out of time, but we've got time for one question.
Any taker. It's okay if no one has questions.
All right, well, thank you. Oh, yes, here, we've got a...
How much do you think is like the continuing influence of Freudian thought in this time?
Yeah, this it's very influenced by Freudian ideology. The actual work I am working on, it's another psychologist named John Brown who applies himself to Freudian psychology and specifically looks at like how we define deviant sexuality like within our younger developmental selves. So this is very centered within Freudian, and I'm not a psychologist, but yeah.
Neither was Freud.
Yeah. All right, well, I'd like to thank all of our presenters for some wonderful talks this afternoon. Thank you.
Hello, my name is LaShante Mobley. I was a student in the Engaging Across Disabilities course last semester. In class, we were made aware of emotional disabilities. Grief is the disorder that caught my attention. Our assignment was to create a disability awareness campaign poster. Through research, I learned that prolonged grief disorder is a newly classified disorder that was added to the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders and was released as recent as March 2022. This disorder hit home since I experienced persistent, intense grief over the loss of my stillborn daughter, Desiembre, and my 4-year-old son, LaMarcus, nearly 25 and 30 years later. I thought about many people who experience invisible disabilities, yet have no idea this may be why they are disabled. Disabled meaning unable to eat, unable to sleep, and in some cases, navigate through life the way they wish to. When wondering about the large amounts of people who have been affected by this invisible disability, my maternal grandmother, Ruth, came to my mind. This presentation is in honor of her and dedicated to her memory. Please allow me to begin. Today, I am going to inform you of a few mental health disabilities. They are PTSD, depression, bipolar disorder, anxiety, substance use disorder, prolonged grief disorder, and many more. Prolonged grief disorder is characterized by intense, persistent grief and lasts well beyond the culturally expected mourning period, which typically lasts at least 12 months after the loss. A couple of core symptoms include intense emotional pain, impairment in social, occupational, or other important areas of functioning. Some physical symptoms include changes in appetite, disrupted sleep, difficulty swallowing, increased risk of diabetes, dizziness, fainting, and even heart palpitations. Some feelings of grief include fear, anxiety, frustration, powerlessness, numbness, which can be described as being in autopilot mode. Common stages of grief include shock, denial, bargaining, anger, and guilt. Stages of grief can be navigated differently from person to person. There are various losses that individuals, including those in leadership roles, experience. Some of those losses include loss of home, loss of their pet, loss of freedom, loss of childhood, including certain childhood innocence, loss of self-esteem, workplace disruptions, such as company downsizing and company restructuring, loss of being able to trust and view the world as a relatively safe place, loss of physical health, loss of respect and certain opportunities in life because of prejudice and/or discrimination, loss of privacy, loss of friends. For example, in this incarcerated environment, we have longtime friends who get released, and then we are unable to hear from them because of rules and policies. Transitioning to my next point, I am going to share with you the impact of prolonged grief disorder on leadership roles. These roles demand emotional regulation, decision-making clarity, and relational stability. These three areas can be compromised by persistent grief. When talking about cognitive and decision-making, a leader may experience reduced focus and attention, risk aversion, or impulsiveness. Leaders may also experience difficulty with long-term planning and envisioning the future as a key part of strategic thinking. Next, there are emotional and relational impacts. A leader and colleagues may experience different things in their emotional and relational impacts, such as emotional exhaustion, withdrawing emotionally, or becoming overly empathetic to others' distress, and strained communication, which can result in distance within your team. Then, there are organizational and cultural consequences that a leader and their team may experience. For example, when a leader underperforms or withdraws, this disrupts morale and has an impact on trust and psychological safety, meaning that colleagues may feel uncertain about approaching or depending on the leader, and this affects group cohesion. Also, there's a loss of productivity that can occur. Loss of productivity associated with grieving employees costs nearly $75 billion annually. On the flip side, a leader can model vulnerability. This is a different and positive direction that calls for transparent and healthy grieving. This models resilience. Moving on to my next point, I am going to cover two other areas. These areas include how leaders can be supported and how grief can be reframed as a growth opportunity. First, allow me to talk about supporting leaders with prolonged grief disorder, and at the individual level and at the organizational level. At the individual level, professional support may be offered, and one example of professional support is grief-informed psychotherapy, which is a type of therapy based on talking, in order to resolve personal problems and treat mental and emotional disorders. Leadership coaching may also be offered, for example, communication strategies, emotional regulation, and others. Mindfulness may also be considered by helping to integrate the loss into the leadership identity. Leadership identity is an example of intersectionality, such as a person who is a woman, also a mom, and a teacher, a senator, the chairwoman of a committee, a peer recovery coach, and maybe even a church choir director. All of these identities intersect with each other, and each identity is impacted in a different way. As I mentioned earlier, there's support at the organizational level, such as bereavement policies that include confidentiality, flexible leave, and other concerns. Therefore, executive support programs that encompass counseling and/or coaching for leaders in distress and/or in transition are very helpful. Did you know that unsupported grief costs companies as much as $225.8 billion annually? Lastly, grief can be reframed as a growth opportunity. As we are learning, prolonged grief disorder can be profoundly disruptive. However, recovery may yield post-traumatic growth in a few ways. Those ways are greater empathy, compassion, and leadership, and even trust building. When those leadership roles feel supported, they emerge more emotionally intelligent and resilient. One way to help with resilience is to offer outside assistance, or maybe even establish an employee assistance fund. And any funding obtained would go to this employee assistance fund. Any individual may take an extended leave and draw from this fund without having to worry about their bills being paid or their position at work. If an individual's house is destroyed or their vehicle totaled, they would be able to withdraw from this fund. This assistance would help a leader gain their material and emotional resilience. As the leader's colleagues show care, kindness, and patience, this too will help with emotional intelligence and resilience. In conclusion, this presentation is dedicated to Grandma Ruth. Thank you all for your time, consideration, and being a wonderful audience.
Hello, my name is Lori Stewart. Saddling Up Against ADHD is a campaign created to gain understanding of the invisible disability, how people with this diagnosis are portrayed, their strength, challenges, stereotypes, and societal views, along with the use of equine-assisted therapy. This was an assignment given in the Social Work 432 Engaging Across Disabilities course, instructed by Professors Bonnie Miller, Barbara Walters, and Jenny Fritz. There are approximately 6.4 million people in the U.S. diagnosed, misdiagnosed, and undiagnosed with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, also known as ADHD. This includes my dad, brother, daughter, son, and grandson. This is an invisible disability that does not discriminate and usually is followed with a second disorder. The DSM-5, a manual used for diagnoses, states that in order to be diagnosed with ADHD, a person 16 years and under must have 6 symptoms that fall under hyperactive and impulsive. Those 17 years and over must have at least 5 symptoms to be diagnosed. These include, but are not limited to, easily distracted, impulsiveness, excessive talking, trouble focusing, and not being able to sit still, and must be present before the age of 12. Our society has stereotyped ADHD as a boys' problem, and those that go undiagnosed are just bad kids. According to the CDC, 15% of boys versus 8% of girls are diagnosed in the U.S. between the ages of 3 to 17. This is due to girls masking their symptoms because they have been taught for years to be quiet, good little girls. With researching being more prevalent between 2020 and 2022, the diagnosis of women ages 23 to 49 has doubled. Symptoms present in males as hyperactivity, impulsiveness, restlessness, risk-taking, or disruptive in class, where symptoms in females present as inattentive, disorganized, daydreaming, quiet perfectionists, and have low self-esteem. This is often misread as forgetfulness and moody, not ADHD. Females are often misdiagnosed with anxiety, depression, or personality disorder, and tend to have issues in the workplace or school, finding it hard to stay organized and navigate the dynamics. When left untreated, a person's self-esteem, relationships, and future goals fall to the wayside. Research has proven that females respond differently to the standard stimulant ADHD medications such as Adderall, Ritalin, and Concerta due to the estrogen in their bodies. Not only do these medications not always work, they also leave behind the potential of adverse side effects and addiction. However, there is an alternative to these medications. What is that alternative, you ask? It's equine-assisted therapy. This type of therapy began in 1960 and spans over 6 decades. Equine therapy is gradually increasing as studies continue. Some medical physicians are now suggesting this type of therapy to their patients. There is evidence that proves using equine-assisted therapy for those diagnosed has enhanced their balance, mobility, coordination, posture, focus, self-esteem, and organizational skills. The inspiration behind therapeutic riding is Lisa Hartel, a Danish dressage rider who was severely disabled by polio. This is Lisa. Dressage is the execution by a trained horse of complex movements in response to subtle signals from the rider. A dance with horse and rider, so to speak. Lisa never let her disability hinder her riding, and she went on to be the silver medal Grand Prix dressage winner of the 1952 Olympics in Finland. Due to her amazing accomplishments, medical and equine specialists in Europe started therapeutic riding programs. Horses are big and can be intimidating, but they are non-judgmental and mirror a person's behavior. With equine-assisted therapy, a person learns the ability to control their emotions and body language while working with horses. Because horses wear their emotions on their sleeves, so to speak, it is easier for someone diagnosed with ADHD to bond with a horse. Therapeutic riding, recreational riding, and competitive riding, such as dressage that Lisa competed in and barrel racing that my daughter Kelly competed in, are all recommended. In 2016, Kelly went on to be the National Barrel Horse Association 4th Division Youth Michigan State Champion and was invited to race in the World Championship in Perry, Georgia. This is Kelly. When riding, there is a non-spoken communication between rider and horse through rein and leg work used to direct the horse where you want them to go. This creates a bond of trust and confidence between rider and horse. Another goal is focus and organizational skills. These skills are learned by caring for the horse through feeding, grooming, and saddling. By mastering these skills, they can be transformed to the person's personal life, workplace, or school. According to reports from the Equine Assisted Growth and Learning Association, there are approximately 600 equine assisted therapy programs in use today, but we need more. Because this disability has affected my family with so many others, Saddling Up Against ADHD will come to life as a nonprofit. This nonprofit will educate the public about equine-assisted therapy as an alternative to ADHD medications and raise money to help those who cannot afford to pay for equine-assisted therapy services. Unfortunately, medical insurance will not cover this type of therapy, which can range from $40 to $200 per session. With that being said, we will also raise funds for further research of equine-assisted therapy in the hopes that one day medical insurance will cover this amazing alternative to stimulant medications. Thank you.
Would you tell us your name?
Ava Hymas.
Ava, would you tell us a little bit about your poster and what you have done here today?
Yeah, so my poster and kind of study was looking at gender discrimination based on hiring, based on the names of applicants. Past research has seen that overall women tend to be a little more discriminated in the job market, with kind of differences in male-dominated fields. Men tend to be favored and females tend to be favored in female-dominated fields. So what was done here was that participants were given a survey and a randomly assigned resume. The only difference was they might get a resume with a female or male name. Then they were asked a series of questions about the suitability and the likelihood of being hired. And this study actually found that there was no differences between the male or female likelihood of being hired, nor was there a difference between males more likely to hire males or women more likely to hire females. So this maybe suggests that because our sample was college students, that maybe younger people are less discriminatory based on gender, and maybe hopefully in the future we can hope to have a more equal playing field.
Is there anything you're hoping to achieve with this research?
I guess just add to the discussion of gender discrimination and just gender discrimination as a whole.
That's awesome. Thank you very much, Ava. Could you tell us your name?
Priya Gotani.
Would you please tell us a little bit about your poster and your research today?
So my poster is on AI and education. I'm a philosophy major, so it's kind of a combination of like philosophy theory, educational theory, and then like some computer science. But mainly it's focused on what consequences AI will have on assessment and how assessment styles can be adapted and changed to like deal with what's going on.
Would you point to some of your research on your poster and just tell us a little bit about it? Here, wait, I'll...
Okay, how do I do this? Okay. So the first thing, there's some background about like educational theory. I talk about John Dewey, who's a big educational theorist. And then I go on to talk about how language is really important to learning and what the role is. And so I talk about two cognitive science theories, one which talks about it being important for cognition and the other that talks about it being important for communication. Then I move on to talk about what that means for truth and how AI works and how AI does not operate at all with any regard to truth and why that's so important for education. And so here I have a little chart about what happens when students use AI and when they don't, and how that affects their engagement with learning and also the assessment's ability to represent what they've learned. And the part I'm most excited about is at the end where I talk about its role in epistemic justice, which is basically justice towards someone as a knower. And so testimonial justice is where people think that there could be growth because AI can help people formulate their ideas in a way that can get heard more quickly. But then when we rely on AI too much, people start to forget how to articulate their own ideas, and then they can't know themselves independently. And so there's a really big risk with hermeneutical injustice. And then I suggest that being more focused on process and being more communicative about the point of an assessment is a solution to these problems.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Is there anything you're hoping to achieve with your research?
Yeah, I hope, I guess primarily that it can just shift how people think about AI and give them a more, not fearful or optimistic, just a more realistic idea of what's going on, and that there can be some real change in how things are practiced.
What made you come up with this idea?
So I've always really been interested in educational philosophy because I think that education is the way to solve a lot of social problems, and when people can learn well, they can do things well. And AI is it's everywhere now. And at first I was excited about it and I thought, oh, people are really afraid and they're misguided and there's a lot of hope here. And as I've done more and more research, I'm realizing that there is good things it can do, but I think there's a lot of hype around things that it cannot do, and that's really scary, and we need to be more realistic about what's going on so we can deal with it in a good way and not let it be damaging.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Hi, could you tell us your name?
My name is Ryan Papero.
All right, Ryan, could you please tell us a little bit about your poster today?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm originally from Southern California, and I grew up surfing, and I believe in incorporating something passionate about yourself into your research. So mine was surfing. So I always believed that there was something when we look at the ocean that's calming and affects us in a good way, and just kind of seeking to see what is that and if I could recreate that. So I originally wanted to take people out for an 8-week surf intervention twice a week, and we test you before and after about your symptoms of childhood trauma and to see if there was any improvement. And obviously here in Michigan, there's nowhere to surf around here, so I dialed it back to, well, I wonder if watching a surf movie would have the same effects and then could improve the accessibility. You don't need the surfboard or the beach or the wetsuit to get the same effects, hopefully. So what we found is that both groups, so the process was that we screen you to make sure you have childhood trauma, and then you get the emotional regulation survey. So this is, do you have childhood trauma? Then it's, how bad is it? Then you watch one of two movies, either the surf movie or a machinery film, which is emotionally flat. And then you take the test again to see if there was any change in those two results, to see if there was any improvement or not. So obviously I would like a larger sample size. We only have 14 people in my study, and that kind of affected the results as well. So if we look at this graph over here, the green is the control group, which had a larger size but a smaller effect. And the red is the surf group, which showed a better effect but a smaller sample size. So the findings is, I think it's a good pilot experiment showing that we can take it to the next level and put some money and resources into it to try to get more people to see the better effects.
Yeah, was there anything that shocked you with your research?
I don't think there was anything shocking about it. I think it's what we were looking for. I think the only, if I had to do it again or do it different, I think the big one would be obviously to try to get more people for a larger sample size is the biggest one. There's also other little things that we could possibly control that go into that, such as flyers and recruitment and stuff like that as well.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Ryan.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Hi, could you tell us your name?
Hi, I'm Chris Gibbons.
Hi, Chris. Could you walk us through your poster and your research today?
Yeah, of course. So I studied juvenile scorpions. I wanted to see if smaller or larger scorpions were more brave. So I measured I poked them with a paintbrush and I measured how defensive they were. So a scorpion who moved away from the paintbrush was considered to be less defensive than a scorpion who tried to sting or tried to use its tail. I also measured how long they remained in this alert stance. So this is a scorpion that is relaxed, and this is a scorpion that is scared for its life, that is trying to defend itself. And then I also put them in this open arena. And so most scorpions would spend their time in the outer zone where it's safe because they can have their back to the wall, but a more bold scorpion would move into the inner zone where they are more vulnerable. And so I predicted that a larger scorpion I thought that all of my results, the largest scorpion would be the most bold, but that was not exactly how it went. So instead, the first time that I poked them on their pincers, on their pedipalps, and the largest group, my group 1, has the largest individuals, they showed quite a bit of defensive behavior. But then when I poked their chelicerae, which is the mouth parts, they showed much less defensive behavior. My group 2, which is my medium-sized ones, had different results as well, and then my group 3 of small individuals showed pretty low defensive behavior. Same thing with the alert stance. My small individuals, group 3, showed low defensive behavior, but surprisingly my medium group had much more, they spent more time in the defensive posture. Now when I put them in the EFA vision chamber, the largest group of large individuals spent the most time in the inner zone where they're the most vulnerable. So I believe that the scorpion boldness is based on the individual rather than the body size of the animal.
What are you hoping to achieve with your research?
I'm hoping to educate more people about scorpions and how important they are and how not to be afraid of them.
And what made you interested in the first place?
I learned about tarantulas actually from Dr. Shillington's lab. I had a graduate student who was a member of Dr. Shillington's lab, and I took one of his classes, and then he showed us a tarantula one day, and I thought it was really cool, and I started working with Dr. Shillington in her lab, and then I had a pet scorpion who gave birth to 23 babies, and then Dr. Shillington allowed me to use those animals for my undergraduate research.
That's awesome. Thank you very much, Chris. Yeah.